Chapter 1498. Even Su Fengnian, whose eloquence was unrivaled under the heavens, was left speechless. Finally, Sima could not help but laugh heartily. This silly girl truly had a tacit understanding of each other. She had unknowingly delivered a fatal blow to her opponent. With a face full of curiosity, the young girl asked a question that many of the people present wanted to know the answer to. Why did that Beimang cavalry run away without fighting? Su Fengnian replied with a deadpan expression, "I don't know either. I only said one sentence to them." Knowing that it was most likely a trap, Sima, Can, and Jean Bauscher blurted out at the same time, "Don't ask." However, Han Guoxiu impatiently asked, "What did you say?" Su Fengnian replied, "I told them that it was getting late and that Lu Gui told them to return home and start cooking." Han Guoxiu stared blankly for a moment. With round eyes, she asked, "Are those northern barbarians idiots? They really believe that?" Su Fengnian smiled mischievously and nodded. "That's right. They really believed it." Sima covered his forehead with his hand. "This silly girl. You haven't even climbed out of the first trap, yet you've already jumped into the second one at lightning speed." Jean Bauscher felt extreme disgust towards this fellow who liked to act mysterious with his mouth full of oil. In a cold voice, he asked, "Is it fun?" Su Fengnian smiled and said no more. "In order for your group to travel in a carefree manner and deal with Zhao Gou's death soldiers, 26 people from Beiliang's Fu Shui room have already died. More than half of them died outside of Beiliang's borders. This time, Han Guzi was leading his troops west into Liangliang. As a remnant of northern Han whose entire family had perished in the flames of war, Yu Sanyang naturally would not accompany him. Chang Sui, the famous poet and writer, was the only disciple of Han Guzi who did not enter Beiliang's territory. He was clad in a green robe, wielding a sword and a wine pot, and went to Ji Bei in an elegant manner. Of the three Jianghu masters, apart from the steel breaker Song Xinxing, who was Han Guzi's best friend, Qi Ziu, who carried the famous saber Forbidden Fire, was a chivalrous man. The young man at the tail of the caravan, Lu Shouwen, had an extraordinary background. He came from the Huiji Lu clan, which was ranked third among the clans in the world that Li Yong had recently set. Although Lu Shouwen was born of a concubine, the Lu clan had always valued both civil and martial arts. Lu Shouwen, who had attained the cultivation of third rank before the age of 30, was naturally a favored figure of the clan. The spy report from the Fu Shui Fong mentioned that this person, like Lu Duanmao, liked the woman named Jean Bauscher, but this was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Shouwen was most likely a double agent. On the surface, he was under Zhao Yi's Guangling Spring Snow Building, but in secret he might be a spy from Nanjiang Road. Along the way, Lu Shouwen had risked his life to kill 3 Zhao Gou masters. Once he returned, he would not be able to live in peace. It could be said that he was an infatuated type who did not love the country but the beauty. For some reason, Han Guzi suddenly had a strange idea. He said that he wanted to try the feeling of riding a horse in the west wind. Song Xinxing, Su Huang, and the others could not persuade him. Han Guxiu, who wanted to see the world in chaos, clapped her hands and cheered. She taught the worried Jean Bauscher a lesson. With the help of the sweaty Sima Can, the old man finally got on the horse. Su Fengnian had no choice but to move closer to prevent the old man from falling off the horse. Fortunately, the old man did not seem to have any intention of urging his horse forward. He rode side by side with Su Fengnian, while Su Huang carefully guarded him on the other side. The old man, who was swaying on the horse's back, laughed and said, "It's true that this old man is young and wild, but it's a pity that I don't have the money to wear that brocade hat and marten coat. I haven't touched a saddle in the past few decades, and I don't even have the luxury of riding a horse." Thinking back to the aggressive manner of those Beimang barbarians just now, I'm really ashamed. I've read books and taught books for most of my life. The number of students and unofficial disciples I've taught is at least 20. In the end, even including the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, who is already on the border between the two Liao countries, I don't think anyone has ever killed a Beimang barbarian with their own hands. The old man sadly murmured, "Not a single one." Su Fingyin said with a smile, "Yes, there is." The old man nodded and said, "Yes, I'm old and muddle-headed." That girl, Su, led the famous Bailiang cavalry straight into Beimang's hinterland. At that time in Shangyin Academy, her fellow disciples stole a lot of jars of wine from me. The next day, they all reeked of alcohol and were disgraceful. As for me, I just pretended not to see it. Haha, at that time, even Yu Songyang was no exception. It's said that he almost fell asleep during the lecture. Therefore, what the great general did back then was right. What you did was even better. Otherwise, with half of my neck buried in the yellow earth, I wouldn't have risked universal condemnation to make this trip. Su Fingyin said, "Old mister, you're risking universal condemnation." The old man said apologetically, "Although you didn't say it, I still have to apologize to you and your Bailiang." This old man only did it on a whim, but many people were killed because of it. In the end, it was like going on a spring vacation. I just patted my butt and left. I couldn't help you at all. For the sake of my reputation, I didn't even get to see that girl, Su, even once when I was already at your doorstep. Su Fingyin said softly, "The scholars of Shangyin Academy can't withstand the torment of wind and rain. Old Mister didn't do anything wrong. Whether or not the warriors of Bailiang can defend the Northwest, this world still needs scholars to govern. Maybe one day, we'll need them to walk out of the library, put down their books, and step forward bravely in front of the flood of horses' hooves." Jean Bao-room, who was behind the three riders, had actually been listening attentively. After hearing these words, she was a little surprised. She had to admit that she had a new level of respect for him. She couldn't help but raise her head and stare at the back of the rider. He was travel-worn and wore very ordinary clothes. He carried a cotton bag on his back. He didn't have the cold knives and light crossbows that Bailiang's roaming cavalry were equipped with. If it was the son of a general like Northern Liang, which was as numerous as the hairs on an ox, it didn't seem like it. Although many of the descendants of Northern Liang generals had joined the army, she really couldn't think of a young person in Liuzhou who was so special to be able to chat calmly with her teacher. Could it be the Han clan strategist Chen Shiliang, who was unknown in Jiangnan, but had risen to fame in Northern Liang? Han Guoxiu whispered into Jean Bao-room's ear, "Sister Jean, I think this guy might be that person." Jean Bao-room laughed involuntarily and shook her head. "Impossible. You don't practice martial arts. You don't know what kind of power the most outstanding great grandmasters in the world have. I've seen a number of first-level great grandmasters." Han Guoxiu hurriedly interrupted. "How could I not know? Isn't it just a dragon's roar, a tiger's step in the abyss, a mountain's peak? The older ones should have some immortal-like and imposing manner." Then the girl muttered to herself, "Now that you mention it, this guy really isn't an expert. Especially when he smiles. He doesn't look like a good person. He can't even compare to Lu Shouwen, who blocked a knife for you." In the end, Han Guoxiu sighed and said, "There's nothing I can do. I originally wanted to come to Bailiang this time, to see that Su Fingyin. Many of our sisters in the school seem to have given themselves a bewitching potion. If I see him with my own eyes, when I go back, won't they die of envy? Ha! I've thought about it. When the time comes, I'll say that I've seen Su Fingyin. I'll also tell them that the guy is 10 feet tall, with a strong back and a bare waist. His face is full of whiskers, and his arms are as thick as their legs. What dragon? Phoenix, Northern Sioux, Southern Song. Anyway, we've seen that Song Maolin with our own eyes. He's really handsome. Other than my husband, Xie Shibian, I don't think anyone in the world can compare to Song Maolin. When I think of them hearing my description, I think of them crying in disappointment and sadness." The girl's little head leaned against Jean Bao-room's back, and she laughed to herself. Chapter 1499. Jean Bao shook her head and laughed softly. "You don't be so bad. Be careful that you won't be able to get married. You should at least leave some memories for your friends." Han Guoxiu said childishly, "No. Who told them to say that my husband is not even 1/10,000th of that Su Fingyin?" Lu Duanmao was about to interrupt, but Lu Shouwen had already urged his horse forward and came to Jean Baoshi's side. Lu Duanmao, who was born to be able to ward off evil spirits, had a sad look in his eyes and stopped moving. The sharp-eyed Sima Can sighed quietly. He had told his junior many times that Junior's sister Jean was not the kind of woman who judged people by their appearance, but Lu Duanmao would always be discouraged when he saw her. When his junior brother Zhao Kai was still in the academy, he had successfully tricked him into confessing after he got drunk. Although Jean Baosher was not moved, it was obvious that she did not hate him. However, Lu Duanmao was still so scared that his legs trembled after he woke up. Originally, Zhao Kai had already thought of how to encourage Lu Duanmao to strike while the iron was hot. However, with the sudden departure of his junior brother from Shangyin Academy and the shocking news that followed, Lu Duanmao completely retreated. For half a year, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. In the end, he was awakened by Jean Baosher, who could not stand it anymore. Only then did he let go of the wine jars and jugs that he relied on and was teased by others as the drinking wife by others. Originally, except for Su Weisheng and Jean Baosher, the 6 men of the same sect had all agreed that after Zhao Kai and Lu Duanmao returned with their beauties, they would get drunk together and drink all of their masters' hidden wine in one go. Sima Can looked to the south with red eyes. Junior brother, you and I agreed to be the monarch and minister who would go down in history together. Sima Can did not hate the Bailiang, nor did he hate the young man who was his royal highness at that time. He just missed his playful junior brother very much. Lu Shouwen rode side by side with Jean Baosher and Han Guoxiu, but he didn't speak to Jean Baosher, who fell in love at first sight. He looked towards Han Guoxiu and said with a gentle smile, "Are you scared after seeing those northern Mang barbarians?" Han Guoxiu, who was naturally closer to that coward Lu Duanmao in her heart, rolled her eyes and said, "Scared to death." Lu Shouwen was somewhat helpless, but he was not angry. In fact, his current situation was much better than when he had been targeted by the little girl. He shifted his gaze and asked softly, "Miss Jean, why did the Beimang cavalry take the initiative to retreat?" Jean Baosher shook his head and smiled faintly. "I don't know. That person didn't want to talk about it, and Sir didn't want to reveal the secrets of heaven." Lu Shouwen made a sound of acknowledgement and did not continue to pester him with words. He just silently rode his horse. After coming back to his senses, Sima Can couldn't help but sigh. His junior brother Lu Duanmao had met his match. At the very front, Han Guzi and Su Huang. One knew, the other was the first to guess Su Fengyan's true identity. The 3 of them casually talked about the Battle of Guangling. Han Guzi, intentionally or otherwise, spoke less and less. Most of the time, Su Huang methodically explained his views on the situation. Su Fengyan did not blindly agree. Occasionally, he bluntly questioned and rebutted, and Su Huang answered them one by one. However, the 2 of them still had a large difference in understanding of the final victory and defeat of the naval battle on the river. Su Huang believed that victory and defeat were decided quickly. The Zhao Yi Navy, with the help of the Qingzhou Navy, had won. Su Fengyan believed that after 2 to 3 months, the West Chu side that Chao Chongqing was on would win. Han Guzi only said that the 2 of them were half right and half wrong. Afterward, he did not express any more opinions. Later, Su Huang asked about the battle at Calabash in detail. Su Fengyan told him everything he knew. In the end, Su Huang sighed emotionally. Back then, the Bailiang had said that they would eat 150,000 Beimang at Calabash. Before Su Gong entered the capital to take up his post, he did not believe it. He said it was not too much, but too little. When Su Fengyan and Su Huang talked about building another Huda city in Liangzhou, the old man casually mentioned that Su Huang had this idea 3 years ago when he was doing his calculations. At the time, many people thought it was a fool's dream. In the large education palace, only Ko Jianghuai and Qi Shentz believed it. Just as Su Huang seemed to carelessly mention that Beimang's central front might divert a portion of its forces to the eastern front in Liuzhou, Han Guzi, who seemed to be unable to stand the bumpy ride of the horse, asked with a smile, "Have we traveled more than 10 li?" Su Huang was stunned. He nodded and said, "Almost." The old man suddenly smiled at Su Fengyan and said, "It doesn't matter if you travel 10 li or 20 li. In fact, the thought is more important than the distance. As for this old man, I won't delay your journey to Huaiyang Pass. Once the Sioux girl gets angry, it's not just her fellow disciples who are all trembling in fear, like mice meeting a cat. In fact, I'm also afraid. The old man muttered that he was old, really old. He got off the horse with difficulty. After getting into the carriage, he still did not enter the cabin. He sat down cross-legged behind Song Xinxing and waved his hand. He laughed loudly and said, "I have no wine to send you off. I'm old. I have the heart, but not the strength." Su Fengyan smiled and stopped his horse. A rider brushed past him. He watched the group gradually disappear into the distance. The wind in Longshang was strong. Su Fengyan's sleeves wantonly fluttered forward. Sima Can gave the little girl, Han Guoxiu, a look. Unfortunately, the girl did not understand at all. When Sima Can estimated that his eyelids were about to ache, she finally flew into a rage. "If you have something to say, say it." The old man coughed and scolded with a straight face. "Guoxiu, speak properly." The girl said in a muffled voice, then turned to Sima Can and made a signature hand gesture that said, "See if I don't beat you to death." The old man looked forward and said slowly, "You guys don't guess blindly. Wait a moment. As long as you look back, you'll know why the Beimang cavalry took the initiative to retreat. Apart from Su Huang and Song Xinxing, who needed to drive carefully, everyone turned to look." The old man laughed and said, "I, Han Guzi, am just a person who doesn't live up to my name. Compared to the young man who might make the entire Beimang avoid him in the future, I've lived for so many years in vain. But even so, I'm happy." Sima Can, Lu Duanmao, Jin Baoshi, Han Guoxiu, Qi Zihu, and Lu Shouwen all turned to look in that direction, but they only saw that the cavalry was galloping in the opposite direction. The old man closed his eyes and leisurely hummed a song that he had accidentally heard in the marketplace of Yuzhou. At that time, a little girl sang it when she bought green ant wine for her father. Her childish voice was clear and crisp. Perhaps she could buy some food with the little money she had left after buying the wine, but the innocent child seemed very happy when she sang. But at this moment, the yellow sand outside the Great Wall and the strong wind on the long river sounded particularly sorrowful and desolate when the old man hummed with a hoarse voice. "Spring returns, yellow orioles fly on the branches. Autumn returns, wild geese return to the city. Year after year, I've waited for many years. Beiliang's saber master, wrapped in horse hide, returned." Han Guoxiu, who had waited for a long time but still did not get an answer, felt her neck ache. Finally, she could not help but complain that her grandfather was lying. Everyone suddenly widened their eyes at the same time. In the distance, there was a line of peerless cavalry, like a snow-white tide, surging over. Sima Can said in shock, "Is it the great snow dragon cavalry?" Su Huang did not turn around and said in a deep voice, "It's the White Horse Cavalry." Han Guzi opened his eyes, thinking back to those years, the invincible elite soldiers of Great Qin. Every time there was a war, there would be two words that would resound through the sky. Su Huang closed his eyes, as if he was imagining the scene of the tiger and wolf army with irresistible force. He laughed softly, "The wind rises." Sima Can, who was familiar with history books, murmured, "The wind rises." While Han Guoxiu was shocked behind him, Jin Baoshi suddenly turned her horse around. Her whole body was trembling, and she shouted at the back of the figure, "Beiliang, the wind rises." Han Guzi exhaled softly and laughed loudly. 800 years ago, the wind rose in Great Qin. But how can the era that I, Han Guzi, live and be inferior? Because 800 years later, Beiliang would fight to the death. Chapter 1500. Su Fengyan, escorted by 800 white horses, did not follow the original plan to go straight to Huda's city so that he could be deployed in the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate. Instead, he was called to a place further south, where the northern Liang Path could be called a beautiful scenery. The water was abundant, the mountains were steep, and the geography was good. Naturally, it could not escape the eyes of the military. It was here that Beiliang was going to build a city more majestic than Huda City. Giant trees from the depths of the Nanzhao Mountains in West Shu, which had been stored in Beiliang for many years, and countless giant stones that had almost hollowed out the mountain peaks of Lanyu were transported along the wide road. Under the orders of the young lord, with the prince's mansion in Mount Qingliang as the center, the 3 provincial governors' mansions, and the garrisons in various places as the main force, almost the entire Beiliang, except for Liuzhou, was affected by this new city. It was as if the majestic qi in the body of a master began to circulate rapidly. Su Fengyan personally assumed the temporary position of general master craftsman. Administrator Li Gongda and a master of Moism acted as governors, and 6 people, including the Liangzhou provincial governor Wang Peifong, who was half a rank higher among the 4 provincial governors, and Wang Linquan, who used to be the god of wealth in Qingzhou, acted as deputy supervisors who participated in specific affairs. In one breath, all the garrison troops in the south of Liangzhou's border and hundreds of thousands of soldiers under the age of 50 were stationed here. The construction was in full swing. Now, in Beiliang, the only person who could give orders to Su Fengyan was Su Weisheng, who had just been conferred the title of Princess Fujing by the Liang imperial court. In the twilight of the setting sun, Su Fengyan and Su Weisheng, as well as several powerful governors and deputy supervisors, slowly walked along the river. The master of Moism, who came out of Mount Qingliang with Liuzhou provincial governor Yang Guangdou, was temporarily unable to leave. Of course, Administrator Li Gongda, who was also one of the governors, had to be present to explain the construction process of the new city to the young lord. In the past few years, Li Gongda could be said to have tasted the taste of life. First, he was promoted to the second-rank administrator and became the top border official in the Liang dynasty. Then, before he could even sit down, he encountered the turbulent situation of Beiliang's change of dynasty. Sure enough, Su Beiji took away his title of Lingzhou provincial governor without saying anything. Then, Song Dongming became the deputy administrator who did not follow the etiquette system and was stationed in Mount Qingliang. In the eyes of the officialdom of Beiliang, it was naturally the new Prince Liang's doing for the sake of checks and balances. However, just when everyone mistakenly thought that Li Gongda would soon pack up his things and leave, the young lord immediately appointed Li Gongda as the governor of the new city. The desolate scene of the administrator's mansion in the early spring of the second year of Xiangfu was still vivid in the minds of the officialdom of Lingzhou. Now, many officials began to regret that they did not take advantage of the cold stove. And after Li Gongda rushed here, he was like a different person from before. He ate and slept in the open with the big son of the Mo family. As a result, even Tian Peifong, who cared the most about health, suffered a lot. Li Gongda's mouth was dry from talking, so he casually took the water bottle mixed with a lot of herbal medicine from his waist and took a sip. Then he sighed with emotion. "Your Highness, I've been a local official in Beiliang for most of my life, and I've been racking my brains to figure out how to be an official. Even when I got into the carriage after leaving, I was just secretly glad that Your Highness didn't forget me. At that time, when I lifted the curtain and saw the armored cavalry guards sent by Your Highness, and then looked at the flattering faces outside the carriage again, I felt very satisfied, as if I had personally slapped them." Although Tian Peifong was the high-ranking provincial governor of Liangzhou, she was still not qualified to walk side by side with Su Fengyan, Li Gongda, and the others. She could only keep a few steps behind them. Because the administrator didn't deliberately hide his voice, Tian Peifong heard everything. After thinking about it, she really admired this old guy who was the best at being an official in Beiliang. Official Li's skill of making use of every opportunity was really perfect. Moreover, he didn't hesitate to tarnish his image and poured out his heart and lungs. He really understood the essence of attracting favor and securing favor. Tian Peifong felt that she had benefited a lot. She felt that listening to a gentleman's words is better than reading for 10 years. Li Gongda turned his head to look north at the address of the new city and said softly with a smile, "Back then, I forced myself to agree to Hamlin's request to join the army at the border. In fact, at the beginning, I only wanted this precious son of mine to muddle along in the border army. Relying on his father's connections, it was enough for him to become a commandant. When he returned to his hometown and returned to a place where his father's words were still effective, he would have a meteoric rise. In the future, whether he was a general or a provincial governor, it was better than fighting desperately on the border. Therefore, when I heard that this boy secretly became a white horse crossbowman, I was really scared out of my wits. When I heard that Li Hamlin had actually followed the Longxiang army to attack Gusai province and even acted as a scout to open the way, as his father, when did I not burn incense and pray to Buddha during that time? Therefore, when Hamlin, this boy, came back home alive and well with those young men who he treated as his life and death brothers, I, Ligonda, wanted to scold him, but I couldn't bear to do so. I like the greedy and cowardly Ligonda who amassed wealth. How did he give birth to such a son? When Ligonda said this, the pride on his face was particularly strong. He laughed loudly and said, "How did I give birth to such a son that even I feel ashamed of?" Ligonda, who was so busy that his lips were full of bloody blisters, paused for a moment. Therefore, when this brat, who had been extravagant since he was young, suddenly said that he wanted to use the money he earned from killing the Beimang barbarians to invite me to the best restaurant in Lingzhou for a drink, I felt very comfortable. I, Ligonda, am at ease. It's even more comfortable than being the Northern Liang Dao administrator of my dreams. Su Fingyin said softly, "Hamlin has already been promoted from a crossbowman to a captain. Back then, when I advised him to join the army, it was actually the same as Uncle Lee's. I just wanted him to go to the border to calm down so that he wouldn't have nothing to do in Lingzhou and cause trouble all day long. At that time, the one in the most difficult position would definitely be Uncle Lee, who had just become the new administrator. I also didn't expect Hamlin to be reborn and become a top-class elite soldier in the Beiliang Frontier Army on his own." Ligonda suddenly lowered his voice and said hoarsely, "To be honest, if I could go back on my words, I still wouldn't want Hamlin to join the army. After all, I only have one son. If he's gone, then he's gone. Who will take care of me when I'm old? Do you still want me to send you off? Even if I, Hamlin, am a wastrel who doesn't amount to much in the eyes of a father, as long as I'm alive, it's better than anything else. But there's no medicine for regret in the world. Since Hamlin has come to this step, no matter how much I, Ligonda, fear and trepidation every day, I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate." Ligonda was the first to stop and turn around. Looking at the city, he muttered, "I, Beiliang, want to build tall buildings here and let this city dominate the border. I, Ligonda, don't say anything about working for the Beiliang Frontier Army. I just want to use this opportunity to do it personally and let my son, who is fighting on the front lines, have more support." A father's love was like a mountain. All the fathers in the world were their son's support, from beginning to end, from old age to death. Ligonda, who had lost his composure, laughed at himself. "Your Highness, I'll go back to work first. Otherwise, I'll be sprayed with saliva by that bad-tempered master of the Mo family." Su Fingyin smiled and agreed. After the administrator, who had the highest official position, left, Wang Linquan, Tian Peifong, and the other deputy supervisors took his place. Wang Linquan, in particular, had a special status. Not only had he been Su Zhao's lackey when he was young, but his daughter, Wang Chudong, was destined to be one of the future concubines of Beiliang. However, because of the hasty death of the old Prince Liang, this joyous event had been delayed in Mount Qingliang. Now, in Beiliang, there were two in-laws in Beiliang Palace. It was reasonable to say that the children of the Liu family, who came from a powerful family in Qingzhou, should be more outstanding. However, as time went by, the result was unexpected. The Wang family, which was full of the stench of money, stood out. The Liu family, however, seemed to be not acclimatized. Almost no young children were appointed as officials with real power in Beiliang. The current head of the family, Liu Dongjiang, who was the best at calligraphy, was even more depressed. It was said that after several disturbances, this Liu Chuke had an irreconcilable conflict with his daughter, Liu Qingyan. Regarding this, the officials in Beiliang had different opinions. Originally, they were betting on the Wang family and the Liu family equally. However, After Wang Linquan became the deputy supervisor of the new city, and Lu Dongjiang did not have the opportunity to take up this position, the situation completely changed. However, perhaps because Mount Qingliang did not want to embarrass the Lu family too much, one of Lu Dongjiang's nephews became the manager in charge of the construction of the new city's provisions. Unlike the unattainable but temporary deputy supervisor in Beiliang, this was an official position that could easily be promoted. At this moment, this child of the Lu family was closely following more than 20 steps away. Most of the men of the Lu family were elegant, and this person was no exception. Today, he deliberately took off his official robe and put on a brand new bright brocade robe. In the group, he looked particularly outstanding. There were several scholars of similar age with him. Chapter 1501. In fact, Su Fengyan recognized this person at a glance. He was Lu Qingyan's cousin, Lu Changsong. He was one of the most outstanding talents in the Lu family of Qingzhou. However, Su Fengyan felt a little helpless about this person's standing out from the crowd. When one enters a village, one must follow the local customs. This was the most simple principle. Being a crane in a flock of chickens meant that it was incompatible. In the officialdom, who was not in harmony with the light and the dust, it was a taboo to have this kind of edge. After all, it was a completely different field from the scholarly and literary world, which emphasized high standards and elegance. Su Fengyan sighed in his heart. After chatting with his father-in-law, Wang Linquan, he deliberately turned around and stopped to look at Lu Changsong, who was still 3 rows away from him. The people present were all old foxes in the officialdom. They quickly made way for him. Lu Changsong, who had been paying attention to the young lord's movements, quickly understood and walked forward confidently. After a few steps, he suddenly turned around and looked back. Then, a young scholar hesitantly walked out of the line and followed Lu Changsong. This presumptuous action made all the officials, including Tian Peifong, a little unhappy in their hearts. Those who were less cultured had already frowned. Lu Changsong was just a small 7th-level manager. It was fine that he relied on the special identity of the Lu family to have an audience with the prince, but what right did he have to bring an outsider? Su Fengyan turned a blind eye to this. After Lu Changsong bowed, he asked with a smile, "Uncle Lu, are you well?" After Lu Changsong straightened his back, he did not bend down again. This small action made the nearby officials feel even more disgusted. Under the influence of the general, Northern Liang would not deliberately abide by the rule that the emperor should not be looked up to, and the vassals should not be looked at the same level. Naturally, those who violated the rule would not be so exaggerated as to need to stab themselves in the eyes as an apology. However, the arrogance that came from Lu Changsong's bones was really too disgusting. Lu Changsong still acted as if there was no one around. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Uncle as well. Every day at home, he writes more than 10 pieces of calligraphy." Even Tian Peifong could not help but roll her eyes. This guy's words had a hidden meaning. Did he mean that Lu Changsong had to pretend to be leisurely because he could not fulfill his ambitions? Tian Peifong narrowed her eyes as she stared at the young face she had seen at the banquet. She had the urge to swear. Others might not know, but as the provincial governor of Liangzhou, he knew very well. At the time, the king had intended for Lu Dongjiang to be the governor of Liangzhou, but the head of the Lu family did not want to be an assistant. He was unhappy and refused. The king then suggested that he be the mountain master of the White Horse Academy, which was as famous as the Green Deer Cave Academy. Lu Dongjiang was still not happy. At the time, Tian Peifong felt a little guilty for occupying the position of provincial governor of Liangzhou, so she personally set up a banquet to invite Lu Changsong. In the end, none of the men of Lu Dongjiang's generation from the Lu family showed up. Only Lu Changsong and the other young people who had not even grown hair yet entered the manor. On the other hand, Wang Linquan, who had the same status as Lu Dongjiang, was also a relative of the Qing Liang Mountain imperial family. When had he not been amiable when he met people? What's wrong with being a scholar? I, Tian Peifong, was a scholar that even Yao Baifeng praised a few words. Could it be that only scholars in Qingzhou with the surname Lu were precious in the world, while scholars in Beiliang were worthless. In the imperial court of Liang, among the older generation, there was Yao Baifeng, who was in charge of the imperial college, and Yin Jieshi, the grand secretary of the palace pavilion. Among the younger generation, not to mention that ungrateful wretch Jean Lanting, there was also Chen Wang, who was already in the central government, and Sun Yin, who was famous in the capital. Su Fengyin said pleasantly, "Now that there is a deputy administrator in Yidao, it's a rule of the imperial court. Deputy Administrator Song has been complaining to me about the heavy workload and that he can't handle it alone. After all, Beiliang is different from other places. It shouldn't be difficult to ask the imperial court for a legitimate deputy administrator." Lu Chengsong, who heard the implied meaning, couldn't help but be excited. However, he immediately glanced at Wang Linquan, who was standing next to Su Fengyin, but the latter didn't move. Then Lu Chengsong introduced him to Su Fengyin. "Your Highness, this is Zhang Huanji, who is very famous in Jiangnan scholarly circles. He is skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, especially his paintings of mountains and rivers far and near. Moreover, if Zhang Huanji were to take part in the imperial examination, he would definitely take the top 3. Therefore, he gave up his bright future and came to Beiliang alone." Compared to the famous and distinguished Lu Chengsong, the young scholar named Zhang Huanji was much more reserved. He bowed respectfully and said, "Zhang Huanji greets your highness with fear and trepidation." Tian Peifong carefully observed the prince's expression. As long as the prince showed a trace of dissatisfaction, he could let this young man named Zhang Huanji sit on the bench in Beiliang's officialdom for a long time. Su Fengyin had already sized up Zhang Huanji. After hearing what he said, he smiled and said, "It's been hard on you." Zhang Huanji was stunned. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "I don't dare. After I arrived in Beiliang, I saw and heard with my own eyes. Only then did I realize that Beiliang is very different from what I remembered." Su Fengyin dismissed it with a smile and turned to continue walking. Not long after, he had Tian Peifong, Wang Linquan, and the others go back to work. He only walked side by side with Su Weisheng on the riverside. Not far away was the white horse in charge of guarding. Su Fengyin asked softly. Xianyuan Qingfeng took the initiative to contact the Fu Shui room. Su Weisheng nodded and said, "At that time, Xu Eping first contacted Lu Nerong of the Fish Dragon Gang. Wu Tongyin and the Fu Shui room were a little rushed, so we planted many Jianghu spies among the 3 people. At the same time, we also moved the men of sacrifice of the Fu Shui room back to Beiliang. They are in charge of spreading rumors." Su Fengyin smiled and said, "No wonder Xianyuan Qingfeng said he wanted to fight me and make me lose to him. If I knew about this, I would have agreed. This is a big favor." Su Weisheng asked, "After you met Sir and the others, how did it go?" Su Fengyin shook his head and said, "After all, Sir is still the chancellor of Shangyin Academy. His every move is involuntary. Being able to come to Beiliang has already crossed the bottom line of the Liang Zhao clan. I guess Qi Yanglong will soon come up with a countermeasure in the capital and spread the news. Once Sir Han returns from his travels, he will take over the position of Grand Chancellor." Chapter 1502. Su Weisheng turned his wheelchair and stopped in front of the river. He sighed softly. "When Sir deliberately didn't enter Liangzhou, I knew that he had made up his mind. If Sir had entered the city, we would have been disappointed, because this would mean that Sir had no desires and would bring all the disciples back to the school. Since he had shown it to the Liang imperial court, it meant that at least one disciple would secretly stay in Beiliang." Su Fengyin was pleasantly surprised. "Su Huang, Sima can. It would be good if one of them stayed." Su Weisheng probably remembered the years when he studied in Shangyin Academy and was a little absent-minded. Su Fengyin said softly, "Don't worry, Sir is still very healthy." He rode a horse for 10 miles. Su Weisheng looked up and glared. "You didn't stop him?" Su Fengyin rolled his eyes. "At that time, Sir wanted me to send them 20 miles. I was in a hurry to get to Huayang Pass. Plus, Su Huang and the others were desperately trying to stop me, so I didn't say anything." Speaking of this, Su Fengyin smirked and said, In the end, old Mr. only asked me to accompany you for 10 miles. Although he said it was my intention, I think old Mr. really couldn't take it anymore. Su Weisheng's lips curled up. Su Fengyan squatted down beside the wheelchair and rubbed his temples. He sighed. Why is the Lu family so stupid? Could it be that the intelligence of the entire clan was concentrated on the old consecrator Lu Feiqi and Lu Qingyan? Wang Lingquan isn't someone who's easy to deal with either. Although he's been watching from the sidelines, he's still kind enough to not kick the Lu family when they're down. But at the very least, we're still a family. If Wang Lingquan can take a step back, Mount Qingliang will be much safer. Su Weisheng asked calmly. So you deliberately propose to let Lu Dongjiang be the useless deputy administrator to beat Wang Lingquan? Su Fengyan said bitterly. You can say that I'm beating around the bush. However, if I continue to ignore the Lu family, I'm afraid that in less than 3 or 4 years, the local officials of Bailiang will eat up the Lu family until not even their bones are left. Even my Wutongyan is secretly selling calligraphy, paintings, and antiques in exchange for salt, iron, and food from other places. This Lu family, on the other hand, has bought more than 30 calligraphy and paintings with the old consecrator's hard-earned savings. Since they have no choice but to take root in Bailiang, it would be good even if they followed Wang Linquan's example and bought land at a low price from the other families that have moved out of Bailiang. Was this the time to pretend to be cultured? Each one of them is feeling complacent, thinking that they have taken advantage of the world. Su Weisheng suddenly gloated. Actually, you underestimated Wang Linquan's conduct. Since the beginning of spring, this god of wealth has quietly bought a number of priceless calligraphy and paintings at a low price. He should be lowering his status to give them to the Lu family. As soon as you open your mouth, you casually threw out a second-rank deputy administrator. Wang Lingquan can't give them away. Otherwise, not only will the Lu family not care, they will also be looked down upon by the old Lu Dongjiang and the young Lu Chengsong. Su Fengyan was vexed. Sister, why didn't you say this earlier? Su Weisheng beamed. It's my fault. Su Fengyan immediately raised his hands. I acted abruptly. Su Weisheng sneered. Abruptly? Does our king of Bailiang act abruptly? Otherwise, why would he fight with the second most powerful person in the world, Toba Bodhisattva, all the way from a northern part of the western regions to Snow Lotus City? He fought to his heart's content and turned the world upside down. It was truly awe-inspiring. I was thinking of getting someone to make a plaque with the words #1 in the world and hanging it at the gate of Mount Qingliang. If you think the words #1 in the world are tacky, how about invincible in the world? Isn't it more domineering? Su Fengyan knew his second sister's temperament, so he didn't dare to refute her. He pulled a blade of grass from the ground with a frown, flicked the soil away, and held it in his mouth. Su Fengyan suddenly sighed. Bailiang is so big, so many aspects. Even a dog would hate to be the head of the household for 3 years. Su Weisheng reached out and slapped him heavily on the head. Who's the dog? Su Fengyan said helplessly. Didn't I want to say the second half of my sentence? I just wanted to say that it wasn't easy for our father to be the head of the household. Su Weisheng looked at the sky and whispered softly, yes. Su Fengyan, who was originally squatting, simply sat on the ground and slowly chewed on the blade of grass. For some reason, Su Weisheng thought of a song that had never been circulated. Back then, she and his sister were married off to Jiangnan. That day, there was a young man in the Wutong Inn, knocking his chopsticks on a wine bowl. Seeing you off for 1,000 miles, until the steep mountains become flat plains. Parting with sorrow, please drink 6, 2, 3. 1 tail, may you bring an umbrella when it rains in Jiangnan. 2 tails, may you gently fan yourself in the heat. 3 tails, may you not forget to put on more clothes when winter comes. 4 tails, may you spend more time together every year. 5 tails, may you be free from illness and worry, and always happy. 6 tails, may you be happy without wind or rain. 6, 2, 3. 3 tails left. I am in the northwest, one pass after another. Separated from you, one mountain after another. Finally, may I know that you are safe. Su Weisheng let out a long breath, turned his head and said softly, "Don't do stupid things in the future. You will make father, mother, and your sister worry." Su Fingyin made a sound of agreement, then spat out the blade of grass. He looked into the distance and said softly, "Tuoba Bodhisattva has gone to Liuzhou, and Huang Manor is there. I'm just worried." Su Weisheng lowered his head, and his expression could not be seen clearly. The breeze blew, and the hair on his forehead rose and fell. Su Fingyin smiled and stood up. "Sister, I am going to Huayang Pass. While Toba Bodhisattva is not at the border, I will personally go to Huda City. Sister, don't worry. This time I will not act on impulse. As long as the situation is not good, I will retreat." Su Weisheng raised his head and said in confusion, "Call me second sister." Su Fingyin scratched his head. "It's all the same." Su Weisheng waved his hand. "Go, when you reach Huda City, twist hundreds and thousands of Beimang heads off." Su Fingyin laughed. "You said it yourself." 3 days later, at dusk, when a figure appeared on the city wall of Huda City, the Beimang army that had been attacking the city day and night for more than a month suddenly retreated. For the first time, they had a truce. Looking at that person from afar, the Beimang army was terrified. At dawn the next day, a strong wind blew. The king of the northern court, Dong Zhuo, only dared to take 100 steps out of the formation under the protection of the Beimang armored guards. He looked at the city wall of Huda City and did not say any heroic words. He only raised his arm high and then waved it down heavily. Thus, the most tragic battle in the second year of Xiangfu began. Chapter 1503. Yesterday, Su Fingyin had rushed to the top of the city wall from the south without any warning and intruded into Huda City alone. Not to mention the Beimang army. Even Lu Jinu and the other Beiliang soldiers looked at each other in dismay when they heard the news. When Su Fingyin had rushed all the way from Huayang Pass to Huda City, a Beimang martial arts master who had temporarily acted as a stable in the south of Huda City simply abandoned his horse and ran madly toward the main camp. Then, the Beimang's momentum of attacking the city suddenly slowed down and retreated like the tide. This night, Su Fingyin stood on the blood-stained north city wall of Huda City. The Huda City's main general and lieutenant he had drunk with last time had lost 2 of their faces. The careless Ma Jili was dead, and the elegant Chu Hanqing was also dead. When they left, they were in the prime of their lives. From Lu Jinu's calm narration with a hoarse voice and not much emotional fluctuation, Su Fingyin learned that the 3,000 elite cavalrymen who could wear heavy armor and fight as heavy cavalry, and the 6,000 light cavalrymen in the city were still intact. However, 8,000 of the 24,000 regular infantrymen and nearly 10,000 auxiliary soldiers had died in battle. When Su Fingyin had asked how many wounded soldiers there were, Lu Jinu had only said that there were not many wounded soldiers. Su Fingyin was silent. In fact, he had known the cruel answer in Huayang Pass. The north, northeast, and northwest sides of Huda City were Beimang's 3 main attack fronts. Lu Jinu had accurately divided the city into 32 defensive lines, with each lieutenant leading their own defense. If the Beimang barbarians managed to reach the top of the city wall and could not retreat within 30 minutes, Lu Jinu had to mobilize other forces to support them. Then, the main general would be dismissed on the spot and become an ordinary soldier. The deputy would take his place, and so on. In the past 2 months, a total of 7 lieutenants had died in battle. The reason why Lieutenant Chu Hanqing had died in battle was because the 3 senior captains under his command had died one after another in just 2 hours. This was the first time that Tiger Head City had a situation where more than 600 enemies were continuously pouring in. The key point was that the defensive line seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Furious, Lu Jinu asked the sentries to send a message to Chu Hanqing, who was already covered in blood, saying, "If you really can't defend the city, just say the word. I, Lu Jinu, will personally lead people to help." Beimang, who had finally found a breakthrough, began to frantically mobilize their troops. When Lu Jinu rushed to the battlefield with 800 personal guards and killed off the Beimang barbarians, Chu Hanqing, who had countless corpses at his feet, was sitting in a pool of blood at the foot of the wall. His face had been chopped beyond recognition. If it were not for the bright armor that the general had personally bestowed upon him for his military service, no one would have recognized this corpse as Lieutenant Chu, who had a pair of exceptionally beautiful daughters. He was the Bailiang seed who had been persuaded by the general several times to go to Tian City to take the imperial examinations and become a scholar. Before dawn, Su Fengyin turned his head and looked along the horse path that the Bailiang frontier army liked to call the city wall. The corpses on both sides had been removed last night, so the people who appeared on the city wall at this moment were all living people. This seemed like nonsense, but in fact it was not. As long as ordinary people did not have any illness or difficulties, they might need 40 to 50 years to lie in a coffin. But here, they might go from the world of the living to the netherworld in an instant, and there would not be many coffins to lie in. Su Fengyin looked away and said to Lu Jinu, who was about to return to the tall building in the city to pay attention to the first-hand battle situation. General Lu, at present, I can only make a rough judgment based on the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect. I know that Toba Bodhisattva has come south from Shijing and will arrive at the border between Gusai and Liuzhou in about half a day. Therefore, Dongjua urgently stopped the attack to let the scouts pass on the military information to Toba Bodhisattva. The great Grandmaster Qi cultivator Tantai Pingjing is not in Bailiang now, so I can't accurately know Toba Bodhisattva's whereabouts. Therefore, I can only stay in Huda City for another 2 days and 1 night at most. To be honest, the outcome of the battle between me and Toba Bodhisattva is 50-50. Whoever makes a move later will definitely win. Therefore, I can't let Toba Bodhisattva notice the flow of Qi too early. In the early stage, I can only suppress the battle probably at the Xian stage, at most at the Celestial stage. At the worst, I have to wait until Dongjua's scouts pass on the military information to Toba Bodhisattva. Only then can I kill the most people. Lu Jinu hesitated for a moment. Actually, Your Highness only needs to appear in Huda City. You don't have to take the risk. Su Fengyin shook his head and said, Huda City doesn't need me. Su Fengyin, to wave the flag and shout to boost the morale. Then Su Fengyin smiled and said, if that's the case, if I come to Huda City and don't kill the barbarians, am I supposed to stand on the city wall and be a target for the barbarians? Or pretend to be a master? This is actually more tiring than going to the battlefield to kill the barbarians. Lu Jinu clenched the hilt of his sword and stared at Su Fengyin. He smiled calmly and said, the war is imminent. Perhaps it's unlucky and against the rules to say this, but I can't help but say this. Everyone can die except for Your Highness. If Your Highness dies, we can't fight in the future. Su Fengyin smiled and said, General Lu, don't worry. I'm very afraid of death. Lu Jinu looked at the young lord who probably didn't have time to wear the armor. He turned around and said softly, Ma Jili has been guarding the front line of the city for more than a month. Originally, he was a burly man of about 180 kilograms. When he died, he was only slightly heavier than Your Highness by about 10 kilograms. Therefore, Your Highness could only wear the armor that Your Highness wore after his death. Everyone in Huda City said that Ma Jili made a fortune. Beimang's siege army began to get into formation. Perhaps it was to welcome Su Fengyin, the king of Bailiang. The catapults that had been quiet on the battlefield were all pushed out. Lu Jinu exhaled heavily. They're here. Su Fengyin smiled softly and said, lend me your sword. Lu Jinu took off the saber hanging on his waist and tossed it to Su Fengyin. Laughing heartily, he said, in this life, this general has nothing to worry about. In the past, this cold saber was this general's daughter. Nobody could touch it. Today, this daughter is getting married. Lu Jinu strode away. In Jianghu, it was a moonless and windy night to kill people. On the battlefield, especially in Bailiang's Huda City and the Longyan Plain, where Beimang's army was stationed, this was not important. When the king of the southern courtyard, Dongjua, raised his arm and smashed down, the majestic sound of the bugle horn suddenly sounded. Pitch-black armored torrents slowly surged forward from both sides of Dong, which was personal army's phalanx. Because they couldn't bear the burden or had been overused, Only 700 or so of the 1,000 northern Mang stone catapults remained. However, most of the large-scale stone catapults were still in good condition. Under this round of neat firing, the might of the catapults still caused one's expression to change. It was like flowing fire that filled the sky. Dong Zhuo subconsciously tapped his teeth lightly and looked around. Other than the nearly 1,000 elite personal cavalry and squires of the Dong family, the top Beimang martial arts expert from the three major sects, Tao Dao sect, chess and sword music school, and Princess Grave, were also hidden by him. On the periphery, there were a total of 40 huge ballistae that were said to be able to shoot a sword that was equivalent to the sword of a land sword immortal within 1,000 feet. They were all operated by the strongest person in the army, and the remaining dozen or so Qi refinement warriors of the Southern Dynasty were in charge of aiming. The originally vibrant Beimang martial arts world was almost ruined to such a small extent before the Bailiang was completely defeated. According to Dong Zhuo's original plan, he should have piled up all the martial arts experts of Beimang on the central line from the beginning. Together with all the Qi refinement warriors, they could be tied together into a rope. Even if you were Su Fingyin or Su Yanbing, could you stop them? Unfortunately, even if he was already the king of the southern courtyard, he still had to take care of all the forces. As a result, he was now in such a messy and pitiful situation. Was it interesting to go through so much trouble to infiltrate Yuzhou to assassinate Yin Wenwan and cause a great loss to his vitality? Dong Zhuo curled his lips and raised his head. His gaze followed a huge rock that was smashing towards Huda's city and looked at the figure. He said to himself, "Su, come and kill me. Aren't you tempted to take the head of a general in the midst of thousands of soldiers? Anyway, it's still too early for Tuoba Bodhisattva to get here. If you have the ability, you can open up your realm. If you can dodge the rain of flying swords shot out from the ballista, Dong Zhuo, promise will definitely escape." Just as Dong Zhuo was dilly-dallying by himself, the man on the city wall rose into the air like a dazzling white streak of light. Dong Zhuo narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue. One man once fought against millions of soldiers. The Sword Emperor of West Shu did this kind of shady business. What happened in the end? That guy died under the hooves of your Su family's iron cavalry. Be careful that you don't suffer retribution today. Next to the fat man, there was a valiant young woman who was riding a horse and wearing armor. She frowned and said, "Can you kill with your mouth?" Dong Zhuo put on a straight face and said seriously, "If you never forget, there will be an echo." This fat man's second daughter-in-law was the daughter of Mount Bubang's leader, Diwu Raccoon. Back in Beimang, she had met Dong Zhuo and Su Fingyin once because of the little girl Tao Manwu. But at that time, she never thought that her father would die in the hands of a young man. Even his head was taken back to Bailiang. Dong Zhuo suddenly laughed and said, "My Dong army was already on the way to Liuzhou last night. Killing his brother is more interesting than killing Su Fingyin." Chapter 1504. Dong Zhuo was clad in armor and carrying a saber as he sat on a large and majestic steed. The man and horse complemented each other perfectly. Although Dong Zhuo was fat, he did not appear fat and bloated. Compared to the king of the South Courtyard who controlled half of the Beimang army, Zhao Yi and Zhao Yuang of the Guangling Path were indeed much more lacking in appearance. Dong Zhuo straightened his neck and looked at the white rainbow that had fallen in front of the city. His eyes were shining. He was also a skilled martial artist. Otherwise, he would have been beaten into a skinny man if he had not swindled the daughter of the fifth raccoon of the Bingbing Mountain. Personally, Dong Zhuo did not have a bad impression of Su Fingyin from the opposing camp. When they first met in Beimang, he was the founder of the Dong army, a separatist force. He was still separated from the current king of the South Courtyard by the great general of the Beimang. It could even be said that if Su Fingyin had not appeared out of nowhere and not only succeeded in usurping the position of the king of Bailiang, but also won the hearts of the Bailiang cavalry and the hearts of the people of Bailiang, then Dong Zhuo would at most be working under Lu Gui or Yang Yuanzhan, just like Hong Jingyan and Zhong Tan. In addition, Dong Zhuo owed Su Fingyin a favor because of the incident with Tao Manwu. Therefore, if it was not for the general trend, Dong Zhuo actually wanted to sit down and have a good chat with Su Fengnian. He wanted to learn from the famous scholars of the Central Plains who liked to chat and talk about heroes over wine on a snowy night instead of being in such a situation. In Dong Zhuo's vision, the person was indeed as expected. Because he was afraid of Toba Bodhisattva, he did not display the supreme cultivation of the celestial state. Instead, he borrowed weapons from the border army of Huda's city or the armored soldiers of Beimang to block the giant stones thrown by nearly 1,000 catapults. The attacking figure landed in the open space between the two armies. Although he had suppressed his qi and momentum, his momentum was not inferior to the scene of thousands of cavalry charging out of the city. This made Dong Zhuo, who was limited to the Vajra state because of his root bone and fate, could not help but tremble with fear. Fatty Dong said that even the Sword Emperor of Shishu could not be a match for 10,000 people on the battlefield. However, Dong Zhuo knew that if Su Fengnian did not have the worry of Toba Bodhisattva and allowed him to fight freely, the formation of the Beimang siege army, which was mostly infantrymen and only had 2 wing cavalry, would be easily disrupted. Therefore, Dong Zhuo hoped that the great guru would show the magnanimity of an immortal on the land and ignore the fight between the ants under his feet. It would be best if he came alone to find trouble with Dong Zhuo. In this regard, Dong Zhuo had already prepared a response. In addition to the top masters around him and a large ballista that could shoot the immortal sword of 1,000 feet, Dong Zhuo had also placed many masters who could conceal their qi in the cavalry on both sides. As long as Su Fengnian was deeply trapped in the formation, when he wanted to retreat, it would be easy for them to form a circle around him. Not to mention intercepting and killing Su Fengnian, who was returning to Huda City. The worst-case scenario would be to consume a large amount of Su Fengnian's essence, qi, and spirit. In this way, they would be able to delay until Toba Bodhisattva entered the formation. For this reason, Dong Zhuo had specially asked several grandmasters of Beimang and repeatedly confirmed that after entering the celestial phenomenon state, one would be able to achieve what the Confucians called the heaven's perception and be able to resonate with heaven and earth. Then, the qi in a martial artist's body would be like a turbulent river meeting a flood season. It could be said that it was like adding wings to a tiger. However, this kind of behavior that belonged to stealing the qi of heaven and earth had a congenital flaw. That was, God could only add flowers to brocade, but could not provide timely help. Once it involved the consumption of the martial artist's root, it would still be difficult to make up for it in a short period of time. Otherwise, 2 grandmasters of the celestial phenomenon state would not be able to determine the winner even if they fought until the end of time. In the past, there was an old swordsman named Li Chungang at Liang Lake. He had used 1 qi to break 2,600 armors by the Guangling River. Most of the ordinary people were shocked by the number of the great destruction cavalry. However, only those who had reached a higher level in martial arts would understand that the true horror lay in the 2 words, 1 qi. This meant that the old man, named Li Chungang, did not care about the celestial phenomenon of qi and qi. 1 qi was 1 qi, and 1 sword was 1 sword. Dong Zhuo had made it clear that he wanted to use the lives of hundreds or even thousands of Beimang masters and soldiers to deplete a trace of Su Fengnian's root, just so that the king of the northern courtyard, Toba Bodhisattva, could have a better chance of victory. In his line of sight, the streak of white light began to charge in a straight line in a barbaric manner. Dong Zhuo curled his lips and said, if he wasn't the king of Bailiang and was just a man of Jianghu, then who in the world would be able to stop him? Being Li Chungang and Chao Chongqing, he's really cool. This guy is really admirable. It's said that those women from the Norland tycoons have all offered money, saying that as long as I capture this unparalleled young king and let them enjoy him once, they would dare to offer 5,000 taels of gold, and the price is negotiable. It's just 1 night of sex. How many sons of the Dong family can I feed with this amount of money? Damn it, I, Dong Zhuo, am only a little fatter and taller than that Su guy. Am I inferior in any way? Why don't you yell at me that just hearing the name Su Fengnian makes my ears pregnant? Fatty Dong's wife coughed a few times when she heard the vulgar words and vulgar words, reminding her man to pay attention to his image in public. Dong Zhuo turned a deaf ear and continued to talk to himself. If it were me, not to mention 5,000 taels of gold, even 500 taels of silver would be fine. His wife, who was already burning with anger, glared at him and said, Dong Zhuo. Fatty Dong shrunk his neck and restrained the frivolous expression that he deliberately showed to reduce his nervousness. He said indifferently, They're here. One person, one saber. Su Fingyan began to break the formation. After more than a month of bloody siege, the northern Mang barbarians, who grew up on horseback, paid a huge price of more than 20,000 casualties. Facing the towering city wall to the north of Huda's city, the northern Mang barbarians, from the captains who had to climb the city wall to the most ordinary soldiers, began to grow rapidly. As they rushed forward, they estimated when the crossbows of the city wall with all kinds of crossbows of northern Liang would shoot out, and they would collectively raise their shields. Of course, they wouldn't stop moving forward. Although it was inevitable that they would slow down their advance and even give the northern Liang archers on the city wall 1 or 2 more chances to shoot, Northern Mang had proven that this seemingly unremarkable little trick could bring unexpected damage reduction effects. After all, the accuracy of the Northern Liang's crossbows was too amazing. Even if they were advancing in formation, as long as they dared to ignore the splashing arrows, the Northern Liang border army dared to kill them within 300 steps of the city wall in order to reach the city wall sooner. In front of Dong Zhuo's eyes, there were 3 densely packed armored torrents, which were almost mixed with all the siege weapons recorded in military books. The contributions of the southern dynasties couldn't be ignored. There was a battering ram cart pushed by dozens of strong men, a mobile opposite tower as high as the city wall, or even higher than the city wall. The opposite tower was wrapped in special cowhide that could stop rockets, and there were nearly 100 people hiding in it, a hook ladder with pulleys at the bottom, and a trench bridge that was originally only used to level the trench. Under the suggestion of Dong Zhuo's aides in the tent, once they were placed on the city wall, it would be like an artificial slope. At that time, the reason why Bei Mang was able to send 600 people to the city wall at the same time was because of the 2 trench bridges that turned something rotten into something magical. More than 30,000 infantrymen, and as many as 15,000 in the middle army that was mainly attacking the north side of Tiger Head City. The 2 flanks were slightly less in number, so they attacked the north side of Tiger Head City. Between the 2 gaps formed by the 3 square formations of infantrymen, there were 2 groups of over 1,000 elite cavalry that took the lead to break in, trying their best to suppress the rain of arrows. On the 2 outermost flanks, there were 2 groups of cavalry charging separately. Besides supporting the siege soldiers with their skillful archery skills to prevent the cavalry in Tiger Head City from attacking, they also needed to restrain the cavalry stationed in Huayang Pass from afar to deal with the lightning attacks of the Bailiang cavalry reinforcements that came and went as fast as the wind. According to Zhong Tan's valuable experience in sieging cities at Haluku on the Eastern Front, the continuous attack on Huda City should be led by about 10 Kiliarchs who were well-trained and close to the battlefield. Once there was an emergency situation where a Chiliarch lost 200 or at most 300 men, this troop should immediately withdraw from the battlefield regardless of the outcome. Then, a Chiliarch in the rear should lead the troops to replace them in sieging the city. If these 10,000 men who were eyeing the city covetously found an opportunity on the battlefield, Dong Zhuo would also give them the military power to act as they pleased. They would not need to wait for orders from the commander-in-chief's tent and could immediately send their troops to the battlefield. Those Kiliarchs who were hoping for a fluke and not to make any mistakes, because they missed the opportunity before they could return to the camp, 2 of them had already been executed by the king of South Courtyard's cavalry. Because of this, 2 of the generals were demoted to Kiliarchs. One of them managed to atone for his crime and eventually led 300 men of sacrifice to attack Hutu City's city wall. After killing a Bailiang lieutenant surnamed Zhu, he was personally beheaded by Lu Jinu and died on the city wall. His corpse was nailed to the neck by a Bailiang soldier with a flying hook and hung on the city wall. After Bei Mang took back the badly mutilated corpse, Dong Zhuo personally sent the first generals to die on the Central Front battlefield into a coffin and sent people to transport it back to the Southern Dynasty. At this moment, when the two groups of cavalry who were charging ahead saw that lightning-fast figure crash into the Central Army's infantry, some of the cavalry who were proficient in riding and archery received orders from their commander-in-chief, almost simultaneously released a rain of arrows into the empty space in the center. Even though almost all of the cavalry had predicted that person's speed and did not shoot at him, but at the area in front of him, they still only saw the arrows land behind that white streak. It was simply too fast. The two groups of cavalry no longer wasted the arrows in their bags and continued to charge forward. Chapter 1505. As Su Fengyan charged forward, his left hand lightly rested on the hilt of the saber at his waist. From the top of the city walls, one could instantly see the faces of the soldiers at the very front. It was early in the morning, and these Beimang barbarians were all holding shields, breathing out large mouthfuls of fog. Many of them were in their prime, perhaps having been veterans of Beimang for many years. Perhaps there was still some nervousness in their eyes, but they did not have the slightest bit of confusion that one would have when entering a battle for the first time. This was not strange. Whether it was a cavalry charge against a cavalry charge or a heavy infantry charge against a cavalry charge, the soldiers at the very front were all first-rate elites who were most skilled in battle and were not afraid to die. This was because what they were doing was precisely rushing to their deaths. Bailiang defended the city with crossbows, then crossbows, and then crossbows. These three axes had already made Beimang's infantry suffer greatly in both Crouching Bao City and Xiaoguang City. And among those first crossbows, there was a sense of hierarchy based on the weight of the crossbow. Ballista, Big Yellow Ballista, and Fanning Ballista. These were the three most famous heavy ballista of the Northern Liang Border Army. Under the control of the ballista, the ballista, the ballista, and the ballista, bolts were shot out one after another. Before Su Fengyan broke into Beimang's battle formation, bolts shot out from the top of the city walls behind him. The bolts were tied to the bowstrings, completely capable of piercing through a horseman and his horse. The bolts were as large as spears. One of the bolts flew over Su Fengyan's head and struck a moving building, directly piercing through it. The huge bolt did not stop there, carrying the blood of the corpses within the building with it. It landed in the infantry formation behind the building, shooting a soldier who had mistakenly thought that he was lucky enough to be hiding behind something so that he could at least die a little later. The bolt pierced a large hole through his chest and shield. The terrifying penetrative force caused the soldier to die before he could even feel the pain. Su Fengyan instantly pulled out his cold saber, breaking the formation by himself. Facing Su Fengyan head-on, Beimang's foot soldiers on the front line, several soldiers who were responsible for shielding the archers behind them from the rain of arrows slowly raised their shields. Su Fengyan pierced through the Beimang soldier's shield and body at the same time, and the two halves flew to the sides. In this straight line, the shield bearers at the front and the archers at the back all exploded into a bloody mist without exception. For some unknown reason, compared to those who died in the vertical direction, those who died in the horizontal direction died silently. Perhaps they were stabbed by a mysterious object that was as hard to detect as a thin needle. Perhaps they were stabbed by an imperceptible red dot from their temples. Perhaps they were stabbed from one shoulder to the other, or perhaps they were stabbed through their hearts. Their deaths were inexplicable and not shocking at all. Only when their corpses fell to the ground would some blood slowly flow out from their wounds. The figure who broke through the thick formation was already far behind the corpses. With an astonishing speed that ordinary martial artists could not reach with their naked eyes, the childhood sweetheart Huang Tong Ruan madly spun around the 4 prefectures of its master. 4 flying swords rose into the air. It was as if a sharp weapon had drawn out a bloody groove on his skin. After Su Fengyan broke through the formation 160 steps in one go, his figure paused for a moment. He raised his head and looked over. As expected, there were already 3 Northern Mang martial way experts who had moved upon hearing the scent of blood nearby. Even further away, there was also a group of experts rushing over in succession. However, Beimeng's foot soldiers did not slow down because of this. They brushed past him amidst the deafening sound of the war drums. When Su Fengyan arrived at Huda's city and saw Beimeng's extremely orderly retreat, he already felt that it was very difficult to deal with. At the same time, he admired Lu Jinu of Huda's city even more for his ability to defend the city. Su Fengyan seized the moment when the leading blade-wielding expert hacked downwards to leisurely and carefree shake of his wrist. It looked like he was casually shaking off the blood on his cold blade, but because of that wave of fierce aura, the corpses of those northern Mang armored soldiers to his left flew outwards in large amounts. The master wielding a sword was not afraid of death. He poured all of his qi into the sword that he thought had reached the realm of perfection. There was a light green gang qi at the tip of the sword. It was obvious that he had an extraordinary cultivation level that only a level 2 master could have. While the master who was determined to die attracted Su Fengyan's attention, there were two people on his left and right who suddenly sped up. One of them was a burly man who was barehanded. He suddenly pounced forward after descending from the sky. On the other hand, the short old man to the right of Su Fengyan closed his mouth tightly. He placed one hand on his chest and the other hand behind his back like a long spear. He bent his back and rushed towards the young man who was one of the 4 masters in the world. The exuberant, killing intent that instantly erupted made those trembling northern Mang ordinary soldiers who didn't even look sideways feel a wave of chilliness all over their bodies. That master who jumped down from high up and slashed down like a hot knife through butter suddenly opened his eyes wide. The old guy in his hand, which he relied on for half of his life and could be considered a heavy weapon among sabers, was actually casually extended a hand to that young man and casually grasped the blade's edge. At the same time, the brawny man who had hammered out with his fists seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His tall and sturdy body paused for a moment before he gritted his teeth and continued to charge forward. Then, a series of faint yet continuous sounds came from his chest. This Jianghu martial artist who had been conscripted into the army was indeed a tough man. In the pitiful situation where his entire chest was almost riddled with holes from the 4 flying swords, he still tried to smash his fists onto the young man. However, the distance between them was only 7 or 8 steps. It felt like they were so close, but so far away. After his body was hit 4 times, not only was blood flowing from his chest, his face was also bleeding. He staggered and could only sway. That punch that used up all of his vitality was still weak and powerless. It was like he was trying to touch the shoulder of his opponent. The burly man's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He fell to the ground and died. In the end, he didn't even touch the corner of that person's clothes. Before the burly man died, the master who attacked Su Fengyan lost his weapon. Su Fengyan casually slapped his chest and sent him flying. Chapter 1506. The short old man didn't care about the deaths of the 2 people. He turned his body, and his feet kicked up a cloud of yellow sand and dust on the ground. In the blurry vision, the old man's hand that was holding the spear flew out a sinister, hidden weapon that he was famous for. A white light also flew out from the palm of the hand that was originally on his chest. After 2 light tinkling sounds, the motionless Su Fengyan grabbed the old man's head with one hand and slowly lifted it up. The old man, whose mouth was tightly shut, didn't struggle at all. He smiled ferociously at the young man in front of him and spat out the real, killing move hidden under his tongue. The thin old man, who had spent his whole life to learn half of the finger mysterious realm, had the tip of his tongue as the tip of his sword. Therefore, he had the nickname Sword-Spitting Elder in the Jianghu and Diabolism of Beimeng. Countless masters of the same realm had died under his unexpected one flying sword. Unfortunately, before the old man died, he saw an incredible scene. The half-inch flying sword that he had nurtured for many years hovered in the air between the 2 people. Before the old man's head was pressed down by Su Fengyan and turned into a pile of meat paste, he could vaguely see that there was a real flying sword in front of his half-baked flying sword. The saber master, who was sent flying by Su Fengyan but was surprised to find that he wasn't seriously injured, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest before he could sigh with emotion. After falling to the ground, he found that there was a crossbow arrow that was almost as big as an iron spear in his chest. On the city wall of Hood's city, a crossbowman fiercely slapped the back of the head of the ballista leader who was sweating in fear. The ballista leader, who had been paying attention to the situation below the city wall, said angrily, "Damn it, Jiang Wensheng. Are you a spy sent by the barbarians of Beimang? It's fine if you can't shoot the enemy, but how come you almost hurt our prince? Just 4 or 5 steps away. Do you still want to be a crossbowman? All right, scram to the side. I'll do it myself." The crossbowman from Hood's city, named Jiang Wensheng, was young, but because of his outstanding eyesight and amazing eyesight, he had already been ranked as one of the most valiant crossbowmen in the border army. At this moment, he had a long face and did not even dare to fart. The head of the standard was about to push away the little bastard who had almost caused trouble, but when he saw the hastily bandaged wound on the young man's face, he stopped. Half a month ago, a Beimang barbarian archer shot an arrow into his cheek. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, but the arrowhead still tore off a large chunk of his flesh. These days, he had been laughed at by the other people in the competition. They said that he was ugly to begin with, and now that his face was disfigured, it would be even harder for him to find a wife. The head of the standard was severely lacking in manpower, so he didn't pretentiously ask the kid if he could continue shooting crossbows. Jiang Wensheng also didn't embarrass them, so he gritted his teeth and never left the city wall. However, the head of the standard knew that the young man couldn't sleep, well, even after taking turns to rest and sleep. Such a large chunk of flesh had been cut off from his face. How could it not hurt? At this time, a crossbowman shouted with all his might, "Head of the standard, look!" It wasn't just the standard. The crossbowmen nearby all opened their eyes wide. In the distance, the figure on the battlefield put away his cold knife and pulled out the arrow from the corpse on the ground. It was as if he was going to use it as a metal spear to continue attacking the enemy. The crossbowmen near the city wall were resentful. Son of AB *TCH, the standard was really going to be arrogant today. The head of the standard chuckled and slapped Jiang Wensheng's head again. "Does it still hurt?" The young soldier grinned and accidentally pulled on his wound. He immediately grimaced, smiling brightly as he gasped, "Hurt my ass." The head of the standard looked around and roared, "What are you daydreaming about? When the enemy is 200 steps away, the arqueballistas are still the same. The rest of you switch to foot crossbows. Just ride the northern Mang barbarians like they're riding girls." On the battlefield, Su Fengyan raised the arrow and looked forward. Further away, Dong Zhuan narrowed his eyes, his face dark. It was normal for people to die, especially with Su Fengyan personally taking action. As the king of the southern courtyard, he didn't feel any pain when a few Jianghu experts died. However, if the death was less valuable than expected, if it was in the imperial court and not on the battlefield, then Fatty Dong would definitely jump up and curse. The young wife beside him, who liked to compete with the noble wife, frowned and said softly, "It's not that sending them in batches to be killed by Su is ineffective, but they might not be able to last until Toba Bodhisattva arrives. It's best if husband withdraws to the rear and let those level 1 experts, especially those at the Finger Profound realm, attack together. They only need to harass from the side and not engage in close combat. They can cut flesh with blunt knives and slowly wear them down." Dongzhu shook his head slightly and said with a sinister smile, "They won't come to the table if we don't give them a few appetizers first. Besides, it's fine if Su Fengyan doesn't want to come to the table. Since he killed one of my experts today, I'll let Hood's city move away 100 more corpses today. Let's see whose patience and temper are better. I'm Master Dong, have a big family and a big business. I can afford to fight." Dongzhu suddenly turned his head and said sternly, "Pass down the order. Let Shui Hong lead another 15,000 soldiers to form a formation and advance. At the same time, tell the 3 generals on the front lines that in today's attack, they are only allowed to retreat after every 1,000 casualties. Send out sabresmen to supervise the battle. Anyone who dares to retreat without permission will be killed. After the battle, punish their families and tribes. Soon, The Dong family army's crow, Pin, went to convey the military order. Dong Zhuo tapped his teeth and said softly, "If they have the ability, let me order them to retreat only after every 1,000 casualties." Her scalp went numb. She asked in a trembling voice, "Husband, isn't this too extreme?" Dong Zhuo snorted and said in a deep voice, "As long as we cross the threshold of Huda's city, then the main army under my command will be able to challenge Beiliang's 300,000 border soldiers. If they went one step further, as long as they crossed Beiliang and smashed the Su family's iron cavalry, there would be no other army in the world that could compete with his Dong family army. If one more person died here today, then maybe 10 fewer people would die in the central plains of Liang. This account was worth it." Chapter 1507. Su Fingyan's existence was like a reef in a river. Although it stirred up huge waves, it couldn't stop the surging torrent. On the battlefield north of Huda's city, the cavalry on both sides of the infantry phalanx had already suppressed the enemy with several rounds of projectile shots. The shield-wielding infantrymen at the head of the tide raised their shields outside the city. The archers at the back braved the rain of arrows from the city and launched the first wave of projectile shots. While the shield-wielding infantrymen and archers were attacking and defending, the scaling ladders and towers suddenly sped up in the gaps between the phalanx. While the latter attracted the attention of the Beiliang's crossbows, the archers under the cover of the shield-wielding infantrymen didn't stop shooting. More Beimang soldiers, who acted as men of sacrifice, began to run wildly. They didn't wear heavy iron armor, only lighter leather armor. They held a shield in one hand and a saber in the other. These men of sacrifice, who had been conserving their energy during the advance of the phalanx, began to charge forward when they were 150 steps away from the city. They would play the most bloody role in the history of war. Almost at the same time, nearly 100 scaling ladders raised high by the Beimang soldiers were placed in the gaps between the battlements. As the name suggested, the 10 or so towers, which were almost as tall as the city, formed a pattern of confrontation with the city after they stopped. At this time, they seemed to show their ferocious faces. The thick cowhide, which was called a mask by the remnants of the southern dynasties of Beimang, was suddenly torn off. The archers hiding in the towers were all great archers of the grassland. Compared to the archers who created the rain of arrows behind the shield-wielding infantrymen, their accuracy was far better. They wanted to kill as many soldiers of Huda's city who could hide in their blind spots as possible. Between the towers, the scaling ladders with iron hooks at the top were like maggots in tarsal bones, biting the body of the giant of the northwest border, Huda's city. At the same time, the ordinary soldiers who pushed the scaling ladders first began to climb the ladders with their shields. The shields in their hands were smaller than those of the shield-wielding infantrymen, but they were sturdier than the men of sacrifice who had followed them to the city. These soldiers' duty was to open a path for the men of sacrifice behind them. They didn't expect them to be able to reach the top of the city, so they simply didn't hold any weapons. They were purely using their flesh and blood and even their lives in exchange for that little bit of height. In the distance, a group of elite cavalry appeared beside Dong Zhuo. Their iron armor was particularly bright, but it wasn't flashy. Each of them had a big bow, a light crossbow, and a saber. There was an iron spear hanging on the side of the saddle. They were the elite guards of the Beimang royal court, Yelu and Muro. They were the iron guards of Jie Shui, the iron guards of Shui, the elite guards of Bimortal's royal families. The only heavy cavalry of Beimang that had never appeared in the world was selected from the Jie Shui guards. From this, it could be seen that Beimang relied heavily on this army. 200 Jie Shui guards surrounded a young man and woman. The man was wearing a light yellow boa suit. He was born with a rough appearance, but he seemed to be ill. His face was pale, and he sat on the back of a Fergana horse. He was slightly bent and seemed to be restrained. On the other hand, the graceful and generous woman beside him seemed to be more adapted to the atmosphere of the battlefield than her man. She squinted her eyes and looked in the direction of the city wall. Occasionally, she would retract her gaze and look at the figure that was constantly breaking the formation and getting closer and closer. She exuded a deep and gloomy aura. in her chess and sword music school, except for Taiping Ling, who was still the emperor's tutor, and Hong Jingyan, who was fighting at the mouth of the gourd. There were a few other famous poets. The ancestor of bronze men was missing. The great music school had died in battle, and Huang Qing, who was close to the sword Qi, had also died. Therefore, as the famous poet of the chess and sword music school, Han Gu, she, who had always been regarded as the graceful crown princess of Beimang, had almost forced her man to come here. She wanted to see with her own eyes the culprit that could cause the collapse of half of her sect. The crown prince of Beimang, Yilu Honkai, whispered, "King of the South Courtyard, that guy is still breaking the formation and coming here. Should we retreat a little later?" Dong Zhuo chuckled and didn't say anything. Fatty Dong's wife, the fifth fox, frowned. In the past, she had heard from a woman who always competed with her for the title of first wife that Yilu Honkai seemed to have been scared out of his wits when he was young. Now, he looked 70 to 80% similar to the late emperor, but his boldness was lacking. He even fainted at the sight of blood. Every time he went on a hunting trip with the empress, he could only rely on the prey that his personal guard, Xie Shui, caught to get by. The fifth fox quickly felt relieved. If Yilu Honkai was as talented and astute as his father, he would have died a long time ago, just like many other Yilu descendants. Yilu Honkai probably realized that his proposal was somewhat inappropriate, so he quickly found a way out for himself. He pretended to be calm and said, "King of the South Courtyard, aren't we waiting for the military god? The deeper the king of Beimang breaks through the formation, the more energy he will need. If our position is too close to the front, won't that Su guy immediately run into a wall and retreat? When the time comes, the one surnamed Su will suffer and hide in Tiger Head City without coming out. Wouldn't that ruin the South Courtyard King's plan?" Dong Zhuo finally turned his head slowly and looked at the burly man with the most distinguished status in Beimang. He smiled and said, "Your Highness is right. Luring the enemy deep into the enemy's territory with a deep understanding of the art of war is also good. Let's do as Your Highness says. How about we retreat 500 steps?" Yilu Honkai whispered, "Will 800 steps be safer?" Dong Zhuo laughed and said, "Whatever Your Highness says." Dong family's personal army and the Crown Prince's cowardly Shui iron guards began to withdraw. Those hidden experts and archiballista formations also began to move. Yilu Honkai immediately smiled widely, even his waist subconsciously straightening a bit. It was unknown if this crown prince, who was like a puppet in Beimang's imperial court, was rejoicing that he escaped danger, or if he was enjoying the great sense of accomplishment brought by Fatty Dong's respect. Yilu Honkai reined in his horse and turned around. When he was about to raise his whip in high spirits, he suddenly heard Dong Zhuo cough a few times from beside him. The crown prince stared at this king of the South Courtyard in confusion, his face full of confusion. Fatty Dong secretly moved his chin. Only now did Yilu Honkai notice that his wife was still standing in place, having no intention of retreating with him at all. This Beimang crown prince, who didn't have any news of accomplishments in Liang's royal court, released a light sigh, indicating for the cowardly Shui iron guards to continue forward. He turned his horse around alone and arrived at her side, gently asking, "What's wrong?" She raised her horsewhip, pointing it in Tiger Head City's direction, coldly saying, "On that battlefield, my tens of thousands of great Mang men are all heading to their deaths." Yilu Honkai reached out his hand to rub his chin, nodding and saying, "Indeed, Beiliang indeed dares to fight, but when have my grasslands warriors ever feared death?" She slowly turned around, looking at this man who had slept on the same bed as her for many years, her eyes full of anger and sorrow for his misfortune. At the same time, her limpid eyes seemed to be asking this man, who was the future lord of the grassland. The grassland's men didn't fear death, to the extent where even the king of Beiliang dared to personally charge into battle. "Then what about you, Yilu Honkai?" Yilu Honkai didn't seem to dare look the crown prince's wife in the eye, lowering his head and saying, "Let's go." She lowered her horsewhip, saying with a sneer, "How can retreating 800 steps be enough? It's better if we directly return to Shijing." After turning around, She took the lead to head north, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Yelu Honkai looked at her rear figure, his lips moving slightly, but in the end, he still didn't release any sound. Behind this couple, further south of that lone figure, a great battle was raging in Huda City. Huda City's unparalleled and sturdy defense line was a line that separated the living and the dead. On the northern defense line, the city wall was 15 feet tall. The top part of the wall was filled with mortar mixed with tung oil, glutinous rice, and lime. Just this part alone could be more than 10 feet tall, and 7 layers of bricks were added to it. On the city wall, other than the main arrow tower above the main gate, there were 12 piers, 8 large crossbows, and 2 turrets built on the east and west sections. The Bailiang Frontier Army had battlements and parapets on both sides of the city wall, which was known as the Horse Path. There were more than 2,000 arrow stacks in Huda City that could be used for archery and observation. Every brick in this city, located in the extreme northwest of the Liang dynasty, had a seal on it, clearly indicating the era, the kiln, and the name of the craftsman to prevent the craftsman from dereliction of duty. In the northern direction of Huda City, there were 3 gates: the main gate, the arrow tower, and the gatehouse. Lu Jinu, the commanding general of Huda City, stood on the top of the tallest arrow tower, overlooking the entire city from above. This was because Hong Jia, who had brought many scholars and craftsmen to Beimang, had rushed north. In the history of warfare, there had never been a time when a nomadic tribe had attacked a city in such a high level, overshadowing many local dynasties in the Central Plains in history. More importantly, Beimang had never been so determined to abandon their horses, and they were still so fearless even after dismounting to fight. Huda City claimed to have the richest and most complete stockpile in the Liang dynasty, and it was also Bailiang's largest stockpile of weapons. However, in less than 2 months of defense, more than 4,000 crossbows had been damaged. Half of the crossbow platforms had been destroyed, and more than 20 winches used to store and store battle equipment had been destroyed. As a result, Huda City had to replace the greatly reduced power of the brick and clay battle equipment. More than half of Northern Mang's 1,000 or so death-sworn soldiers who made it up the city walls were either injured or killed. Even though there were more than 10 death-sworn soldiers who made it up the city walls, in the end, they still couldn't gain a firm footing. Below the city walls, there were layers upon layers of corpses and wounded soldiers who couldn't be dragged out of the battlefield in time. The former were silent, while the latter howled in grief. Their casualties, apart from the arrows that poured down from above, could also be caused by a country's pot of boiling oil, rolling batons, or even batons similar to those used by Navy ships. A single strike from these batons could instantly shatter an entire cloud ladder. Meanwhile, the Northern Mang strong soldiers who climbed up the cloud ladders were as weak as mosquitoes, killed on the city walls with a single strike. Chapter 1508. Compared with the bravery of the men of sacrifice on the ladder, the Beimang archers in the giant towers outside the city caused significant damage to the defenders of Tiger Head City. Compared with the Beimang soldiers who had to pay the price of less heavy armor in order to climb up the city quickly, the Bailiang Frontier Army's armors were tougher and sturdier. Earlier, the archers of the Beimang's 2 flanks and the archers behind the shield soldiers seemed to be dense, but they could not cause any real damage unless they hit the vital parts. However, the Beimang's arrows could almost be called a face-to-face, close-range shooting, especially when they were all excellent archers. One by one, the defenders of Tiger Head City had their throats and eyes pierced through. Many Bailiang soldiers even had their armors pierced through on the spot. The ladders in the infantry phalanx were constantly placed on top of the city wall. After more than 1,000 light-armored men of sacrifice opened a path for the rear to buy time, Beimang would not give Tiger Head City any chance to breathe. Soon, the strong men of Beimang, wearing iron helmets and chain armor, began to climb up the tower. If the first batch of men of sacrifice were all agile Beimang infantry, then this batch of strong men of sacrifice could be said to be comparable to the heavy infantry of the Central Plains who had almost destroyed the cavalry in history if they put on real heavy armor. When these strong men climbed up the city wall, Even if the arrows shot down from the top of the city wall were close at hand, they only paused for a moment with their shields raised. Occasionally, a powerful Baelyang archer would shoot an arrow through the shield and the sharp arrowhead directly into the arm, but they would never flinch. In the deafening sound of fighting, a Baymang man climbing up the tower had 4 or 5 arrows nailed into the shield on top of his head. He was in the prime of his life, a man from a small tribe on the northern grassland. For him, there was no royal court or Aquarius state. This time, he followed the army to the south only because he wanted to accumulate enough military merits before winter this year, so that his son, who was growing up, could have enough meat to eat and be promoted by 1 level with him. He hoped that his son could walk out of the unpredictable grassland in the future and have a chance to go to the central plains of Liang on his behalf. As for himself, he did not expect to leave the battlefield alive. This Tiger Head city was too hard to shake, which was very different from the rumors when he joined the army. However, he was not annoyed because he was deceived. Even if he died in the battle, the pension would be enough for his son to grow up and let his son grow into a grassland man who was not inferior to him. Out of the corner of his eye, the strong man wearing iron armor and a shield on top of his head saw that a tower opposite the city wall was heavily smashed down by a baton. The tower shook violently, and the top of the tower was smashed into pieces. More than a dozen master archers were killed on the spot and merged into the tower like meat paste. He breathed heavily, gritted his teeth, and continued to climb up. Then, he left the ladder in an instant. Not only him, but 3 or 4 strong men behind him also met the same fate. His heart immediately turned to ashes. Immediately afterwards, he and several other Baymang strong men's backs smashed into the city wall near the ladder at almost the same time. They were like a bunch of pitiful grasshoppers that were strung up by ropes. The man who fell until he was completely dizzy held his shield tightly, raising his arm to block above his head. Sure enough, immediately afterwards, there were light crossbows that shot down from above the city wall. He who temporarily escaped this disaster knew that the true danger was still to come. Their group had their armors hooked by Baelyang's flying owls. This type of weapon used specifically to deal with Great Mang's strong men was a 7-zhang long iron chain. There were sharp flying hooks nailed to the iron chain every 3 feet. Once the latter armored soldiers were hooked, they wouldn't be able to control themselves, quickly being dragged up. What welcomed them were spears one after another. He had personally seen many strong men die miserably under these flying owls. If he hurriedly removed his armor at this time, try to escape by jumping off the city wall, it wouldn't be realistic at all. He who was suspended at the very top of the iron chain lowered his head, roaring angrily. Hold the war blade tightly. This iron chain flying owl was pulled back by several Baelyang soldiers. The 4 Baymang strong men's iron armor grinded against the walls, releasing chi-chi noises. Out of the 4 of them, he was the first to climb up to the top of the city wall. His mind was blank. He instinctively turned around and faced the top of the city wall. After he was pulled out of the city wall, he held his shield in front of him. Instantly, his shield was hit by a spear and smashed into his chest. However, when he tried to swing his saber randomly, a northern Liang guard on the city wall wielding a strange straight saber smashed into his head. Blood splattered everywhere, and he died on spot. As for the 3 strong men who were dragged onto the city wall after his death, they either died under this type of axe or spear. Their corpses were removed from the flying owl and then casually pushed off the city wall. Then, that flying owl was flung off the city wall again. On Tiger Head City's battlefront, one side was like ants, the other side was like ants. Both sides' lives truly were like ants. Su Fengyan, who was deep in enemy territory, continued forward, unstoppable like a hot knife through butter. He swept through everything before him, no one able to withstand a single blow. However, Su Fengyan could clearly feel a few balls of dense energy following him. These people were undoubtedly Baymang martial path experts who were waiting for a chance to strike. Most of them were at Master Realm. Further away, 200 steps away, there were 2 top experts, one King Kong and one Shinji. Su Fengyan continued forward in a straight line, killing people without any fancy movements. He mostly used the burst and arc spear techniques of the four-word formula that Spear Immortal King had comprehended. Especially the arc spear technique, it was wide open and was best suited for chaotic battles. Wherever the arc spear technique was used, the burst word formula energy would be mixed in. Within 20 feet of Su Fingyan, no one survived. However, Su Fingyan didn't feel proud at all. Instead, his heart became heavier and heavier. He headed straight for Dong Zhuo's flag. Everyone knew that the only people who could stop him were those martial path experts. Normal soldiers were useless. However, the Beimeng infantry formations pushed forward without any hesitation. If they were unlucky enough to meet him, they would die. Chapter 1509. In history, the grassland cavalry's large-scale invasions to the south mostly bypassed the strategic passes and majestic cities and towns, where they surrounded the enemy without attacking, forcing the enemy to disarm and surrender. In the true sense of the word, the nomads on horseback were not good at siege battles, and the losses outweighed the gains. Instead of fighting to the death with the defending army at the border, it was better to go around the city and raid the hinterland where the city walls were low and the morale was low. Even though Su Fingyan had long understood that Northern Mang's plan was a bad one, that they had no choice but to make an example out of Northern Liang, Dong Zhuo and the Magistrate of Peace were clearly ambitious as well. They wanted to use Northern Liang's 300,000 border soldiers as whetstones. This was the same reasoning as when Su Fingyan used Tuoba Bodhisattva to build up momentum. If they could win, they would be able to gallop across a wide expanse of flat plains. Once Beiliang fell, Beimeng, which seemed to have suffered heavy casualties, could win the most precious general situation. It was just like when the Su family's cavalry defeated West Shu and secured the victory at the Battle of West Leibi. After that, they attacked West Shu and South Tang. It was just the icing on the cake. The key point that made Su Fingyan feel heavy was that Beimeng only had Dong Zhuo and Taiping Ling at the beginning. However, after the fierce battles at Hooded Town and Hulaku, Beimeng's soldiers began to quickly get rid of the discomfort of dismounting and fighting. Su Fingyan led the Phantom Cavalry to fight Beimeng's cavalry outside Hulaku. At that time, he did not see Zhong Tan leading his troops to attack the city, so he did not have a deep impression of it. Only when he was there and saw them advancing in an orderly manner and taking turns attacking the city did he realize that Beimeng's million soldiers had a high chance of winning. Su Fingyan was suddenly enraged. Beiliang was a small place with few people. Every time Qingliang Mountain recruited a master, they had to use them carefully. Even Su Fingyan treated the Finger Xian Realm Sword Path Grandmaster Mi, Fengjia, with respect. But on this battlefield, a few Master Realm Masters had already died. Out of the 3 that showed up, there were 2 that blocked his path. He found some clues and casually tossed out an arrow to kill one of them. In the blink of an eye, there were 6. On the other hand, how many Master Realm Masters could there be in the entire Whispering Water Room? Just as Su Fingyan was about to kill the hidden masters, those Wu Dao masters suddenly retreated from the battlefield at the same time. Su Fingyan raised his head and looked. It turned out that Dong Zhuo's South Courtyard King flag had begun to move to the rear, luring the enemy in. Su Fingyan, who originally wanted to quickly charge forward, suddenly stopped. For the sake of preventing any accidents from happening on the battlefield, the Huayang Pass Protectorate's Luya and Fuling garrisons had made corresponding arrangements. If Northern Mang didn't hesitate to send several thousand cavalry to surround and kill him, the 2 garrisons had even prepared for the worst. Even Lu Jinu had clearly stated that the cavalry within the city could charge out at any time. Su Fingyan had his eyes on Hoda's city, so he was confident that he could charge in alone and leave the battlefield. However, at this moment, Su Fingyan suddenly had a bad feeling. Dong Zhuo's breakthrough point, or Beimeng's breakthrough point, wasn't Hoda's city or Gourd Mouth, but Beimeng's Lu province that both sides had their eyes on at the start, but had tacitly given up on as the situation changed. At that time, he had suggested Chu Lushan and Yuan Zuozong to launch an astonishing strategy. They wanted to use the great snow dragon cavalry that had been biding their time and a genuine heavy cavalry as the main force to move their forces and swallow up Yang Yuanzhan's army. They would first invite the enemy into the jar and then catch the turtle in the jar. In that case, was it possible for Northern Mang to change their strategy before this and attempt to swallow up Lu province in one go? Before Su Fingyan arrived at Huayang Pass, he had already followed the plan and asked Chu Lushan to give Ko Jianghuai the title of Lu province general. He would lead 3,000 cavalry and 6,000 Liangzhou infantry to assist Lu province and work with the Longxiang army to guard the Lu province battlefield, where Tooba Bodhisattva had joined the battle. Su Fingyan stood where he was and looked towards the west, towards the distant Lu province. At this time, more than 20 cavalry had unknowingly followed the king of Beimang into the battlefield, each of them carrying a sword. The two at the front were the sword-crowned Wu Luding of the Wu family sword tomb and the female sword attendant Suhua. Wu Luding rode up to Su Fingyan's side. This young swordsman said with a mischievous smile, "You don't dare to advance anymore." Su Fingyan didn't say anything. The sword attendant Suhua, who was used to closing her eyes to rest, frowned and said in a low voice, "Let's get down to business." Wu Luding immediately kept quiet out of fear and helplessly said, "Protector General Chu wanted me to pass on a message. He said that he felt that the boy Dong Zhuo has bad intentions. So he took the initiative last night to bring several hundred of his personal guards to Lu province. However, at the border between Lianglu province and Lu province, he already had 8,000 soldiers lying in ambush there, waiting for Beimang to make this move. Oh, and Protector General Chu also said that those 8,000 soldiers were all troublemakers that had been urgently picked out from the various border armies. Without him personally leading the troops, those old soldiers wouldn't be able to do anything." Su Fingyan suddenly began to laugh heartily, unable to stop no matter what. Wu Luding turned his head to Sui Hua and asked, "Have you gone crazy?" Su Fingyan finally stopped laughing and looked towards Dong Zhuo's banner in the distance to the north. He smiled and asked, "Do you dare follow me to break the formation for another 2 li?" Wu Luding said without hesitation, "I'm just here to pass on the message." "I don't dare." The female sword attendant opened her eyes and calmly said to Su Fingyan, "Your Highness, please be at ease with your back." Su Fingyan nodded. Those 8,000 old soldiers that had been put together at the last moment. In reality, long before the Su family had died, they had already been disorganized. Even before that, when a certain fatty led his army into Shu, there was no such thing as a direct line of soldiers. It had always been Great General Su Shao who gave him as many soldiers as he wanted to fight. The soldiers under his command were either the ones who died the quickest in the Su family army or the ones who rose the quickest. If one had to give him a name, there was one. It was a battle that had made him famous when he was young. It had taken place by a river. At the time, of the 8,000 cavalry that he had put together, only 400 had survived. After Su Fingyan's hereditary title as the king of Northern Liang, he had a casual conversation with Fatty, who was the governor of Northern Liang, at Huayang Pass. Only then did he know that ever since Fatty had led troops in more than 70 battles, there were about 10,000 people left in Northern Liang who had served under him and had not died. The older ones had already become the family heads of the general families. Most of them were young men in their 40s in the army. The most useless of them should be at least a standard commander at the very least. If Su Fingyan remembered correctly, that river was called the Yeluo. At the border bordering the cold stream, a fatty who had just put on his armor and mounted a horse looked at the cavalry in front of him, those familiar faces. He laughed and asked, "Everyone, how does it feel to go from a general to a lowly soldier under my Chu Lushan's command?" The cavalry roared with laughter. The fatty beamed and said, "I hear that there are quite a few people from the infantry who came here to make up the numbers. I, Chu Lushan, am a sentimental person and will not bicker with you all. Presumably, after all these years, you haven't fallen too far behind in archery and horses." The cavalry laughed even louder. The fatty's face suddenly seethed with killing intent as he viciously said, "Everyone here knows an old rule. If you follow me into battle and don't die, you'll be promoted. This time, I'll have to disappoint all of you. It's hard to say if you'll die, but even if you don't die, you won't be promoted. Let me say this first. The enemy this time is the cavalry under the direct command of that Dongjua of Beimang. There are at least 20,000 of them. We only have 8,000 people. What do we do? A solemn silence reigned. Chu Lushan suddenly clasped his fist and said, "Then I invite everyone to make another trip to the Yeluo with Chu Lushan." Chapter 15:10. In the northern part of West Shu, there were 9 mountains that looked like swords. Among them, where the big and small swords faced each other, the old emperor of West Shu chiseled a rock to open the door. People called it the Sword Gate. This was because after Liang unified the Central Plains, the Swords Gate mountain road had been banished into the Cold Palace. For many years, only those small merchants would travel through this road. As for the Sword Gate, after Jian Zhehuang's death battle with Wang Xianji in Martial Emperor City, some people said that the reason for its nickname was due to the fact that Jian Zhehuang had comprehended the art of swordsmanship while observing the mountains. There were even some who said that before Jian Zhehuang left Shu, he had carved a sword manual on a stone wall somewhere along the plank road. Now, there were quite a few young swordsmen from western Shu who came to the plank road in search of opportunities. It was the beginning of summer when the peach blossoms gradually fell. The winding path between the mountain walls was slightly dark and damp. A middle-aged man was riding a donkey, and a handsome young man who looked like a page boy was leading the donkey. The young man was carrying a large bamboo box, and he was muttering to himself. The ordinary-looking man was probably used to the young man's complaints, so he turned a deaf ear to him and dozed off leisurely on the donkey. At this moment, a group of people came from the front. The leader was a common woodcutter in West Shu. He was leading a group of young men and women in embroidered clothes. The young man's eyes brightened. He threw a bunch of peach branches to the middle-aged man and whispered, "Master, master, hurry up. Turn around and ride the donkey. Also, it's time for you to recite a poem. Otherwise, with so many donkey-riding followers in the world, you won't be able to show your identity. Otherwise, you can't call yourself the Peach Blossom Sword God. No one will believe you." The middle-aged man said helplessly, "I've met more than 10 groups of people along the way. Every time, I have to recite a poem with the word peach blossom. How can I have so many poems in my stomach?" The young man glared and threatened. "Then I'll repeat the previous one. That immortals in the forest, it sounds quite celestial. Master, if you don't recite it, I won't help you lead the donkey." The middle-aged man was indeed good-tempered and easy to talk to. He lazily turned around and rode the donkey. He held the peach branch in his hand and recited loudly, "Looking at the peach blossoms in the forest, the dusk deepens and the road grows longer. The old man taught me the 3 Pure Ones book, lived for 1,000 years and laughed at the sovereign king." The young man, who had been as tired as a dog, instantly assumed the demeanor of a child under an immortal. He looked straight ahead and led the donkey forward in large strides. When the group of young masters and young ladies who hired the woodcutter to lead the way saw this scene, they were stunned at first. Then, one of them turned to his companion and said, "Hey, these 2 little swindlers are bullying us because we haven't seen the world. Do they really think that they are Dong Tai just because they got a donkey and a peach branch? I'll get a white horse and wear a saber. Then I'll be a Su Fingyan." The young man was so angry that his face turned red. The middle-aged man laughed and turned around again, no longer riding the donkey backwards. He threw the peach branch into the gap of the bamboo box. The 2 groups of people brushed past each other lightly. The young man with the donkey had carefully arranged this chance encounter, but in the end, he only received countless disdainful looks. The man looked at the dispirited youth's back and chuckled. "Angry? Don't be angry. Actually, Master has been wanting to tell you this for a long time. In Jianghu, it's all about a real person not revealing his true self." The young man snorted coldly. Obviously, he was still angry. The middle-aged man comforted him. "All right, Master will definitely bring you to see the great scenery of Shu this time." The young man was silent. The man could only smile. Why don't Master ride the sword and let those people broaden their horizons? The young man sighed. Forget it. Those guys have eyes but can't see. Anyway, they're the ones who are at a disadvantage. The young man had his own worries. Master, it's not that I want to criticize you. Among the 4 grandmasters in Jianghu, Chao Changqing admires you. Later, you fought with Toba Bodhisattva so fiercely that even Su Fengyan's flying sword was given by you. But now, everyone is talking about how Chao Changqing defeated that useless monk and how domineering Su Fengyan was when he fought with Toba Bodhisattva for thousands of miles in the western region. No one said anything good about you. I'm worried. The man joked. Then why do you always practice swordsmanship when I teach you swordsmanship? The young man sighed heavily like an old man. I know my own limitations. I don't have the foundation nor the talent. I can't be a disciple, so I can only hope that master will be more successful. The man laughed angrily. You're really open-minded. The young man suddenly turned his head and asked, Master, why did you take me in as your disciple back then? Look at Wang Xinji, Linya, and the others. They are all top-notch martial arts grandmasters. So let me tell you, don't expect me to help you make a name for yourself in Jianghu. The man said casually, Master, what do I need that for? Besides, it's great to live happily and die without regrets. Do you think that Chao Changqing, Su Fengyan, and Toba Bodhisattva can do this? They can't do it. If Master were to die tomorrow, you would be able to rely on yourself and not have to worry about food and clothing. So I don't have too many people and things to worry about. Su Fengyan can't let go of his father's inheritance. Chao Changqing can't let go of Dechu's empire, and Toba Bodhisattva can't let go of fame and fortune. Don't be envious of these land immortals who don't live happily. The young man sighed. It's really tiring. It was the real peach blossom sword deity, Dong Tai. He smiled and said, Do you feel as tired now that I've said that? The young man chuckled. It didn't seem like he was trying to find joy in his misery. He said sincerely, Master, you're right. There was a commotion behind the master and disciple. The young man turned his head to look. It was the young masters and young ladies who had turned back and stopped not far away. Then, they sent the woodcutter to run in front of them. He seemed a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and smiled at Deng Taya, who was on the donkey's back. Can we discuss something? Dong Tai smiled and said, Brother, what is it? The woodcutter lowered his voice and said, Brother, I'm sorry. Those rich kids said that they want to buy a donkey from you. I can't afford to offend them, so I have no choice but to run this errand. Brother, if you're willing to sell it, I think you can raise the price and ask for 20 or 30 taels. I think they won't care about the difference. Before Dong Tai could say anything, the young man was already furious. He didn't vent his anger on the woodcutter. Instead, he turned to the group of rich kids and shouted, Our donkey is not for sale. We won't sell it, even if they give us 10,000 taels. Dong Tai, who had turned the donkey around, touched his chin and said softly, If it's gold, we'll sell it. The young man, who wanted to see the world in chaos, added, Count yourselves lucky. Master said that we'll sell it for 10,000 taels of gold. The woodcutter shook his head. These two people really didn't know the dangers of the world. They were in the wilderness. If that group of angry young people had bad intentions, would he have to report them to the authorities after he went down mountain? Along the way, this group of men and women were all very arrogant. They kept talking about the governor of a certain county and a certain general. They didn't seem to be from an ordinary family. Just as the woodcutter was begging for peace, the 7 or 8 people had already walked over aggressively. One of them was a young man with a strong body and a sword hanging from his waist. He pointed at Dong Tai and sneered, Old man, don't be so shameless. This young master is magnanimous. I'll give you one last chance. This donkey, I'll buy it for 50 taels of silver. It's not that I can't pay a higher price. This young master once spent 4,000 taels of gold in a month. However, I've always had a principle in life. Even if I'm a sucker, I still have a bottom line. The young man suppressed the anger in his chest and said, Master, how can you tolerate this? In short, I don't want to tolerate this anymore. I want to make a move. I won't be able to deal with a grandmaster, but I'm more than enough to deal with these guys. Dong Tai glanced at a beautiful young woman in the group and then looked at his disciple. The latter swallowed his saliva guiltily. Chapter 15:11. At that time, Dong Tai had just left the Wu family sword tomb and was not yet the Peach Blossom sword god. He was a nobody in Jianghu and had no interest in showing off his swordsmanship to others. He tolerated as much as he could. In the early years, it was this foolish disciple who had been beaten up by others when he saw injustice on the road. Perhaps this was his innate chivalrous heart. It was something that Dong Tai did not have. To Dong Tai, everything in the world, except for the sword in his heart, had nothing to do with him. Later, one day, after listening to a storyteller's Jianghu romance in a restaurant and commenting on the sex and masters in Jianghu, his disciple suddenly said that he wanted to learn martial arts. Dong Tai laughed and asked him what would happen if he learned martial arts. He said that he had not thought about it and would think about other things after he learned it. At that time, Dong Tai was happy to get rid of this burden, so he secretly helped him enter a small sect. When the child, who was thought to have a good foundation, became a direct disciple of the small sect, it did not take long for him to lose his drive to become a master. Practicing martial arts was normal, but because he was a direct disciple, he could get 1 tael of silver every month, so he became a little money grubber. Dong Tai, who was worried about him, had no choice but to show up. The excited child sought Dong Tai at the gate and said that he wanted to treat him to a good meal. Then he ran back to the sect and took the bag of silver he had saved up. It turned out that the child had bought a saber for Dong Tai in the sect. Because the child had traveled with Dong Tai in the past, he had occasionally heard Dong Tai snort disdainfully at the swordsman of the world. He thought that his savior, who could not afford a weapon, should not like being a swordsman but rather a saber wielder. From then on, Dong Tai took in his one and only disciple. As for the saber, he exchanged it for a donkey. When Dong Tai went to martial Emperor City of the Eastern Sea to fight with Wang Xianji, it was a time when peach blossoms were blooming. His disciple was very attentive, at least much more attentive than Dong Tai, who had gone empty-handed. He earnestly advised his master not to fight with someone empty-handed, as it would be too disadvantageous. In the end, he could not persuade his master, who was unwilling to use a sword. The child could only point angrily at a peach tree, saying that his master should at least use a peach branch as a sword. After that, there was a peach blossom sword deity who rode a donkey in the Jianghu. Ever since Dong Tai became famous, this disciple would still complain about his master not being able to win against Wang Xianji. He complained that Wang Xianji had an advantage in age and that it was an unfair victory. He complained that Dong Tai gave that box of 12 flying swords to Su Fengyan, but he did not complain about his master not thinking about his disciple first when he had something good. Instead, he complained that his master never showed that box of flying swords in front of him and treated him as an outsider. Because of this, he even had a cold war with Dong Tai for half a month. The youth also complained that the Jianghu did not have good eyesight. His master was clearly a grandmaster in the art of killing, but he had to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 3. Amidst these trivial complaints, Dong Tai felt that his ears were about to grow calluses. Then, suddenly one day, he realized that this seemingly young disciple of his had really grown up. He began to steal glances at the beautiful women he met on the streets. It turned out that his lips were starting to grow stubble. Just as Dong Tai was in a daze, the tall and sturdy youth holding the sword angrily said, "My temper. Hey, old man, don't be so shameless. Luckily, I'm not an unscrupulous disciple who uses his power to bully others. Otherwise, you would have already been beaten to the ground. Hurry up, 50 taels of silver, and the donkey is mine. You and that brat could take the money and scram. It's enough for you 2 poor bastards to go to the best restaurant in the Shu lands to eat and drink." Dong Tai flipped off the donkey and patted the back of the donkey. He looked at his disciple, who was much less impulsive than when he was young. Back then, he knew that he couldn't win, but he still wanted to get beaten up. Now, he was Dong Tai's disciple. Even if he couldn't exchange blows with a level 1 master, he would have no problem withstanding 20 to 30 blows from a level 2 master. However, he was becoming more and more disinterested in small fights. Dong Tai did not pay attention to the disciple, who was actually not too bad. He walked in front of his disciple and rubbed his head. He smiled lazily and said, Disciple, although you don't have much potential, I am very happy to have a disciple like you. The youth felt his hair stand on end and said, Master, what's wrong with you? You can't be sick, right? Dong Tai smiled and said, I'm just happy. In the crowd, a young man who drank too much waved his fan. He didn't put the donkey-riding middle-aged uncle in his eyes at all. However, that little bastard's eyes were too evil. Just now, he actually dared to secretly look at the girl he liked. Did he think that he didn't notice? The only daughter of the Western Shu Ijo Deputy General, was she someone that a donkey-riding young man could covet? He skillfully closed his fan and smiled at the youth. 50 taels of silver is not a small amount. If you want to go to the Jianghu, you could buy a good weapon. If you want to go to the imperial examinations, you can even buy a lot of books. Dong Tai heard these words that were like needles hidden in cotton floss and laughed it off. His disciple rolled his eyes and said to Dong Tai, Master, let's go. Ignore them. Dong Tai nodded and said, Give me the bamboo box. The youth frowned and said, Don't. Although I'm afraid of being tired, I'm more afraid of our donkey being tired. Master, you're carrying it. In the end, it's still the donkey carrying it. It's not young anymore. Dong Tai glared at him and said, Give it to me if I want you to. The youth reluctantly took off the bamboo box and handed it to Dong Tai. He couldn't help but mumble again. Large and small swords faced off against each other. Between the mountains, there was a strong wind. Occasionally, birds would fly past. Dong Tai rarely carried the box himself. He then smiled at his disciple and said, You go down a mountain first. In the next moment, Dong Tai made a strange movement. He took out the peach branch from the bamboo box and threw it high up. Just when everyone was confused, someone with sharp eyes suddenly realized that after the peach branch was thrown, it actually stopped in the air. Just when the youth was at a loss, Dong Tai lightly pushed his shoulder and shouted, Raise the sword with chi. Mountain stepping technique. After the youth who was pushed out of the cliff by his master heard this, even though he was high up in the air, he still subconsciously made the sword stepping technique. The youth just happened to step on the peach branch. This scene was like an immortal riding a sword. After a brief moment of panic, the young man, who had never eaten pork but had at least seen pigs run, suddenly laughed heartily and shouted, Let's go down the mountain. The youth rode the wind and went down the mountain. His laughter echoed in the cliffs for a long time. How many Jianghu youths in the world dreamed of roaming Jianghu with a sword? How many people could be like the youth who was leading the donkey, flying around Jianghu like an immortal riding the wind? Dong Tai rode the donkey again and joked with the stunned youths, 50 taels of silver is really not enough to buy this donkey. Finally, Dong Tai glanced at the young lady that his disciple liked and said with a smile, Little girl, remember that youth. He nagged Wang Xianji about the martial emperor's city, drank wine with Chao Chongqing at the same table, pointed at Guangling Crown Prince Zhao Yuang and cursed. Of course, the most important thing is that this guy gave me the nickname of Peach Blossom Sword God. Isn't he awesome? The young lady was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The old donkey's hooves tapped on the ground leisurely and went further and further away. The peach blossom sword god on the donkey's back suddenly felt regretful. Tuoba Bodhisattva had already fought 3 of the 4 grandmasters. He couldn't fight Chao Chongqing anymore. Then, Dong Tai didn't know if he would have a chance to fight with Su Ke in this lifetime. Kid, don't die. If you die under the hooves of the Beimang barbarians, won't you feel ashamed? Martial Emperor City's status in Jianghu plummeted after old weirdo Wang died in Beiyang, especially after Yu Groom and the others left the EC one after another. This holy land of Jianghu in the past went through a long period of unrest. There were many independent forces in the city, especially without the restraint of the prohibition of martial arts. The fights between the experts were so frequent that it was difficult to find a higher place to fight. The fights between the sects were even more numerous. It was said that some busybodies calculated that there were as many as 60 sects that rose and fell within half a year. Of course, many of the so-called sects were just small kittens and puppies. All this chaos only began to stabilize after the young man, surnamed Jiang, had been fighting for half a year on the city wall. As for the young man's identity, there were many speculations. Some said that Jiang Fuding was Wang Xianji's real disciple in closed-door training. Some said that he was a banished immortal like Qi Xianzhu who had great luck and was the ultimate counter to the king of Bailiang in this generation. Jiang Fuding, who was a loner in martial emperor city, didn't pay attention to the affairs of the world. He just fought for the city wall day after day. The handsome young man who used to challenge the king of Bailiang with a pawn entering cold on his waist had become as tanned as a fisherman's. Ever since Linya, the grandmaster of fist techniques, left martial emperor city, Jiang Fuding stopped drinking. In fact, it wasn't like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. Wang Xianji's residence had become ownerless. Jiang Fuding used his fists to monopolize old weirdo Wang's former residence. Those who didn't accept it or didn't have eyes had their bodies smashed by him. That night, the bright moon shone over the sea. Chapter 15:12. Using the moonlight, Jiang Fuding sat cross-legged at the top of the city wall with a pot of wine, drinking slowly. This young man, with a hidden identity, had once been young and arrogant. In such a large Great Peace city, among his peers, he despised the two sons of General Gu Jiantang for being too rigid. He despised the fourth imperial son for his reputation, but lack of ambition. He despised the first imperial son Zhao Wu for being vulgar. He despised the children of the officials for being useless. In the end, he only got along well with the illegitimate son of the previous emperor, Zhao Kai. Before Zhao Kai returned to the capital from Shangyin Academy, and before he died at the Iron Gate Pass of the Western regions, the two got drunk. One said he would do great service for the Zhao Kai of Liang. The other said with a smile that the country was his and the Jianghu was his. In the future, if he helped Zhao Kai sit on the dragon throne, how about he, Jiang Fuding, be conferred the title of King of Freedom? Jiang Fuding gazed at the bright moonlight on the sea and was in a daze. In terms of status and family background, Zhao Kai was the son of the emperor and the disciple of Yang Tai-sui. He, Jiang Fuding, was not weak. He was the son of the imperial tutor of Liang. While he had completely concealed his identity and did not have the surname Yuan with that man in order to deal with the endless assassinations, which of the people at the top of Great Peace City dared to underestimate him? The youngest son of the former Minister of Revenue Wang Xiongui, the current leader of the four young masters of Jing, had a conflict with him in his early years. In the end, he had come to kowtow and admit his wrongs that night. When he, Jiang Fuding, was young, he said he wanted to practice the blade. That man who spoke ambiguously asked for Gu Jiantang's blade manual for him. At the time, Gu Jiantang, who was still the Minister of War at the time, even taught him the Thunderheart. That man even took out the soldier of crossing the river from the inner treasury. In those decades, no less than 20 martial grandmasters had taught him moves. Among them was Lu Hao of the Great Celestial Phenomenon realm of Great Celestial Phenomenon. Since this was the case, how could he, Jiang Fuding, lose to that Su? Jiang Fuding threw the wine pot into the sea and shouted, "How can I accept this? How can I admit defeat?" Jiang Fuding gasped for breath and took out a book from his bosom, as if he wanted to throw it away, like the wine jug. However, he raised his arm and in the end did not throw it away. This book was his father's real legacy. The man whose real name was not known was once the well-deserved emperor's preceptor of Liang, the most intelligent strategist of the Liang dynasty. His opponents were Sun Ping, Huang Longshi, Su Xiao, Zhao Bing, the Prince of Yin Qi, and the Spring of Eternal Hui, led by Zhang Julu. Jiang Fuding muttered, "Father, you have never lost, so how can I compare to you?" Jiang Fuding slowly retracted his hand as he looked at the yellowed book with a stupefied expression. The title of the book was written in meticulous script. It was a very strange name, Night Sailing Ship. Jiang Fuding knew the reason because that man once mentioned that among all the knowledge in the world, night sailing was the most difficult to deal with. At the beginning of the book, there was an absurd story about people from the three sects of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The four of them were sailing on the sea together with an old boatman. The Confucians said that the study of saving the people was awe-inspiring and righteous. The Taoists said that the method of immortality was incomparably mysterious. The monk said that the profound Buddhism was like a fairy scattering flowers. The more the boatman listened, the more frightened he became. He was so scared that he almost threw away the bamboo wormwood in his hand. Later, the more he listened, the more sleepy he became. In the end, he accidentally threw away the bamboo wormwood, causing the four of them to be unable to return to the shore. This book was personally given to Jiang Fuding by Yuan Bunshi when he brought Song Kelly out of the capital to travel north and south of the Great Jiang. He only said that the stories in the book were merely hearsay stories from the countryside. They were like scribbles, hardly worthy of being refined. It was purely the work of an old teacher who was bored to death. Other than flipping a few pages for his son to read, there was no other use for it. There were more than 200,000 words in this book, so every page was densely packed. Jiang Fuding could totally imagine the scene without any grandeur. A slightly reclusive old man was on duty in the Hanlin Academy under the identity of Yuan Pu. He had a bottle of cheap and good wine, a plate of fragrant peanuts, and a purple brush that was as sharp as a knife. He sat alone and drank. His strokes were very slow, and his strokes were very small. Every time he wrote something he was satisfied with, he would take a sip of the wine. Jiang Fuding carefully put the book back in his arms and lay back. He looked at the bright moon above his head. When I was young, you told me that heaven and earth gave birth to me as a man. If I win, I'll be a hero. If I lose, I'll be a hero. If I die, I'll be a ghost. Jiang Fuding closed his eyes and said bitterly, "But when you saw me for the last time, you said that it was enough for me to live well." After a long silence, the most reclusive young man in the martial emperor's city fell into a deep sleep. Bathed in the morning light, Jiang Fuding finally opened his eyes and sat up. He said softly, "I've made up my mind. The world can forget 100 or 1,000 Jiang Fuding, but they can't forget Yuan Bunshi." Jiang Fuding stood up again and murmured with tears in his eyes, "Father, I'll settle the score with Zhao Zhuan and Li Yang for you. I'll help Zhao Zhu sit on the dragon throne. I miss you very much. Su, if you're lucky enough to survive, we'll meet in the imperial court." Right at this moment, a little boy carrying a small bamboo basket ran up the city wall. His clothes might be shabby, but he was rather neat and tidy. When he didn't speak, his clean little face had a solemn expression that other children of the same age didn't have. When the little boy saw that familiar slender figure, he steadied his breathing and recuperated before shouting, "Jiang Fuding." It was said that Wang Xianji's disciples, Yu Groom and Linya, loved to go to that little place for breakfast. A 7- or 8-year-old child's horizons were naturally higher. The child had a skinny dog and would walk the dog around the city when he had nothing to do. It was as though he was a general patrolling his territory. After Jiang Fuding arrived at the martial emperor's city, there was no one to help him take care of his life. Especially after Linya left the Eastern Sea, she was very particular about everything. Therefore, she would casually settle her breakfast at that bun shop. Every time, she would spend 20 copper coins to buy a small basket of thin and juicy buns. As time passed, she became familiar with the little boy who collected the money. She would occasionally tease this little boy who was very rigid in everything he did and said. Jiang Fuding was also puzzled. How did such an easygoing couple raise such a strange child who was filled with the aura of an old scholar? The child who followed this old man and Linya with the surname Go passed the basket of buns to Jiang Fuding and said seriously, 20 copper coins. Put it down first. If you forget, I will remind you. Jiang Fuding said helplessly, Go don't care. It's only 20 copper coins. I won't forget you. The little boy stared and said, My surname is Go, and my name is Yufang. I took it from the saints' scriptures. When one's parents are around, one should not travel far. There must be a method to travel. Jiang Fuding, who had been quiet in the Eastern Sea for a long time, only showed some of the demeanor of the capital city's top-notch clan when he met this interesting child. He smiled and said, You don't even know who your parents are. Why do you need to have a method? In my opinion, that green-clothed girl who grew up with you, the nickname she gave you is more suitable. Go don't care. It's easier to call you that. The child put on a stern face and said, "Don't say indecent things." Jiang Fuding laughed and said, "What does a little kid know about etiquette?" Back then, the scholar who told me about etiquette was Duke Yinsheng of the Zhang family. The child frowned. I don't know if that teacher is learned or not, but I know that his students did not learn well. Jiang Fuding, who was being teased and lectured by a child, was not angry. He sat on the city wall and opened the slightly cool bamboo basket. He gently picked up a small and exquisite bun with 2 fingers and threw it into his mouth. His mouth was full of fragrance and endless aftertaste. In the past, in Great Peace City, he had eaten so many delicacies that were called the best in the world that he could not remember the taste. Now it was these small meat buns that were only 2 copper coins each. If he did not eat a basket of them each day, he would not be able to forget them. Jiang Fuding smacked his lips and ate 6 or 7 buns in one go. Then he seemed to remember something of the past. He chuckled and said, "It rained heavily in Great Peace City. Many fish drowned." Go Yufeng sighed and said softly, "It's not funny." Jiang Fuding lowered his head and looked at the buns in the basket. He said emotionally, "That's right. People eat dirt once, and dirt eats people once." The child did not say anything. After all, he was so young and should not have such feelings. Jiang Fuding suddenly turned his head and looked at the child standing beside him. He smiled and said, "After 2nd grade, master, entering the Vajra realm depends on perseverance. Finger Xian depends on talent and comprehension. If you want to have the phenomenon of heaven and earth, you have to rely on your innate talent. As for becoming a land immortal, it depends on that illusory fate. Go Yufeng, do you want to practice martial arts?" The child shook his head without hesitation and said, "No." Jiang Fuding said in shock, "In this martial emperor city, you interact with people of the underworld every day. You don't want to practice martial arts?" The child said softly, "I heard that practicing martial arts is a bottomless pit. No amount of money can fill it. I have no money." Jiang Fuding suddenly looked at the last bun in the basket in a daze. He asked in surprise, "Go Yufeng, I remember that I have already eaten 10 buns. Why is there one more today?" The child said calmly, "Grandpa said that you people of the underworld need to train your body. Therefore, you need to eat more. I asked Grandpa for one more. I can only ask for one more. Otherwise, this basket of buns will be a loss. It is not easy for Grandpa to earn money." Jiang Fuding did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then he smiled gently. He seemed to be reluctant to eat the 11th bun immediately. Chapter 15:13. Jiang Fuding finally picked up the steamed bun and ate it slowly. He looked into the distance and laughed softly. "You might not want what I give you. Moreover, in the long run, I might not be good to you. However, I'll be leaving this city soon and most likely won't be coming back. But I'll miss you, little brat, and I hope you'll live well. I hope that when you grow up one day and I haven't been eaten by 2D, you'll come and find me. I'll treat you to a drink then." Hearing that Jiang Fuding was leaving the martial emperor city, the child was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. He only nodded and said, "Okay." Jiang Fuding smiled and lifted the bamboo basket with one hand. He looked at the vast sea with rising tides and laughed loudly. "Don't you see the 3 mountains and 5 peaks in the sky? Don't you see the endless sandstorms in the northwest killing people? Don't you see the great rivers flowing into the sea and never returning? Listen to me. One's life is only 100 years. If you want to seek immortality, you can only do it in a cup of wine." The child also laughed along with Jiang Fuding's heroic spirit. For the first time, he joked, "When we meet in the future, you must treat me to good wine." Jiang Fuding threw the bamboo basket into the sea and rubbed the child's head. "It's not a big deal." The child was stunned. He said anxiously, "Jiang Fuding, why did you throw the steamed bun basket away? I want to bring it back for Grandpa." Jiang Fuding was stunned and speechless. He was in the wrong. A long time later, in the Jianghu, where the grandmasters of the older generation passed away one after another, there would be a very interesting saying. Yu Dilong wasn't really invincible. It was because there were still some tricks in the world. The people south of the Guangling River in Liang found it hard to imagine that there were places where the frost hadn't completely stopped at the beginning of summer. This was the Tu Liao. There were black mountains and white rivers here. Perhaps the first snow of the Liang dynasty would fall here, and it would also be the last snow. The winter snowstorm here was known as the Great Smoke Bubble, blotting out the sky and the sun. During the cold winter of last year, 2 people were escorted by Qi Jiajie from the north of Jingji into Liao and Liao. The reason why the number 1 swordsman in the capital was naturally because Groom Yu is a martial arts master that many forces were secretly trying to rope in. After Groom Yu declined the emperor's invitation to stay, Emperor Zhao Zhuan asked Qi Jiajie to escort him all the way to dispel the covetous thoughts of the other forces. As the first disciple of Wang Xianji, being on good terms with Groom Yu is almost equivalent to accepting the mantle of the martial emperor's city. Lu Huang, Lu Bonk, Linya, and the other 3, even if they couldn't be of use to themselves, they could at least establish a good relationship with these top masters who were of the same breadth and branch. Therefore, Qi Jiajie passed a message to the emperor at the border, telling Groom Yu that no matter when he returned to Great Peace City, His Majesty would treat him as a friend. On the banks of a river called the Songnan River in Jianzhou of Liaodong, there was a small village along the river. There were about 100 families, and most of the young adults in the village were hunters. It was said that the ancestors of a certain family once caught 2 gerfalcons in their lifetime and sent them as tributes to the governor's office that Liang had set up in Liao and Liao at that time. The family's heirloom, a well-made hardbow, was an additional gift from the governor's office in addition to the reward. There were 2 distinguished guests staying in the village. At the end of last winter, a group of hunters encountered a black bear that didn't enter hibernation for some reason. It was their benefactor who chased away the giant bear. After that, the young adults in the village liked to learn from the young man, and the children in the village also liked to play with the girl who liked to wear green. When summer came, the girl in green, who could finally take off her heavy fur coat, was very happy. Moreover, she had frostbite that winter, but she didn't feel that it was difficult to bear. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, always felt guilty. In fact, she didn't like Liao and Liao at first, because when they first arrived here, it was the height of the snowstorm. The terrible weather of the big fireworks was like a show of strength to her and Xiaoyu. Until they stopped in this village, she was led by her new friends to fish in the frozen river or to sit on a wooden board and slide on the ice. Every day, she could have a snowball fight with more than 10 people of the same age, which made her feel new and happy. Therefore, when Xiaoyu said that he wanted to go to Liao Bay, she was not willing, and then Xiaoyu didn't urge her anymore. Over time, she and Xiaoyu began to look like natives of Liaodong. Xiaoyu carried a bow and arrows, went hunting with the adults in the village, and began to raise young eagles under the guidance of the old hunters. She no longer wondered why the windows here were papered outside, why every house had big and small jars of pickles, and why the adults would say that if the children didn't listen to them, they would be hung in the basket. Today, Xiaoyu was helping a family in the village cut a plant that was more than 5 feet tall, which the locals called Lamus chinensis, to build a house. Of course, it was not the grass that sheep ate. Its stem was hollow, similar to the bamboo in her hometown. She quietly squatted by the side, watching Xiaoyu cut the stem with a knife, thinking that he was quite handsome. She remembered that the day before Grandpa Gao left Wulin City, he had a private chat with her. He talked about a lot of people, but she couldn't remember most of them. Only when he talked about Xiaoyu did she pay special attention. So, she remembered clearly. Grandpa Gao said that among the swordsmen in the world, some had the best luck, and some had the best innate talent, but Xiaoyu's talent for swordsmanship was the best. She squatted on the ground. Thinking of Grandpa Gao, she suddenly felt sad. She actually knew that his surname was Wang, but he was so tall. She liked to call him Grandpa Gao, and he was never unhappy. Then she thought of another person. Before that person died, he called out to her, Green Robe. Xiaoyu said that person was very amazing, and that Grandpa Gao admired him for most of his life. She suddenly asked, Xiaoyu, Grandpa Gao asked you to find that person, so you can accept him as a disciple on behalf of your master. But how do we find him? Yu Groom turned his head and smiled. "We can always find him." She said, "Oh, I'm going to play." Then she got up and ran away. Yu Groom smiled knowingly, just like this little girl's brother. He was always afraid that she would find the trip to Liao Dong boring, but now it seemed that he worried too much. The only trouble was that this little girl had learned a lot of local sayings from the local children, such as, "You're stupid," "scram," and "stay away." Just thinking about it made Yu Groom break out in a cold sweat. As for the little brother, who was still in some unknown corner, in a sense, he was equivalent to his master's closed-door disciple. Yu Groom was not in a hurry at the moment. He firmly believed that they would naturally meet when the time came. This was a strange intuition. Yu Groom waited patiently. In the 500 years of Jianghu, there was only one Wang Xinji and one Li Chungang. In the evening, Yu Groom helped the villagers with their work. When he returned to the house, the owner of the house had already prepared dinner. Yu Groom did not know where the little girl was playing, so he could only imitate the villagers and shout. Soon, a response came from the riverside. She quickly ran back, lifted her skirt, and lightly stepped over the threshold. She saw Xiao Yu and the family already sitting on the brick bed. Because they waited for her, they did not eat. She made a face at Xiao Yu and then sat next to him apologetically. Yu Groom helplessly reminded her in a low voice, "How can the host wait for the guest to eat?" The middle-aged village woman liked the girl in green from the bottom of her heart. She quickly smiled and said, "It doesn't matter." The middle-aged man, who looked like a southerner, poured a glass of wine for Yu Groom. The man was actually a foreigner, and his wife was a local. His ancestral home was in Dongwei. Back then, he followed his grandfather and father to Jianzhou. However, he went north earlier than Hongjia. It was a blessing in disguise. He was lucky to escape the spring and autumn war that burned the Central Plains. Because Liaoshi was the place where Liang rose, Liaodong also benefited a lot. Although it was not as good as Liaoshi, it was still worlds apart from the people of Dongwei who had heavy taxes. Moreover, everyone knew that there was a king with a different surname who came out of the forest in Jianzhou. In addition, the king of Liang who was in charge of the two Liaoshi was Zhao Sui, the king of Jiaodong. Zhao Sui was also very kind to the people in his jurisdiction. Although Beimang and Liang were in confrontation for many years, the flames of war had never spread here. Therefore, even the middle-aged man had never seen war since childhood. When a man's family was convicted and moved north, they brought a large box of books with them. Even if it was passed down to only one child in 4 generations, each generation of parents taught their children to read and write. They were able to do something that many nobles in the Central Plains could not do. The reason why Yu Groom chose to live in this house was that he felt close to the middle-aged man's scholarly aura, which was extremely rare in the north. When he heard that Yu Groom was leaving the village for Jianzhou the next day, the man inevitably felt a little regretful that he did not have a drinking buddy. Probably after drinking half a bowl of wine, the middle-aged man, who could not hold his liquor but was good at drinking, did not have too many taboos. He smiled and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yu, are you going to see the ancestral home of the king of Beiliang? To tell you the truth, there's nothing to see. First, ordinary people can't get close because the guards of the king's mansion are watching. Second, many people say that there are only 2 or 3 shabby houses. It's said that many people who went to Jianzhou to join in the fun went in high spirits but returned in disappointment." Yu Groom asked, "Many people go to Jianzhou?" The man gulped down the remaining half bowl of wine and said with a smile, "That's right. There are many stories about this. We're only about 80 miles away from Jianzhou. When a village finds something valuable, such as mink fur and fox fur, especially the old ginseng that the Shangguan family forbade to privately dig up, they'll be handed over to me, a bookkeeper who can only read a few words, to secretly sell it in Jianzhou. That's why I'm not unfamiliar with Jianzhou." Although the woman had a very good impression of the groom and the little girl, when her husband talked about selling ginseng privately, she still secretly kicked him. Chapter 15:14. The man could not openly criticize his wife, so he pretended that nothing had happened. He continued, "As for the famous butcher, even though he left Jianzhou for more than 20 years and died in Beiliang, people in Jianzhou still talk about him with relish. The first decade was the most lively. It was said that many powerful families in the Central Plains who had a reconcilable enmity with Butcher did not dare to go to Bailiang for revenge, so they thought about digging up the ancestral grave of the Sioux family. If our king of Jiaodong had not been on good terms with Butcher, I'm afraid he would have been killed. In my opinion, our king of Jiaodong was also implicated by Butcher. Otherwise, with his ability, he would not be in such a bleak situation now. Last time, you said that Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan, also died heroically in battle. Our king is not comparable to Butcher and the king of Yin, but compared to the Duke of Huainan and the new king of Jingyin, he is more than enough, right? Otherwise, he would not be able to sit on the position of the king of Jiaodong. Besides Bailiang, only the vassal territories here face to face with the barbarians of Beimang, right? If the late emperor did not trust our king's ability, he would not dare to make such an arrangement. Yu Groom nodded. The late emperor of Liang had painstakingly placed Zhao Ying in Huainan Dao, which was right under his nose. He banished the ambitious Zhao Bing to Nanjiang. He let his brother Zhao Yi, who had the same father and mother, govern the richest Guangling Dao. The king of Jingyin, who was the most unruly, was placed in Xiangfan, Qingzhou, which was surrounded by enemies. Only Su Xiao and Zhao Sui were placed in the two places of Beijiang. The middle-aged man, who was neither a scholar nor a scholar, had unwittingly drunk 2 bowls of wine. Originally, he could only hold this much alcohol, but perhaps it was because 1,000 cups were not enough for a bosom friend. He poured himself another bowl. His wife could not stop him. He raised the bowl and smelled it, but did not drink. He raised his head and looked at Yu Groom opposite him. His eyes were a little unfocused. This middle-aged man, who was far away from the smoke of war in the court, seemed to be talking to himself. The Dongyue where my ancestors were in was destroyed by General Gu Jiantang. Perhaps it was not the work of Ren Tu's day. My grandfather had never had any ill feelings towards Ren Tu, and I am no exception. I heard that Taiyan City was the place where people scolded Ren Tu the most in the world. Then, it was Guangling Dao, which was known as the talented scholar, followed by Jiangnan, where there were countless distinguished scholars. Now, even a new king of Liang is being scolded together. It seems that the more they scold, the more powerful they get. One of them is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. I heard that he is from Bailiang. Hey, so, I really want to understand one thing. Since those people have all become officials of the Liang imperial court, many of them have not even seen Ren Tu and the new king of Liang. Even the rise of their families can be attributed to Ren Tu's victory. Younger brother you have seen a lot. Looking at your temperament, I think you are also a well-read person. Can you help me clear up my doubts? Groom, you hesitated and smiled. Pick up the bowl to eat. Put down the chopsticks to curse. The middle-aged man sighed. Yes, a country without a hero is like a house without a pillar, a person without a backbone. The man drank a big mouthful of the 3rd bowl of wine and was really drunk. He fell asleep under the care of his wife. He muttered to himself that if the new Liang prince couldn't defend the Northwest, he would also curse, including the young king's father. The middle-aged man's wife didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She nagged. Do you really think you are a high official? I don't see you working so hard on the crops all these years. Although the woman was nagging, she lowered her head to look at her man's face, which was much rougher than when he was young. Her slightly tanned face couldn't help but reveal a smile. She thought to herself, who asked you to be so handsome? Back then, I had to fight with many women to get you. Even if your farming is sloppy, it doesn't matter. After hearing that, Groom, you suddenly drank a bowl of wine and said indifferently, a country without a hero, how sad. A country that has heroes, but doesn't know how to respect them. How sad is that? Groom, got off the Kong and brought a small stool with the little girl to sit outside the room. He turned his head to look at her, who was in a daze, and said with a smile, how about we go somewhere else to find your grandpa Gao's disciple? The little girl turned her head and rolled her eyes. If you want to go to Bailiang, just say it. I don't really care. Groom, you was a little embarrassed. He was about to say something when the little girl said seriously, go. I miss Uncle Lou anyway. This Uncle Lou, when he was still in Woo Woo City, he didn't know how to take care of himself. I don't feel at ease with him away. Groomyu rubbed her little head and smiled. Yes, yes. Uncle Lou, Uncle Gong, and your Aunt Lin, they can't do without you. She hurriedly shushed him. You have to call her Sister Lin. If you call her Aunt Lin, she'll get angry. Groomyu laughed. No wonder Master said you're not afraid of anything except the forest crows. The little girl suddenly sighed and said earnestly to Groomyu, Xiaoyu, let's make a deal first. When we reach Bailiang, let's not fight and talk nicely, okay? Groomyu pretended to be surprised. Who said we shouldn't quarrel if we can use our fists? The little girl raised her chin and said fiercely, I haven't said the second half of my sentence. When it's time to quarrel, we should discuss things properly. Those who use their fists aren't heroes. Groomyu narrowed his eyes and said softly, If you travel to Jianghu in the future, you'll definitely become a heavenly heroine. The little girl nodded vigorously and then put her head on Groomyu's knee. She said in a muffled voice, Xiaoyu, I wanted to go to Bailiang for a long time. I want to visit the place where Grandpa Gao passed away. Groomyu nodded lightly and didn't say anything. The little girl raised her head slightly. There were still traces of tears, but there was a smile on her face. Xiaoyu, Bailiang is in the northwest. Then won't we be eating the northwest wind every day? Groomyu smiled. Yes, there are battlefields everywhere. We might have to eat a lot of sand. It was not easy to be an official in the capital. Even though Fan Zhongho, who had been bestowed the title of the #1 national chess player of the dynasty by the emperor, had become a new noble in the Hanlin Academy, he couldn't help but sigh. The Fan family could be said to be a scholarly family. However, in Xiangzhou, it was not considered a luxurious family. When he was summoned to the capital, he went north alone. He didn't bring any servants or servants with him. He had about 700 to 800 taels of silver on him. He thought that even if he couldn't be extravagant in the capital, he wouldn't be too shabby. He didn't think that when he actually became an official in the capital, he would realize how expensive it was. After all, Fan Zhongho had never received the special honor of being conferred by the emperor, and he wasn't a true scholar in the imperial examinations. He didn't have a master room in Tian City to rely on, and he didn't have the financial support of his fellow countrymen. However, for officials in the capital, especially Huang Menlang of the Hanlin Academy, their residences had to match the prestige of the official system. Thus, Fan Zhongho gritted his teeth and rented the old residence of an old assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. It could barely be considered a place with a pavilion, a garden, and lush greenery. However, this cost him 200 taels of silver. That was the price the old assistant minister gave him for the sake of Huang Menlang. If it were any other official, not to mention 200 taels of silver, even 400 taels of silver wouldn't be enough. The Liang Imperial Court did not take care of everything in the matter of official uniforms. Other than a few sets of official uniforms that were set by the Ministry of Rights, the rest had to be provided by the officials themselves. The purchase of a wide variety of official uniforms was another large expense. Fan Zhongho had only learned, after working for a period of time in the Hanlin Academy, that many old-fashioned old Hanlin scholars who did not know how to make money were so poor that they had to borrow official uniforms all year round. To make matters worse, Fan Zhongho, as a newly popular person in the great and city officialdom, had to attend a variety of banquets and weddings and funerals of his colleagues. This caused this young man to spend money like water. Adding on the dignity of the Hanlin Academy, the ink and paper that he needed for his daily study, he had all kinds of connections. Fortunately, when Fan Zhongho went to the capital, he had brought with him about 20 unique and rare books that had been engraved. Many of his colleagues in the Hanlin Academy loved books to the point that they would borrow money to buy books even if they were poor. After receiving this gift, Fan Zhongho started to gain a foothold in the Hanlin Academy. He also promised many of the officials in the capital that he would buy the locally engraved and large books in his hometown that were relatively cheap. This gave Fan Zhongho a good impression. In reality, the purchase was just an excuse. He was giving away his treasures from the library at home. He believed that those old foxes who had cultivated for half their lives in the government knew this, but neither side said it out loud. Most of the officials from outside the capital lived in the southeast area of the city. The scenery here was not bad. Scholars from the south, like Fan Zhongho, all had to enter the capital through this area. Therefore, those prominent officials from Liang, even though they had been given positions in the court of the inner city, still had their own residences here. It was convenient for them to guide their descendants. Most of the recitation gatherings in Great and City were held here. From spring to summer, it was close to the Mang seed. There is an old saying that spring fought for the sun and summer fought for the time. In the past, it was always the Mang seed time. Large numbers of scholars and refined scholars would hold gatherings near the Shinran Pavilion. What was interesting was that some family was so large that they had specially set up 20 or so mu of rice fields that were not easily seen in the north for people to enjoy. In the summer, every night there would be frogs croaking. This year's Shinran Pavilion gathering was especially interesting. It was unknown if those old officials had a tacit understanding. From Secretary of the Secretariat Qianglong to Tananan of Menxiao Province, to Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun, who had risen in the eternal Hui Spring, none of them participated this year. But from Chanwang, Yin Jieshi, Jin Lanting, Li Jifu, Gao Tingshu, Sun Yin, and the others, these young people with the greatest reputation in Great and City, almost none of them were absent. They all attended this Shinran Pavilion gathering. Fan Zhongho, who had risen in fame, was also present. This gathering of people did not strictly have an initiator. They just called their friends and brought them along. The Shinran Pavilion became unprecedentedly lively. Chapter 15:15. At that time, Fan Zhongho and the youth from the Imperial Astronomer had a discussion in front of the Emperor and Empress. In the end, 6 people stayed until the end. Among them, Chun Wang and the Zhuangyuan Li Jifu had a good chat. The imperial brother-in-law, Yin Qiji, chatted with Song Kelly, and he, Fan Zhongho, got along well with the crazy Sun Yin on chess. Interestingly, his experience in the bureaucracy of the capital followed this trend. Li Jifu was often an honored guest of the Chun Manor. In the Hanlin Academy, Yin Qiji and the young phoenix of the Song family studied history together. It was said that they got along very well. Although Fan Zhongho and Sun Yin were not close friends, they would occasionally talk about the state of the world. Today, Fan Zhongho met with Sun Yin and then went to the Shinran Pavilion together. In Great Peace City, many officials would laugh and say, high officials ride thin horses and don't show off their wealth. But Sun Yin, who had been banished, was different. He openly bought a tall horse from Bailiang and rode this horse to and fro every court meeting and when he was on duty. It was very eye-catching. Today, Fan Zhongho had the good fortune to ride a horse with the wind. He rode the same horse with Sun Yin. When they arrived near the Shinran Pavilion, where there were many carriages and tourists, Fan Zhongho flipped off the horse and couldn't help but rub his butt. Sun Yin, this guy really rode in Great Peace City. Fan Zhongho was going to suffer. When Sun Yin saw Fan Zhongho's sorry state, he gloated. They arrived at the Shinran Pavilion one after the other in an inconspicuous carriage. 2 men wearing simple but elegant green robes stepped out. Sun Yin saw that they were Chan Wang, the assistant of the left scattered cavalry, and Li Jifu, the Zhuangyuan scholar. He originally thought that, according to Sun Yin's noble nature, he would at most give them a sidelong glance and then ignore them. Unexpectedly, Sun Yin actually took the initiative to pull him forward. Li Jifu, who also saw the 2 of them, obviously did not expect Sun Yin to greet them. He could not conceal the incredulity in his eyes. On the other hand, Chun Xiaobao, who was the most successful official in the entire Liang dynasty, whose official career was comparable to that of Jin Saburo, did not show the slightest bit of surprise. He warmly smiled at them and said, "Brother Sun, Misty Wetian, let me make it clear in advance that I still won't drink today. I can only use tea as a substitute for wine." Sun Yin coldly snorted and said, "So what if you drink tea? I'll drink wine. Let's each have a cup. I can still make the assistant go to the toilet 4, 5, 6, or 7 times." Chun Wang bitterly smiled and cupped his fists to beg for mercy. "Brother Sun, please don't bully a fellow countryman. I implore Brother Sun to point the spearhead at Jifu. Otherwise, Mr. Wetian is also fine." Fan Zhongho smiled and said, Assistant Minister, you can't just rely on your high official status to divert trouble to someone else. It will damage the reputation of the court. Li Jifu looked at the three people who were talking without restraint and felt a little envious. Although he had many private gatherings with the assistant minister, who was both a relative of the emperor and an important official of the court, he had never really let loose. Every time he returned home from a gathering, he would even think carefully about whether there was something wrong with his words, or if he had been rude. It was no wonder that Li Jifu was worried about personal gains and losses. Everyone knew that Chen Xiaobao, who was the #1 official of the emperor, would soon have a place in the small court meeting. Moreover, compared to other officials in the capital, Li Jifu knew more reliable insider information. The secretariat of the Liang Imperial Court had been empty for decades. After Qi Yanglong took over, it could be said that there were many things waiting to be done. Chen Wang, who was the assistant minister of the left scattered cavalry in Minxiao province, although he was already a third-rank official, it was very likely that he would be transferred to the secretariat of the secretariat within a year or two and take up the position of assistant minister of the secretariat that no one had yet confirmed. There were many assistant ministers in the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, but the assistant minister of the secretariat was undoubtedly the most important one. It was not that the Hanlin Academy did not have a good title, but it was the trend. However, these rules did not affect Chen Xiaobao. A 30-year-old assistant minister of the secretariat might not be considered shocking in the old Liang dynasty, but Li Jifu dared to say that this was a feat that would never be repeated in the future. Zhao Yuling, Yin Maochun, Jean Lanting, all of them had their eyes fixed on the title of Grand Secretary. However, only Qin Wang was so absent-minded and leisurely strolling. Perhaps many people present at the time did not expect that this gathering at the Shinran Pavilion in the second year of the auspicious era would leave behind many popular and elegant stories in the history of the future. Dong Yuran, who was personally praised by Tananon as the son of the Dong family as ghosts and gods, whose writing is like a spring breeze, wrote the famous poem Shinran Pavilion. Huang Quan, the young artist who had helped Tananon make an exception for Qi Yanglong, was personally spread out on rice paper by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, Jean Lanting. After getting drunk, he splashed ink and painted a painting that was hung in the imperial study that day, Drunken 8 Immortals. As for the poem that spread throughout the capital almost overnight, it was started by Sun Yin, followed by Jean Lanting, Yin Qiji, Song Kelly, Chen Wang, Fan Zhongho, and Gao Tingshu, a total of 64 people. Together, they wrote this world-shaking long poem. Of course, on this day, how could the Shinran Pavilion only be filled with handsome heroes and not beautiful women? The 3 most popular courtesans in the capital, each with their own merits, went up the stage one after another. They either danced or sang, especially the woman who had once been on the Rouge list, Li Baisher, who was known as the best in both voice and appearance. Her solo dance could be said to have shocked everyone. What was even more surprising was that after that day, there was no news of Li Baisher in Great Peace City. She disappeared so decisively, as if she had never been in this world. Afterwards, based on the words she said at the banquet, people guessed that she had fallen in love with an unknown swordsman and wanderer. From then on, they went off to roam the Jianghu together. There was no wind and rain, and the wind naturally dissipated. The people at the banquet didn't leave until late at night. Li Jifu was already drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Chen Wang, the highest-ranking official and the only one who did not drink, wanted to personally take Li Jifu away, but was urged to stay. He really couldn't leave and could only ask someone to take Li Jifu back. That person was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, Jean Lanting. He personally helped Li Jifu back to the carriage with Gao Tingshu. Sun Yin also left late. He came with 2 people, but left alone as if there was no one around. He rode his horse wildly, smelling of alcohol, and shocked many of the graceful ladies of the large families in the capital. Under the crowd's instigation, Fan Zhongho and Wu Tsongxian had another battle of who's first and who's last. Both sides played their best moves one after another. Although Wu Tsongxian lost the game, he didn't lose his momentum, which made the spectators exclaim in satisfaction. After this game, Wu Tsongxian vaguely established Fan Zhongho's second place in Liang's Go. Yin Qiji, Song Kelly, and that fellow villager nicknamed Kong Wu Chi left together. Shinran Pavilion, Drunken Eight Immortals, and Heroes Travel to the Capital were all given to this young relative of the emperor. He would immediately send them to the imperial palace. Deep in the night, the lights were still bright. There were only a dozen people left in Shinran Pavilion. Everyone in the capital knew that Chun Wang, who usually did not touch alcohol, was the last to leave. Fan Zhongho and Wu Tsongxian had already finished their game of Go. The latter and a group of friends left in high spirits. The people still in the pavilion were all new nobles in the great Peace City. They were also willing to put down their faces to get close to Chun Wang, a high official in the central government. However, they were all scholars. Even if they drank too much, their chatter and actions did not diminish their scholarly habits. And Chun Wang was never the kind of person who liked to put on airs, so he got along well with them. In the end, it was unknown who was still unsatisfied, so they spent some money to call over a musician who had earned money in this gathering. The woman held a pipa in her arms and did not wear any makeup. Although she was not a national beauty, under the flickering lights, there was a hint of lovely and moving feeling. She was very timid. It was clear that business at the banquet today was slow, and she did not attract any business. She was not like the other women of the same trade. While they were tired, they had already returned full of money. This woman sat on a small stool prepared outside the pavilion. Before she played the pipa, she quickly glanced at the people sitting on the prayer mats in front of the pavilion. There were more than a dozen people, most of them sitting on the prayer mats on the steps. The steps had different heights. At the highest point sat two young men side by side. She could guess that since these people were able to appear in Shinran Pavilion and not far from the pavilion like most of the scholars, then they should be the most important people at the banquet today. They were the true important people of Great Peace City. Even if they were not today, they would be in the future. She was lost in thought for a moment. She was very curious what it would be like if these young masters who were waiting for her pipa played put on their official robes. The young master who had hired her to sing was sitting at the bottom of the steps. He smiled and reminded her in a gentle voice, "Miss, it is time to start." Her pretty face blushed, and she appeared slightly nervous. She said softly, "Young master, please wait a moment. Allow this servant to test the sound." Hearing the woman gently twist the strings of the pipa, Fan Zhongho, who had intentionally or unintentionally sat next to Chen Xiaobao, said with a slight smile, "This is the typical technique of the Wu family of Jiangzhou in our Xiangzhou. The lower part is the strength of the upper part. The tone is not high, the rhythm is not rushed, and it is slow. It is not as full as the big bows of the north, but it has its own unique charm. Due to this, the song is also a small tune with the charm of Jiangnan. After drinking too much, it is very comfortable to listen to this song." Chen Wang smiled and nodded. He said softly, "I only learned about the pipa when I came to Jing. In my hometown, there is a saying about the drum on horseback. In the past, I was just a poor scholar and did not go to the border to study. I'm ashamed to say that even if I wanted to pretend to be cultured, I would only be a laughingstock. Therefore, in these years, I have sensibly not attended banquets and gatherings. Other people say that I'm not good at raising wang. That is really flattering me." The name of the song, Daughters Red, refers to the Jiangnan water, Jiangnan wine, and Jiangnan women. Then he heard the woman's clear and melodious voice reciting the first part of the song. Fan Zhongho was surprised. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence. It refers to the Daughters Red wine. My hometown has this custom since ancient times. When a daughter is born, they will bury a jar of wine. When the wine is drunk, it is the day the woman gets married. In addition, there is also the Zhuangyuan Red, which is taken out for banquets when the man in the family obtains scholarly honors." Chapter 15:16. Then Fan Zhongho suddenly discovered that Chen Wang seemed to be in a trance. One part of the millet fragrance lingers around the beam, 2 parts of the flowing water, the cool weather, 3 parts of the fragrance of apricot flowers. A spring thunder buries a jar. After 18 years, the daughter is red, the daughter smiles, the daughter is delicate, the new wine becomes old wine. The little girl is waiting to wear the red dress. Fan Zhongho closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the pipa and the woman singing. He finally sighed softly. The ending of this song was not as beautiful as the name of the wine. The woman in the song had waited for many years, but still did not meet the young master who was far away. She also did not wear the red dress for another man, and died just like that. According to custom, if the woman in the family died before she was married, then the jar of daughter's red wine would be called huadiao and would be taken out and drunk. At the end of the song, it was said that the young master had finally returned home. Although he was the top scholar, he could only drink the jar of wine alone at the grave. After Fan Zhongho opened his eyes, he could not see anything strange from Chen Wang's face. The song ended, and the people gradually dispersed. There was no need for Fan Zhongho to ask. Someone had taken the initiative to lend him a fine horse. When Fan Zhongho mounted the horse, he inadvertently turned his head and saw Chen Wang standing outside the pavilion. He seemed to have said something to the little girl singing, and then walked towards the carriage. Fan Zhongho didn't have the slightest intention of probing further. With Chen Wang's well-known conduct and Fan Zhongho's understanding of this Chen Xiaobao, he definitely didn't think that this left scattered cavalry regular attendant would have the slightest intention of taking advantage of him. Fan Zhongho slowly rode his horse. Back then, he was far away in the Jianghu, and now he was high up in the imperial court. Benevolent teacher, even that son, Yin, wants to be an official. Although I, Fan Zhongho, cannot play your game of spring and autumn, but I will do my best to play my own game of chess well. In the distance, Chen Wang boarded the carriage. Before boarding, he asked the woman holding the pipa a question. He asked her if the young master in the song was better off not returning at all if he returned late. The woman was timid and did not know how to answer. Chen Wang did not mean it, so he bid farewell and left. Chen Wang slumped against the wall of the carriage. Even when he married that noble surnamed Zhao back then, even when his father-in-law was a duke of a county, Chen Wang did not drink at the wedding banquet. For this reason, many of the noble sons of the Zhao clan who attended the wedding had mocked and ridiculed him. However, after so many years, he, Chen Wang, had swept through the various departments of the capital, leaping through the Dragon Gate time and time again. Not to mention those unaccomplished noble sons, even those powerful dukes and county kings only dared to sit on equal footing with him. Today, Chen Wang actually brought back a small bottle of wine. Just yesterday, he had received a secret intelligence report verbally. There were only 4 words in the message: dead. He felt guilty. Beiliang was the one who felt guilty. Already dead. She was just like the pitiful woman in the song who waited from New Hong to Huadiao, but did not see anyone. In the south of Jiangnan, it rained every family during the Huang May season. In the north of the northwest, the reeds were fluttering. Chen Wang drank the wine one mouthful after another. Silently, he drank without stopping, and his tears flowed without stopping. At the time, Chen Wang's first thought was to vent his anger on that young vassal king, to vent his anger on the entire Beiliang, where he had long had nothing to worry about. Everything he had done these years, apart from a silverback then and the kindness of recognizing his worth, was more because she was in Beiliang. He hoped for Beiliang's stability. In the end, he only hoped for her to be stable. For this reason, he was not afraid of accompanying a monarch was like accompanying a tiger, not afraid of the treacherous clouds of officialdom. This extremely patient man was only afraid that he would talk in his sleep and call out that name. However, in the end, he, who could rely on his own words to change the world's copyright, who could persuade the emperor to increase his efforts to restrict the transport of grain, did nothing. On the official road, under the curtain of night, in the carriage, there was a man who might become the second Grand Secretary Zhang of Liang. He was like a child, wailing loudly. If one were to say that the first year of Xiangfu was a year that left the Liang Orthodox faction shocked, but they still had a card up their sleeve, Then the second year of Xiangfu was a year where wind and rain covered the sky, making people gradually feel uneasy. In the late spring of this year, under Chao Chongqing's personal leadership, the West Chu rebels' arrogance reached the heavens. King of Jing and Zhao Sun's Qingzhou navy couldn't rescue them in time. The vassal king Zhao Yi's Guangling navy was completely wiped out. This also directly led to the balance of power that Song Li had won with great difficulty in Guangling province being easily broken on the surface of the Guangling River. What was even more worrying was that the most important reinforcements of the southern border's elite army, after the Qingzhou navy, whose battle strength was inferior to Guangling's, had no choice but to avoid them. They could only disembark from a few narrow crossings in the upper reaches of the Guangling River. At the same time, the vassal king Zhao Yi, who had lost all of his naval forces, was defeated like a landslide. Following Xie, Shi personally taking charge of the Eastern Front, coordinating with the West Chu Navy down the river, the remnants of Zhao Yi's army could only turtle up in a corner. The territory they seized back from Song Li's hands seemed to have been handed over with both hands. The battle on the river affected the entire body. The Southern Expedition Commander, Liu Shengxiang's army had no choice but to stop and defend a few key points in place to prevent West Chu Shi from leading his troops up north to take advantage of the situation to counterattack. This naturally caused the Liang Imperial Court's original plan of a pincer attack from the north and south to the east and west to surround West Chu's capital to the point that not even a drop of water could trickle through to become a dream. Fortunately, during this time of turmoil, there was still a gathering at the Shinran Pavilion in the capital. This meant that the people's hearts were still stable. Furthermore, Chen Jibao received the imperial edict and personally led 10,000 elite troops out of Shu. Furthermore, on the two Liaodong fronts and the northern border of Ji province, the great pillar state Gu Jiantang and the new general of Ji province, Yuan Tingshan, had won a series of beautiful battles. At noon, on the surface of the Guangling River, several large turreted ships that had recently been changed to flying the flag with the character Jiang on it went against the current. They did not stop at the river outside West Chu's capital, but instead continued to sail up the river. These warships were all seized from Guangling Prince Zhao Yi during the battle on the river. It was funny to say that these few turreted ships, which were supposed to display great power during the battle, were almost undamaged before the change of owners. On one of the towering turreted ships in the middle, there was a group of people leaning against the railing. There was a man with white hair on his temples, wearing a green robe that was the most elegant under the heavens. There was a young woman carrying a purple sword box on her back that was peerless in her generation. There were also military generals clad in armor. Each of them was high-spirited and vigorous, with a strict bearing. There was also a group of civil officials who had temporarily boarded the ship from the capital to enjoy the scenery, chatting and laughing. Among them, there were two young men who were the most eye-catching. If their identities were not taken into consideration, one of them had an ordinary appearance and a reserved bearing. He was only eye-catching because of the position he was standing in. He was standing beside the middle-aged man in green robe, frowning faintly. He was very different from the rest of the military generals and civil officials on the ship. The other young man made everyone's eyes brighten. They could not help but marvel at the fact that there was such a handsome man in the world. Wearing a white robe and a jade belt, he stood against the wind like a god or an immortal, enough to make others feel ashamed of their inferiority. The four people closest to the bow of the ship were Chao Chongqing, Jiang Anai, Xie Shibian, and Song Maolin. At present, Xie Shibian's reputation in the imperial court of Liang was extremely great. Even the common people had heard that an extraordinary genius general had emerged from the rebel army of West Chu. He had the bearing of a soldier of the spring and autumn period, Yi Bai Kuei. As for Song Maolin, although he was a late bloomer in the imperial court of West Chu, he was not inferior to Xie Shibian, who had established brilliant military achievements. The two of them, one in civil and the other in military, were known as the twin jade annulus of the Chu. Because of Song Maolin's outstanding appearance, he was like an immortal banished from the world. In addition to his brilliant literary talent, Other than being known as the twin jade annulus of the Chu, he was also known as the Northern Su and the Southern Song dynasty together with a Northwest vassal king. Song Maolin was born into a rich and powerful family, so he was probably a true proud son of heaven. The main pillar of West Chu, Chao Chongqing, whose hair was even more white, suddenly turned his head to Xie Shibian and laughed in a low voice. What's wrong? It wasn't easy to chase away Song Li, but in the end, Chen Jibao from the east came to the Qingzhou Navy, Wu Zhongshuan from the south, and Lu Xingxiang from the north is also truly in control of military power. Do you think the fierce battle has just begun? Xie Shibian said softly. If General Ko was still here, it would be much better. Chao Chongqing laughed casually. Don't worry about that guy. He has a big temper. Yes, and his heart is not small either. Xie Shibian was silent, as if he was afraid of something taboo. Chao Chongqing sighed. Last year, old Grand Preceptor Sun said that West Chu was a burden to me, Chao Chongqing. Today, I also want to say something to you. It is I, Chao Chongqing, who is a burden to you, my student. Xie Shibian shook his head. Teacher, you must not think this way. I have been a citizen of the Chu for generations. The Chu was born in Xie Shibian, and I am willing to die for it. Chao Chongqing suddenly laughed. There's a young man who should really get to know you. Only then will he know what it means to be a scholar. That guy back in the day had a lot of resentment towards the scholars. In Gangnam-do, the first time he saw Tongxi's sword Immortal Lu Baijia, he asked, Teacher, can you sell me a few pounds of benevolence, righteousness, and morals? When he saw me, he did not have a good expression either. Xie Shibian was puzzled. But I have seen Beiliang's various actions. They have established academies within their borders and are very kind to scholars. The new Prince of Liang does not seem like this kind of person. Chao Chongqing smiled knowingly. Perhaps it is because a man has a burden on his shoulders, so he cannot do as he pleases. No matter what, Su Fengnian is indeed the most interesting young man I have seen in my life. There is no one like him. Afterwards, Chao Zhongqing suddenly laughed to himself and said in self-mockery, Even if I, Chao Zhongqing, praise him like this, Su Fengnian wouldn't feel the slightest bit of honor. After all, he is the #1 vassal king of Liang who commands 300,000 cavalry, and at the same time, he is also a martial arts grandmaster on par with me, Chao Guanzi. So no matter how many good words I say, it can only be considered as mutual appreciation. To be honest, when I first saw that kid a few years ago, I never would have thought that the situation would be like today. If I had known, I would have beaten him up back then. Now that I'm talking about it with you, it is easier to brag. Xie Shibian felt a little sad for no reason. Although his teacher was always easy to get along with, he was not such a talkative elder. Chao Chongqing seemed to have seen through Xie Shibian's thoughts. He patted the young man's shoulder and smiled. When young people do young things, it is fine to be frivolous. There is no harm in saying that you are worried about new words. When you are 30, you can do things that are responsible. As for people like me who are old, they should honestly admit that they are old. Occasionally taking advantage of my seniority is one of the few pleasures in life. Chapter 15-17. Xie Shibian forced a smile. The Chu was most proud of Mr. Chao. Would he grow old? Chao Chongqing lowered his voice and said, That guest will secretly come in the evening. You and Song Maolin will stay by my side. You don't have to do anything. Xie Shibian asked worriedly, Why does the current Duke of Yinsheng, a saint family with a history of more than 800 years, want to meet you? I don't understand. What else is there to say? Chao Chongqing did not immediately give an answer. Lu Songtao, who became a Buddha in Lantau Mountain, came to him to persuade him to let it go. That Duke of Yinsheng should be the same. Kings and officials can decide life and death with a word. Scholars like us are full of hot blood and have nothing to fear. However, if there was someone who could decide whether a person's name would be passed down through the ages or go down in infamy, wouldn't they calm down and think about it carefully? Chao Chongqing looked at the sky and muttered, When one has to let go of one's country, one can only let go. Jianghu can also be let go. But some things can't be let go even if I want to. No matter how much I read and how much I know, it is still the same. Bien was mentally wandering. If one day he could fight the Bailion cavalry on the battlefield, he would have no regrets even if he died. But such an opportunity would not appear. Jiang and I walked to a secluded place and looked at the rolling waves of the river alone. Song Maolin hesitated for a moment and came to her side. He said softly, "Princess." Jiang and I, who had her back facing this immortal, did not move. She pretended not to hear and let Song Maolin know to leave. Song Maolin smiled bitterly. "Princess, I only have one thing to say. I will leave after that." Jiang and I could only turn her head and said calmly, "Speak." Song Maolin's voice was warm as he said softly, "I can guess where you went and who you met a while ago. I don't dare to say anything. I only hope that you will not take such risks in the future. There are many things in the world that should be done by men. There is no reason for women to help." Jiang and I made an "oh" sound. Unfortunately, she did not say anything else. Song Maolin smiled and left. But in the next moment, Song Maolin was pleasantly surprised. The princess actually called his name. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly turned around. Jiang and I smiled. "Someone asked me to pass a message to you. He said that the next time he sees you, he will definitely beat you up until you can't recognize anyone." Jiang and I felt that he was already very kind. He changed the words father and mother to something that didn't hurt their relationship. Song Maolin's face stiffened as if he was struck by lightning. Poor exiled deity. On the border between Beimeng and Liangliao, a group of armored cavalry troops roared past right under the noses of the Liang border's military sentries. The leader was the newest commander of Beimeng's Eastern Front. He was a legendary figure who was somewhat similar to the Chuanqiu remnant that Hong Jia ran north into Beimeng, but was also very different. This old man did not settle down in the Southern Dynasty. Instead, he traveled alone in the grasslands of Beimeng. It was similar to how the Taiping Emperor traveled in Liang. Although he was almost 50 years old, the armored old man still did not look old. One could vaguely see that he must have been a first-class handsome man when he was young. It was no wonder that in the past 10 years, he had been involved in many affairs. Even the Beimeng palace heard that there was an unknown old man who had seduced many noble ladies. When this guy suddenly became the commander of the Eastern Front, the entire Beimeng suddenly realized that it was him, Wang Sui. Along with Yi Baikuei, Su Xiao, and Gu Jiantang, Wang Sui was known as the four great generals of the spring and autumn period. He was the youngest and most unruly prince consort of Dongwei. Unlike Yi Baikuei, who was victorious in every battle, he had only lost once. Unlike Su Xiao, who was the ultimate winner, he had actually suffered many defeats. Unlike Gu Jiantang, who was suspected of not living up to his name, Wang Sui was truly undefeated on the battlefield he was in. The fall of Dongwei was attributed to the self-destruction of the city by the imperial court of Dongwei. It was Li Yang's plan to sow discord. He removed Wang Sui's commander-in-chief title, and Wang Sui himself gracefully abdicated and disappeared without a trace. After Wang Sui followed Dong Zhuo, Yang Yuanzhan, and Lu Gui as the main general of another front in Beimeng. Unlike the three who each had their own personal troops, Wang Sui casually rode an old horse to the border to take up his post. In the mountainous eastern front of Beimeng, Wang Sui did not promote or demote anyone boldly, nor did he treat people kindly and drink with the generals. He was like an outsider who had run over to watch a show. He did not care about anything and did not meddle in any military affairs. Every day, Wang Sui narrowed his eyes and strolled blindly among the various armies with his hands behind his back. This made the old forces who were originally uneasy or full of resentment dumbfounded. Then, the generals of Beimeng became anxious. You mother of Asterisker, doing nothing all day long. When the time comes, His Majesty will misunderstand that we are working together to ostracize you. If we, the old men, suffer such a great grievance for no reason, who can we find a reason with? Thus, someone suggested to have Wang Sui hold a military parade at the border. At the very least, he would be able to have a taste of being the #1 figure in the Eastern Front Army. This would be compensation for this old man's understanding of the situation. Thus, today's scene of all the generals on the eastern front of Beimang had come out. However, many of the old generals of Beimang's border army and the older generals glanced at the fellow who was surrounded not far away from them with a cold smile. Wang Sui's awe-inspiring might was just for show. Wang Sui, in addition to the personal guards and elite cavalry that were randomly assembled by various factions, also had the personal attendants of Qiu Jubo, de Ru 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 Jubo de Jingchong, as well as 4 to 5 young and strong captains by his side. The eastern front of Beimang claimed to have an army of 300,000, but in fact, it was only a little more than 200,000. There were 23 generals. Above them, there were 2 Beimang generals who were not as famous as Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan. This could not be helped. In the Southern Dynasty, the Bailiang cavalry could fight each other from afar and fight a few tough battles from time to time. However, on the peaceful Eastern Front, they could only confront the 2 big turtles, Zhao Sui, the Prince of Jiaodong, and Gu Jiantang one after another. There was no military merit to be gained. Now, the situation was even worse. Under the secret instructions of the Imperial Decree of Peace, the Eastern Front could only be defeated again and again. The 2 generals only felt that their old faces had been disgraced. Wang Sui suddenly pulled the reins and stopped his horse. The entire army could only stop their horses. Chapter 1518. The large-scale cavalry army of 10,000 people suddenly went from advancing rapidly to being completely still in an instant. This made Wang Sui, who was sitting high up on his horse and looking around, click his tongue. However, his sloppy and slippery appearance inevitably made people wonder if this old fellow was really praising them. During this period of time, many Kiliarchs who had seen their commander from a distance were puzzled. Was this old fellow really a top-notch general of the Central Plains like the butcher old Prince Liang? Was he really not a swindler who came from some small corner to eat and drink for free? Did His Imperial Majesty accidentally use the wrong person? Wang Sui turned his head to look at the 2 young generals. With a smug smile, he said, "The military strength of the soldiers of the Central Plains has been declining day by day since the end of the Great Feng Dynasty. In the later stages of the Spring and Autumn War, they were so miserable that Northern Han could match your cavalry in 3 steps. Tragic, truly tragic. If it were up to me, it would be fortunate that Liang obtained the Central Plains. Otherwise, your Beimang would have taken advantage of the chaos to invade the south and unify the world. As for Liang, how did it succeed? Su Zhao's Su family army being able to fight was one thing, but that was not the most important thing. Rather, the existence of Su Xiao and the Su family army set an example for Liang, allowing the generals to understand one thing. Oh, mother of Asterisker, war could be fought so fiercely, and people could die so easily. Why else would it be said that Buddha strives for a stick of incense, and man strives for dignity? As a result, a large number of young and strong generals who dared to fight and die appeared in the Liang dynasty. There was nothing to be done. Even if they could not compare to Su Xiao, they could not be too far off, right? The previous 2 emperors of Liang, without mentioning anything else, had good eyesight. In my early years, I, Wang Sui, fought 4 battles with Su Xiao on the northern border of Dongwu. Of course, I definitely won all of them. Hearing this, several generals in the prime of their lives subconsciously swallowed. When they looked at this old fellow again, they suddenly felt that his stature was very tall and his aura was very strong. The sunlight shone on the old man's armor, dazzling their eyes for a moment. This was someone who had defeated Su Xiao. Moreover, he had won 4 battles in a row. Over the past 20 years, which general in Beimang dared to claim to be a match for the old Prince Liang? General Lu Gui was powerful enough, but he was only considered half a Su Xiao by His Majesty. Wang Sui continued, "Of course, back then, I always fought against them with numbers. The greatest disparity in numbers was when I fought against Su Zhao's 600 people with 4,000 people. Over 500 people from Su Zhao's side died. Those generals who had just started to admire the old man almost couldn't help but jump off their horses and curse him. But Wang Sui continued unhurriedly. If I remember correctly, those 600 old soldiers from Jinzhou are the backbone of Bailiang's 3 old battalions. Everyone was horrified. Wang Sui chuckled. The greatest disparity in numbers was when Wang Sui, had 3,000 people and Su Xiao had 1,900 people. I won with a great victory and only lost 600 people. Su Xiao suffered a crushing defeat and lost his capital again. That was why he had to run to the Ministry of War Yamen in Liang to wait in the rain. Not only were the generals and the Kiliarchs quietly approaching, but even the 2 generals of autumn and winter were listening attentively, their emotions surging. Wang Sui asked and answered his own question. Am I, Wang Sui, really a godlike commander? Among the generals of the spring and autumn period, I probably am. But if anyone thinks that old man, Su Xiao, is useless, then they are gravely mistaken. Su Xiao is the truly powerful one. So what if he loses many battles? He can always win the last battle, and that is enough. When a general leads an army on the battlefield, don't learn from Yi Bai Kuei. You have to learn from Su Xiao. Wang Sui looked around at the faces that weren't too unfamiliar. He chuckled and said, an army isn't afraid of losing battles or dying people. As long as there is that soul, even a tiger won't fall, let alone an army made up of thousands of soldiers. Wang Sui smiled. I don't know how many of you here are truly dead set on dying for that old woman. But I know that Bailiang has 300,000 border soldiers who are truly willing to die for those 2 people. Wang Sui's eyes suddenly sharpened. After I arrived at the Eastern Front, I've been eating and waiting for death. That's because Wang Sui, don't think much of Gu Jiantang or the 2 Liao defense lines. What I really want to fight is the Bailiang cavalry. Wang Sui suddenly asked in a deep voice, who is willing to help me take down Ji Province and then go to Yu Province to experience Yan Wanluan's infantry? The generals looked at each other. Wasn't this a clear slap to the face of the king of the southern courtyard, Dong Zhuo? Wasn't this general afraid of angering his majesty and the order of peace? Wang Sui returned to his frivolous appearance. He curled his lips and said, looks like no one is willing. If it was a simple and crude method of provocation, these military generals who could become great commanders in northern Mang naturally wouldn't be moved. Even more so, wouldn't be so hot-blooded as to run from the Eastern Front to Ji Province just because of this old fella's few words. But things were far from that simple. No matter how the Liang court viewed the Battle of Liangmang, Beimang itself was already full of worries. They were all looking forward to someone breaking the deadlock on a certain battlefield. Dongju Bo Wang Jingchong was the first to break the silence. He asked in a deep voice, dare I ask, General, what if someone blames you for your crimes after this? Wang Sui laughed coldly. Blames my ass. If you're still afraid, then Wang Sui, will say something right here and now. Wang Sui, will bear all the consequences. Wang Sui laughed without the slightest scruple. Even so, it's not difficult for you guys who don't have balls to take down Ji Province, which has lost all its elites. But can you really go challenge Yan Wanluan of Yuzhou? I think it's difficult. Wang Jingchong laughed. Then this general will have balls for once. Wang Sui narrowed his eyes and stared at this remnant of the spring and autumn period who had left his homeland at a young age. He said slowly, this, you can really have them. Qiubo de Ru Shiwei also laughed. Actually, this general's thing is not small. It's just that I don't usually see beautiful women, so I'm too lazy to show off. Since there are people from Ji Province and Yuzhou today, then I'll have to show off my weapon. Wang Sui ignored the 2 Qiubo de, there's no need to rush. I'll give you half a day to weigh the pros and cons. If you need to discuss with your elders, then hurry up. After half a day, if you don't want to stay on the Eastern Front, feel free to come find me. All right, don't forget to bring good wine. I know you've hidden a lot of good stuff. In the future, follow me, Wang Sui, and fight with your lives on the line. Give me a few jars of good wine today. If you don't dare, I'll return you to being a great general tomorrow. It won't be difficult for everyone to be promoted. Wang Sui looked to the east and spat heavily. Then the old man turned his horse around and slowly moved forward. He looked in the direction of Bailiang in the distance. I heard you had nothing better to do than wander around Jianghu. Little Jianghu? So what if you can fight 10,000 people alone? Can you compare to the golden spears and armored horses on the battlefield? Can you compare to the heroic sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of armored men? How can Su Zhao's son be so petty? Su Fingyan, back then, your father was completely defeated by me in Jianzhou. If you're really capable, then come find me to settle the score. If you lose, then obediently accept your fate. If you can win, then this world should belong to you, Su Fingyan. Chapter 1519. Bailiang's Jianghu had never been so lively before. Under Xianyuan Qingfeng's influence, many Jianghu heroes had rushed north to the border. At this time, Mount Wudong was going to hold a new debate between Buddhism and Taoism. This gave many Jianghu people who didn't want to get involved in Liang Mang's battle a way out. They didn't want to get involved in the mess, but they just took a detour to Mount Wudong to watch the fun. They didn't want to annoy the Liang imperial court, right? Everyone knew that the scenery of the 81 peaks was spectacular. Moreover, Ancestor Liu and the immortal Hong Shixiang, who rode a crane to Jiangnan, were both cultivating there. It was good to get some immortal qi. For a time, the number of foreigners pouring into Yu and Liang provinces was as large as carps crossing the river. As the local tyrant of Bailiang, the Fish Dragon Gang not only took the initiative to lead the way for the Jianghu Friends under the leadership of gang leader Lunarong, but also took care of all the necessities. Moreover, if someone didn't want to travel with others, they could get a lot of money from the Fish Dragon Gang with their travel pass. As for whether they really went to Mount Wudong, the rich Fish Dragon Gang wouldn't really care if they went to the brothel to get drunk or to have a good meal halfway through the journey. This imperceptibly raised the status of the Fish Dragon Gang in the Central Plains. It was true that the Fish Dragon Gang didn't have many top masters, but couldn't stop their wealth. If you wanted to live comfortably in Jianghu, didn't you need to rely on your fists and money? Otherwise, did you think you were the handsome king of Bailiang? It was said that before he started practicing martial arts, he used only his face to make more than 10 female heroes who came to Mount Qingliang to seek revenge fall in love at first sight. Since then, they were willing to stay in the Wutangyan of the king's mansion as his mistress. The number of martial arts masters could be counted with one hand. The peach blossom sword god Dong Tai was too elusive. The great official Chao Chongqing was not young after all. Tuoba Bodhisattva was a Beimang barbarian who was born unlikable. Therefore, Su Fingyan, who was in his prime and had many magnificent achievements, became the most interesting topic of conversation for the Jianghu people in Liang. The king of Bailiang was full of praises for the king of Bailiang's signature products, especially those shops that sold rouge and face powder. They swore solemnly that Su Fingyan had bought things for his close female friends. What made the young heroes and young masters most indignant was that these shops were obviously deceiving people, but the accompanying female heroes and fairies seemed to have been possessed and bought a lot of extremely expensive bottles and jars from those shops. The key point was that the real spendthrifts who spent money like water were none other than these men who protected the flowers. When the Jianghu in Bailiang was bustling, it happened to be the time when the Bailiang custom of rolling willows was at its peak. The sons of the Bailiang rich families would ride horses and shoot arrows in the countryside or in the martial arts arena. They would hang any object on a tree branch and shoot it down. This was called rolling willows. When the foreign Jianghu men saw that many Bailiang women were also familiar with bows and horses, they were inevitably shocked. They had only heard that the Bailiang people were valiant, but now they were sure that the rumors were true. Most of these Bailiang men and women who were rolling willows tied white hemp silk to their arms. After asking around, they found out that the people of Bailiang would tie hemp silk to their dead relatives within a month after they took off their mourning clothes. This was somewhat similar to how the families in the Central Plains tied colorful silk to their arms in the middle of summer to ward off ghosts and diseases. At the same time, this was also shocking. Could it be that Bailiang had really lost so many people in the battles at Huda City in Liangzhou and Heluku in Yuzhou? Why was it that when they were in the Central Plains, They only heard that the Bailiang frontier army either retreated without a fight or collapsed when faced with the million-strong Baimang army. However, they heard that the two Liao provinces under the command of the Great Pillar State, Gu Jiantang, and his son-in-law Yuan Tingshan's Jibei defense line, were both filled with victory reports. After entering Bailiang, they saw with their own eyes that other than the Bailiang disciples who were riding and shooting willows that made them feel ashamed of their inferiority, the patrolling cavalry that was transferred from the Bailiang garrison made them feel awe and respect. It was said that these cavalry troops were far weaker than the cavalry troops at the border. If they were really sent out to fight the so-called elite troops in the Central Plains, wouldn't it be like a level 1 expert crushing a level 2 master? When most of the foreign Jianghu men began to climb the mountain or approach Wudong, they heard another two legendary news. The king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan, had led 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry troops to battle outside Heluku. This time, he had broken through the enemy lines outside Hoda City and forced the Baimang South Courtyard king, Dongjue, to retreat again and again. As for the infamous Bailiang governor, Chu Lushan, he personally led 8,000 Yuzhou cavalry troops from Huayang Pass to the northeast border of Liuzhou and defeated the Dong family's private army of 30,000. Evil people were hated by everyone, but if this evil person was one of their own, it was actually quite reassuring. Chu Lushan, the evil person who could stop children from crying, was the most suitable person to be placed in Bailiang's border. Not only would he not harm the Central Plains, he could also make the Baimang barbarians worry. In this way, Su Fengyan had become the king of Bailiang, not to mention other merits. Just subduing Fatty Chu and forcing him to stay outside Liangzhou Pass was already a great merit. Su Fengyan, after seeing Chu Lushan and the iron-blooded cavalry, which had suffered heavy casualties for the sake of this Buddhism and Taoism battle, which was supposed to be held 2 years ago on the devil-slaying platform on Longhu Mountain, Su Fengyan specially rushed from Huayang Pass to the border between Liangzhou and Yuzhou. Of course, he did not come to Wudong Mountain to show off. It was because the spy from Fu Shui Fong reported that two groups of people were coming to join in the fun. One group was Deng Mao and Yelu Dongchuang, who had followed Luo Yang into Liang. They seemed to have stopped hiding their whereabouts after entering Yuzhou. The other group was even stranger. It was a couple who could be said to be unique in the world. Su Fengyan paid more attention to them than the couple from Huyin Dagwan. This was because the man was the white-robed monk Li Dongxin, who was the abbot of the two Zen temples in name. He was also the father of a young girl who had long since decided to become a heroine. The arrival of the white-robed monk greatly justified the debate between Buddhism and Taoism on Little Lotus Peak. Since Li Yufu, the head of Wudong, was not on the mountain, the Taoist who was debating with the Buddhist was a Taoist priest that many people in Bailiang had never heard of. He was a disciple of Song Jiming, and it was rumored that he had just built a monastery on Little Pillar Peak. Not all of Wudong's 81 peaks have a Taoist monastery. Most of the peaks have been raised in seclusion, and no one knows of them. Currently, Wudong Mountain only had 12 peaks. Among them, the Big and Small Lotus Peaks were the most famous. The Jade Pillar Peak, which was known as the Jade Pillar of Internal Strength, was also quite famous. From this, it could be seen that the Taoist priest named Han Gui, who was regarded as someone who could hold his own, must have some skills. In addition, the Green Mountain Monastery had been funded by the king of Bailiang from Mount Qingliang, and the status of Little Pillar Peak had naturally risen. As one of the ancestral courts of Taoism, Wudong Mountain was separated from Mount Longhu and had been fighting for hundreds of years. Of the few immortals of the highest generation, Wang Zhongluo was the first to pass away. Hong Shixiang, whose cultivation had reached Tongxian, was reincarnated for some unknown reason. Sword maniac Wang Xiaoping, who blocked the way, Wang Xianji, died heroically on the banks of Guangling River. Song Jiming, who had lived for more than 60 years, had also died. Now, only the enlightened priest Chun Yao and the self-deprecating Yuxing Ruwei, who had self-deprecated, "I can't cultivate immortality. I can only cultivate strength." The latter was also the person who had the foresight to bring Li Yufu up to Wudong from the East Sea. There were about 20 Wudong Taoists of the same generation as Li Yufu and Han Gui. After that, there were more Taoists of the four generations, especially the Ling and Jin generations. Unlike Mount Longhu, which was declining day by day, Wudong Mountain, which had been silent for 100 years, was becoming increasingly prosperous. There were now more than 600 Taoists of the Jin generation, and this was under the premise that Wudong Mountain was not willing to accept disciples indiscriminately. When going up the mountain to burn incense, whether it was the people of Lingzhou or the pilgrims of Ji and He Prefecture, they would usually climb the mountain from the southern divine path, which had the most beautiful scenery and the best route. Su Fingyan had chosen the northern divine path to climb the mountain. He did not expect that he had underestimated the huge appeal of the battle between Buddhism and Taoism. Apart from the 700 to 800 Jianghu people, most of the rich people of Beiliang and the other three prefectures had come by car or horse. There were even many people from Huainan and Gangnam-do who had come to burn incense and watch the battle. The northern divine path of Wudong Mountain was not wide to begin with. What was even more unfortunate was that it had started to drizzle early in the morning. The rain was not enough to obstruct the road, but the muddy road was a pain. Coupled with the constant trampling of the people, the rugged road of less than 20 miles was more tiring than 50 miles of the official road. Chapter 15:20. This time, Su Fingyan didn't have any retainers following him to Mount Wudong. Because he was in a hurry, he didn't even ride a horse. Instead, he chose a secluded path and flew like a bird, so he didn't look travel-worn. He wore a green robe and had two sabers hanging from his waist. One was a soldier that he had stolen from Jiang Fuding, while the other was an ordinary cold saber. At noon, Su Fingyan stopped at a simple and crude restaurant at the entrance to the Northern Divine Road. The name of the restaurant was quite interesting. It was called Passing Village Inn, probably to remind pilgrims who had come from afar that there wouldn't be another shop after passing through this village. The restaurant was already packed with people, all of them hoping to ascend the mountain as soon as possible. Su Fingyan could only sit on a small bamboo stool under the eaves with a dozen or so other people to shelter from the rain. If they wanted to eat hot food or drink hot wine, they had to obediently wait in line. Su Fingyan asked for a pot of tea. The tea was under the banner of Wudong's Taoist tea. For a palm-sized pot of tea, he dared to ask for an exorbitant price of 25 copper coins. Su Fingyan held the pot in one hand and the cup in the other. He drank it all in a few mouthfuls. When he asked the waiter to refill his cup, he had to fork out another 5 copper coins. Obviously, Su Fingyan wasn't the only one who felt that he was being overcharged. The pilgrims around him were also complaining. A few of the younger ones even had a bad impression of Wudong. They said that if a single leaf was like that at the foot of the mountain, then the Wudong Taoist priests on the mountain must be like that as well. From their accents, it was clear that they were all foreigners. Some of the Beiliang pilgrims who often went to the mountain to burn incense frowned. An old man smiled and tried to persuade them. He said that when they went to the mountain to burn incense, even the incense sticks were a gift from Wudong, and they didn't charge a single copper coin. Of course, how much incense money they were willing to pay, whether it was a few copper coins or a few taels, was all up to their ability. The old man also said that since he was young, he would come here to burn incense 3 or 4 times a year, but he had never met a Wudong Taoist who took the initiative to ask him to pay. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, many foreigners who were curious about Wudong Mountain became interested. Some of them asked the old man if he had seen Li Yufu, the leader of Wudong Mountain. The old man laughed and said, "Of course I have. How could I not? Not only Leader Li, but also Leader Wang, who broke the river with one finger, and Leader Hong, who rode a crane to Jiangnan. I have seen them all, especially Leader Hong. I'm not boasting. In fact, there are many pilgrims who have seen these people. If you go up the mountain today, you might meet Jinren Shun or Jinren Yu to interpret the divination for you. Unfortunately, I heard that Headmaster Li went down the mountain to travel. Then is it true that your king of Beiliang once practiced martial arts on Mount Wudong? Of course, I've personally asked 2 Taoists of the Qing generation whom I've been familiar with for many years. It's absolutely true. It said that our king and Leader Hong have been close friends for a long time. On the mountain, One practiced martial arts, and the other practiced Taoism. They trained each other. Their relationship was really good. A young girl from outside asked shyly, "Uncle, is your king of Baelyong really as handsome as the rumors say? How can it be fake? The son of the general and the princess. There's no need to say anything about his appearance." "Haha, little girl, you don't have to be shy. There are many girls in Baelyong who want to marry our king," the old man said, and pointed at Su Fengnian, who was sitting not far away drinking tea. He joked with the young girl, "Look, our king is guaranteed to be as handsome as this young master." Su Fengnian turned his head and smiled helplessly. The young girl's face was red. Su Fengnian took a sip of tea and gently looked into the distance. Just like the Taoist temple where Han Gui lived on Little Pillar Peak, Green Mountain Temple, and Green Mountain Temple, one state of mind would be different no matter where one was. On the battlefield, with corpses and bones everywhere, one could not help but feel sorrowful. On the other hand, if one was in the forest, it was inevitable that one would develop a somewhat wild state of mind. After personally experiencing the siege of Huda's city, and then welcoming Chu Lushan and his 3,000 cavalry and 5,000 corpses back from the border of Liuzhou, Su Fengnian seemed to hear the sound of fighting even though he was already far away from Huda's city and Huayang Pass, far away from the sound of war drums and horse hooves. The more peaceful and peaceful he was, the harder it was for Su Fengnian to let go. There seemed to be an image in his mind. Baelyong's horse head was facing north. The spearhead was facing north. The blade was facing north. 300,000 soldiers at the border, for the barren land behind them, did not hesitate to die to stop Baimang's iron hooves. When Lu Jin departed, he said there was no need to feel guilty. The 60,000 people in Huda City were not fighting for Su Fengnian. They were dying for Baelyong. It was just that Su Fengnian was worthy enough for them to entrust their lives to and let them know that their deaths were worth it. But could Su Fengnian really not feel guilty? He could not do it. The people under the eaves saw two men coming from afar. One was stocky and the other was short. Because they were not eye-catching, they only glanced at them and did not pay them much attention. Su Fengnian slowly got up and called for the waiter to return the teapot and teacup. Then he stood at the edge of the stairs, right on the line between rain and no rain. When he made this seemingly unintentional move, the two visitors from afar also slowed down. But for the pilgrims under the eaves of the restaurant who were waiting to eat, this kind of peak confrontation between two people who were not in the first class and did not understand the mystery was not noticed at all. Behind Su Fengnian, people were drinking tea, chatting, and resting. They were completely unaware of the turbulent situation that was surging like a tide hitting the city wall. Although the two men slowed down, they still walked toward the restaurant. They seemed to be walking like ordinary people, but in fact, one of them did not even touch the ground and did not touch the mud at all. The younger man seemed to be carrying 1,000 pounds of weight. When he stepped on the ground, even the tops of his shoes sank into the yellow mud. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping, Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes. His right hand pressed on the handle of the soldier crossing the river, and he was about to step on the stairs. The middle-aged man was the first to stop. The young man beside him wanted to continue, but his companion suddenly reached out and stopped him. The young man's face was full of indignation. He stared at the guy and muttered in a low voice in the slightly awkward Mandarin of the Central Plains, "Do you think you're so great just because you fought Old Monster Wong and Tooba Bodhisattva?" Then the arrogant young man sighed. "Well, you're quite great." He shouted at the top of his voice, "Hey, you know we're not here to fight. How can you treat your guests like this?" Su Fengnian looked at this young man, who was considered short even among the men south of Liyang's Guangling River, let alone the tall men of the northern lands. His true identity was Yelu Dongchuang, a true and proper member of Northern Mang's noble family. Simply speaking, if that puppet crown prince were to die one day, then this fellow would be the same as Murong Longshui, a member of the royal family with the greatest hope of becoming Northern Mang's next emperor. Because of Jia Jia, Su Fengnian played a game of cat and mouse with Murong Longshui and Old Moth, the leader of Spiderweb. She was quite an interesting woman. For some reason, Yelu Dongchuang swaggered along with Luo Yang to Zhulu Mountain. As for the broken-speared Deng Mao, whose ranking in Beimang was similar to that of Hong Jingyan. He should be the personal retinue of the former emperor's nephew of Beimang. To be precise, this was the second time Su Fingyan and Yelu Dongchuang met. That was when Gao Shulu woke up after being sealed in the mountain for 400 years. Su Fingyan went on an out-of-body spiritual journey and met with the celestial being. At that time, Yelu Dongchuang, who ran errands for Luo Yang, and Su Fingyan barely met each other. Chapter 1521. Su Fingyan smiled, retracted his steps, and sat back down on the stool. Deng Mao and Yelu Dongbed were finally able to climb up the steps and come under the eaves. It wasn't that Deng Mao didn't have the ability, but since he didn't have the heart to fight to the death, Deng Mao wasn't the kind of person who would look for trouble. As for Yelu Dongbed, against the current Su Fingyan, if the latter wanted to make him unable to take a single step closer to the restaurant, he, as a member of the Beimang royal family, really didn't have the ability. The soles of Yelu Dongbed's shoes scraped the edge of the steps, scraping away a thick layer of dirt, before he sat down next to Su Fingyan. Deng Mao didn't sit down, because the restaurant only had one stool available. Yelu Dongbed lowered his voice and asked, "Did you really fight with Tuoba Bodhisattva? What was the result? I want to hear the truth." Su Fingyan said to this overly familiar fellow, "Is Suing well?" Yelu Dongbed was stunned. "Suing? Who?" Su Fingyan finally smiled a little and said softly, "The girl who likes to wear red robes by Luo Yang's side." Yelu Dongbed said, "Oh, she's just like that. In the past, she was neither human nor ghost. Later, she went crazy and cut off her own face. Now, she looks like a normal girl. But when she has nothing to do, she still likes to wander around there by herself. That red robe can go around for almost an hour in one breath. Anyways, it makes my eyes dizzy and my heart tired." Su Fingyan didn't say anything. Yelu Dongchuang was startled. "What? You like this kind of thing?" Su Fingyan didn't turn his head to look at this blabbermouth young man. He only asked indifferently, "You're not afraid of dying here?" Yelu Dongbed rolled his eyes. In the next moment, Yelu Dongbed didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The people under the eaves did not notice that at that moment, the handsome young master with the twin sabers had swayed a little. The middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance had already left the eaves to soak himself in the rain, and then returned to the eaves to stand still. They were just wondering how the man with his back to the restaurant had unknowingly turned to face them. Su Fingyan whispered, "There won't be a next time." Yelu Dongchuang smiled bitterly. "I've only heard that you're quite humorous, and you don't seem like someone who can't take a joke. It seems that as long as a person becomes an expert, he will put on airs." Su Fingyan shook his head and said, "If you change your identity and go there one day, you will know the reason." It wasn't clear whether Yelu Dongbed truly understood or was just pretending to understand. "I understand." Su Fingyan waved his hand and asked the waiter for a pot of tea and 3 cups. The astute waiter glanced at the short man, squatting in the latrine, and refused with a straight face. He said that he had to buy 2 pots of tea, but he could also lend him a small stool. Su Fingyan smiled and agreed. He directly pinched out a piece of broken silver from his money pouch. It was about 60 copper coins. Besides, in this world, silver was always expensive and copper was cheap. Only then did the waiter grin. This brother, he knew the rules. Later, Deng Mao finally had the opportunity to sit down. If the truth of this spread to the Jianghu, this waiter would probably be the most arrogant man in the world. He haggled with Su Fingyan, the king of Beiyang, rolled his eyes at Yelu Dongbed, and rewarded Deng Mao with a stool. Su Fingyan poured a cup of tea for each of the Beimang men on his left and right. He asked, "What business do you have in Beiyang?" Yelu Dongbed didn't keep him in suspense. "Luo Yang told me to tell you that other than Chao Chongqing and Duke Yansheng, who helped persuade Emperor Liang, there is no need to call off the 3-year agreement." Yelu Dongbed took a sip of the tasteless tea and continued. "Also, I wanted to see you. I wanted to know if there was a possibility that we could do something together." Su Fingyan was a bit absent-minded. He looked at the light curtain of rain outside the eaves and took a deep breath. He calmly said, "Tell me." Yelu Dongbed said self-deprecatingly, "In my family, Many relatives around my age have died in recent years. Of course, most of them have the same surname as me. As for that, well, those that have my aunt's surname, most of them are women, like that fat girl Moron Longshui. So to tell the truth, I still have a chance. Even if it's not big, it's still there. The reason I snuck out, to tell you the truth, is to avoid that chess and sword music school boss who's making a comeback. There's no other way. That old man was actually chased out of Liang by my grandfather. This time, he's come back for a surprise attack. Of course, it's not as simple as just giving me a hard time. The old man values my older brother more. The reason is that he would find a dog to guard a house, not a wolf cub. I know that the current situation of Liang Mang's stalemate is ultimately the idea of two people, the old man and Fatty Dong. Not everyone thinks so. Su Fingyin said with a half-smile, "Show some sincerity, okay?" Yelu Dongbed laughed. His voice was even softer as he slowly said, "At the very least, I know that 6 out of the 8 governors and 12 great generals are firmly against it. As for Helian Wu-wei and the others, it's up to them to fight Liang Mang. It's hard to say that they're fence-sitters. In any case, they're just going with the flow. Of course, my parents died a long time ago, but my grandfather is still alive. Although he's not a great general or governor, he's still comparable to a great general and a governor, right?" Su Fingyin was familiar with the inside story of the Beimang royal court. He shook his head and said, "That's not all." Yelu Dongbed turned his head and stared at the side of the young king's face. He asked, "Do you want to do this deal?" Su Fingyin asked back, "Other than wanting me to defeat Dong Zhuo and the governor of Taiping's momentum, what else do you want me to do?" Yelu Dongbed laughed foolishly. "First of all, you have to kill Toba Bodhisattva. Secondly, you have to do your best to protect the main force of the Hong Jingyan Ruren cavalry on the battlefield." Su Fingyin said mockingly, "You should really go to the battlefield and see. Then you wouldn't have to make it sound so easy." Yelu Dongbed laughed. "If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even mention this, but you can. That's why I'm sitting here today, drinking 20 copper coins for a pot of good tea." Su Fingyin asked, "You want to be the emperor that much?" Yelu Dongbed asked back, "You don't want to?" Su Fingyin laughed it off. Yelu Dongbed quietly waited for him to continue. Su Fingyin finally said, "I can only promise you that we'll take it one step at a time." Yelu Dongbed slapped his thigh. "That's enough." Yelu Dongbed placed a teacup by his feet. As he bent down and stood up, he said softly, "If the two of us can reach that step, I can also promise you one thing. Half of the Southern Dynasty can be considered as me, Yelu Dongbed, returning the money for your tea. Once both sides of Liang Mang are done, and if you still have the intention of heading south to the Central Plains, I can even lend you the entire Eastern Front for 3 years. I can help you suppress the Liang border army for 3 years." Su Fingyin watched the two of them leave. The tea had cooled. After Yelu Dongbed and Deng Mao had walked more than 10 li, Yelu Dongbed asked, "Do you think he'll agree?" Deng Mao said expressionlessly, "Why wouldn't he agree? Other than the matter of Hong Jingyan's Ruren cavalry, everything else is something Su Fingyin should do. As long as Dong Zhuo and the Taiping magistrate are still working together to control the court, Liang Mang is a dead end, and the chances of Su Fingyin's Bailiang winning are too small." Yelu Dongbed crossed his arms behind his head and sighed. "That's right. It seems like he can only accompany me in this gamble, and can only help me once. Rather than fighting to the death with my million-strong army without any chance of victory, it's better to do everything in his power to ruin Dong Zhuo and the Taiping magistrate's reputation. At the very least, it'll be relatively easier. As long as I can force these two fellows to weaken in one spur of energy, I won't even need to exhaust myself. It'll be equivalent to winning an opportunity for me. When the time comes, it'll depend on my ability and destiny." Deng Mao hesitated for a moment, then asked, "If you really succeed, dividing the world between the North and the South?" The dwarf's lips cracked into a soundless smile, revealing a savagery and bloodthirstiness that had not been seen in the last 20 years of the Yelu surname. And under the eaves of that restaurant, Su Fingyin's lips twitched. Su Fingyin stood up and walked down the steps, beginning to step onto the northern divine path of Mount Wudong. So what if such a person became the emperor of Beimang? Chapter 1522. The rain gradually stopped, and the sun gradually rose. Su Fingyin began to climb the mountain. He passed by Zhenlongguan, Nyangzi Slope, and Yellow Monkey Ridge, and then passed by Huqiao Mound to Legong Stream. Su Fingyin saw several groups of pilgrims at Legong Stream. Most of them were resting on the rocks by the stream, swallowing the snacks they brought with them. After all, the mountain path was muddy, which was the best way to eat people's strength. Among the groups of people, there were some pampered young masters and young ladies who appeared to be extremely tired. A few young women were gently beating their calves, complaining to their companions that the scenery of this Shinto path was too different from the reputation of Mount Wudong. They said that the shabby Taoist temples from before were unbearably narrow. At first glance, it was obvious that it was not a place that could accommodate immortals. Those Taoist masters in the mountain also did not have any sage-like demeanor. As for the moving scenery of Mount Wudong that was like lotus peaks and bamboo shoots, they did not even see a shadow of it. Along the way, the scenery along the way could not be said to be barren and unruly, but it really could not be compared to the beautiful scenery of the Taoist paradise. Su Fingyin picked a relatively secluded place by the stream and sat down. The ancient trees towered into the sky, and the shade was dense. Although he did not do anything out of the ordinary, the dual sabers on his waist were actually quite eye-catching, especially for the locals who knew their stuff. When they saw the Baoyang sabers, their eyes became a bit more complicated. Nowadays, in Baoyang, those who secretly carried cold sabers, regardless of their family background, were all arrested and imprisoned. Therefore, Su Fingyin was regarded as a member of the army. This was actually normal. Wudong Lotus Peak was hosting a huge Buddhist debate, so Baoyang's military would certainly arrange for capable people to keep an eye on the situation to prevent negligence. Su Fingyin suddenly looked up and saw a pair of acquaintances walking over together. They were the Taoist master of Qingshan Monastery, Han Ge, with whom he had once discussed Tao on Shaozhu Peak, and his disciple, Qing Xian. Su Fingyin hurriedly got up to greet him. Towards this Taoist priest who was favored by Wang Zhongluo and Hong Shixiang, Su Fingyin had a very good impression of him. He felt that he was fully deserving of being called a person of the mountain. Han Gui wholeheartedly cultivated the Tao. Cultivating the heart was also cultivating the truth. Based on Su Fingyin's status as a vassal king, Zhang Luzhenren Qinyao or Yu Xingrui should have rushed to the foot of the mountain to personally welcome him, but they still let the junior Taoist priest Han Gui be in charge of this matter. This was probably the unique feature of Wudong Mountain. Not only it did not make people feel neglected, on the contrary, it made people smile. If he was climbing the mountain together with the two elderly Taoist priests, although the ceremony had arrived, other than the longer the mountain path, the more difficult it would be for him to exchange pleasantries. What else could he say? How boring that would be. When Han Gui saw Su Fingyin, he smiled and cupped his fist in the manner of a Taoist welcoming a guest. He did not spoil the mood by calling out his identity. Su Fingyin lightly cupped his fists in return. The young Taoist child Qing Xian, who was not old but had a high seniority, did not get to see Lu Long, who he used to play with on the mountain. His face was full of disappointment. When the heavens obtained Lu Long, the earth obtained Liu Long's peace. When the gods obtained Lu Long, they obtained Lu Long. The old Taoist master Wang Zhongluo and his shitty had the highest seniority, followed by the current Taoist master Li Yufu and Han Gui's generation of Taoist priests. Afterwards, according to the passage in the Taoist Saints book, there were 4 generations, Qing Ning and Ling Zhen. Therefore, even if the Taoist priests of the Zhen generation on the mountain were not young, when they saw Qing Xian, the little Taoist priest of Qingshan Monastery, they still had to call her great-grand marshal uncle or great-grand marshal uncle. If this little Taoist priest, who was of the same seniority as the direct disciple of the Wudong leader, Yu Fu, would probably be called Little Immortal. Han Gui sat beside Su Fingyin and smiled. The white-robed monks of the Tuzin Temple have already ascended the mountain from the southern divine path. The current celestial master of the celestial master residence of Longhun Mountain, Zhao Ningxin, and Master Qinglian Baiyu are also on their way. Su Fingyin said with some surprise, Zhao Ningxin is willing to support and come all the way to Baoyang? I have a big grudge with this Yui minister. Han Gui had never traveled down the mountain. On the mountain, she had always concentrated on learning and did not care about worldly affairs. Therefore, she had never heard of the earth-shattering battle of the immortals on the Spring God Lake. She was not interested in the conflict between the yellow-purple noble, who had the same surname as the emperor, and the young king. She skipped the topic and said softly, "There are no less than 100 famous scholars from the Huainan Dao and Gangnam-do. They are also traveling together and will be climbing the mountain at dusk tonight." Su Fengyan nodded and said with a smile, "Spies have mentioned this. It's really hard for these elegant scholars to stay in Bailiang for half a day." Su Fengyan knew that the 3 people who could make this group of arrogant scholars take the initiative to come to Bailiang were Song Dongming, who was once one of the prime ministers of Liang, Yin Song, who retired at the age of 79 and returned to his hometown, and then came to Wudong with his family to burn incense, and Han Guzi, who led a group of disciples to travel to the border. These 3 people's contributions could not go unnoticed. If they did not take the lead, even if there was the scene of the scholar going to save the country, it would not have moved this group of noble scholars who grew up in the rich land of fish and rice in the Central Plains. Strange things happened. Su Fengyan instantly slid from one side of the stream to the other. Even though he was attacked by such a fierce sneak attack, Su Fengyan still did not have the intention to pull out his saber. The little Taoist child, Qing Exen, who only felt a gust of wind raging in his ears, opened his eyes wide and saw a tall woman in a simple and elegant dress beside him and his master. She was young and very beautiful, but her face was too cold. Compared to the time when the old Taoist priest accidentally tasted the food he cooked, her face was much worse. The little Taoist child saw the strange sister squinting her eyes, which were long and slender like the bamboo leaves on the mountain. The pilgrims near the stream were first stunned, but soon there were some quick-tempered busybodies who cheered loudly. In their field of vision, the ripples on the water surface caused by the young man with the saber gradually dissipated. A man and a woman stood opposite each other on both sides of the stream. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, and each of them had the bearing of a master. No matter how they looked at it, there was a story to be told between the 2 of them. This immediately made the pilgrims who were bored to death on the mountain road excited. They could not wait for the 2 of them to fight until the mountains collapsed and the earth split. Of course, it would be best for them to reveal their identities and sex before fighting, report their Jianghu nicknames, and talk about their love and hatred, and then fight to the death. This way, their trip to Wudong would not be in vain. In fact, Su Fengyan, who took the initiative to back down, asked with a smile, "Didn't you return to Mount Hui?" The woman who was not wearing purple today sneered and said, "If the interest keeps on rolling, it will be too late for me to collect the debt. Even you may not be able to pay it back." Perhaps they felt that the couple was too young and unfamiliar. Even if their martial arts cultivation was good, there was a limit to it. Very soon, some impatient spectators shouted at the top of their lungs, "Fight! Why aren't you fighting? Fight well! Fight well! We'll immediately go back to the Jianghu and say some good words for you too." Some people who did not know what was good for them shouted, "Hurry up! The 2 of you can't just talk and not fight." The Taoist priest Han Gui sighed softly. He only hoped that if Su Fengyan really fought with the strange woman, he would not be implicated. So at this time, he took his disciple and walked into the crowd. It looked like they were taking refuge, but in fact, they were helping to block the disaster. Chapter 1523. At this time, there were already people who claimed to be from Jianghu talking about it. They explained to the layman that there were 9 levels of martial arts in the world. In the end, they all revolve around the 7 words of skin, flesh, tendons, bones, body, qi, and spirit. Only when one reached the 2nd level of Master Realm could one touch the threshold of qi. For example, when a swordsman reached the 2nd level, he could barely control qi and fly a sword. The handsome young master with the twin sabers at his waist was repelled, sliding from the stream to the other side. However, his calves were not soaked. This clearly showed that he was in the 4th level realm or even the 3rd level realm. It could be assumed that with his age, he was fully deserving of the title of a rising talent in the martial arts world in a province or county. Su Fingyin suddenly smiled and said, "If you want to fight, sure, but we have to make a small deal. As long as you help me find someone, you can choose the time and place. Also, you have the final say on who wins or loses." She hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Su Fingyin asked curiously, "You want that title that much?" Su Fingyin knew very well that no matter how many fortuitous encounters the woman in front of him had, due to her innate talent, reaching the great celestial phenomenon realm was already the limit of her martial arts. The martial arts journey of the mistress of Mount Huey's Great Snow Plateau could be said to be soul-stirring. First, she used the treacherous and insidious secret art to absorb other people's chi and turn it into her own, barely reaching the first level. If not for Su Fingyin helping to suppress her chaotic chi with the imperial seal of several countries hidden in the tide-listening pavilion, she would have very likely gone mad and even died. After that, she quickly crossed the Xian Finger realm and entered the celestial phenomenon realm. Wang Xianji had heavily injured her body, but in the end, she had spared her life. Otherwise, even if she received gifts from Zhao Huangchao and Lu Songtao, she would not have been able to escape the mysterious celestial phenomenon tribulation. It could be said that Xianyuan Qingfeng's path of martial arts was full of ups and downs. She could be said to be the first person after Su Fingyin. Because of this, Su Fingyin had always been very nice to this stubborn woman. It was like this in Beiyang, in the capital, and even more so when they met at Mount Hui. Today, when they met at Mount Hui, he also took the initiative to avoid her. One had to know that Deng Mao and Yelu Dongbed did not have this kind of treatment. To be more precise, Su Fingyin and Xianyuan Qingfeng could not be said to be in love. Perhaps Su Fingyin was empathizing with her because they were in the same boat, while she was most likely the one who had accumulated resentment in her heart. That was why the man and woman who had reached the peak of martial arts the fastest in Liang were so entangled. Although Su Fingyin had long known that Xianyuan Qingfeng was very competitive, she was already the first female martial arts alliance chief in several hundred years. Why did she still want to fight for the illusory title of #1 in the world? This was something that Su Fingyin could not understand, no matter how much he thought about it. This farce, which was all bark and no bite, made many of the spectators feel bored. This was how the world was. It was fine if one did not give hope, but the worst thing was to give hope and then disappoint. Many of the hot-tempered people of Jianghu could not help but loudly mock and ridicule, whispering malicious words. For some reason, Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had not appeared in purple for a long time, cast a sidelong glance at this group of noisy spectators. With just a glance, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. Su Fingyin could not help but laugh. Looking at those fellows who were secretly shrinking their necks, he thought to himself that when he was roaming Jianghu and watching those high and mighty young heroes and fairies, this was probably the same scene. Afterwards, Su Fingyin and Xianyuan Qingfeng continued to climb the mountain under the guidance of Han Gui and Qing Xian. They passed Meili Peak and Jiao Slope, and then Wudong's main mountain, Big Lotus Peak. Xianyuan Qingfeng was silent the entire way. When they reached the foot of Lotus Peak, she finally opened her mouth and said, "Li Chuangong's two-sleeved green snake, Dong Tai's inverted Tai Yi, Gu Jiantong's thunder core, Song Yinqing's last sword move, Huang Zhentu's ninth sword, 6,000 miles, Huang Qing's 16 bodhisattvas, and Master Lu Hao's thunder pool. Before we reach the peak, tell me all of them." Seeing Su Fingyin frown, Xianyuan Qingfeng said coldly, "If you have a move that you don't want to say, you can substitute it with a similar move, or a move that you created yourself is fine." Hearing that long list of names, the little Taoist child, Qing Xian, felt as if thunder was rolling. It was too frightening. She only felt that this elder sister's appetite was really big. Su Fingyin asked in a deep voice, "You want to gather the strengths of 100 schools of thought and merge them into one? You really don't want to give up on becoming a land immortal? Didn't Zhao Huangchao remind you back then that your situation is somewhat similar to my younger brother, Huang Mana? You were lucky enough to escape the disaster of the mysterious finger heavenly phenomenon realm. If you still insist on becoming a land immortal, aren't you afraid that it will be short-lived? Xianyuan Qingfeng said indifferently, "That's my business." From the beginning to the end, this person was not a likable woman. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "All right, I can't teach you the two-sleeved green snake of the sheepskin for old man. In fact, I can't teach you at all in a short period of time, and I can't make the decision to teach you the peach blossom sword deity's inverted sword either. As for old Huang Saber 9, don't even think about it. However, Gu Jiantong's Thunder Cube, Song Yinqing's Flying Sword, and Lu Haosher's Thunder Pool are all not a problem. Huang Qing's 16 sword points sitting Buddha is also not difficult. Other than that, I'll tell you about Tuoba Bodhisattva's unique qi circulation method, as well as the 2 trump cards of Bing Mountain's 5th Raccoon and Murong Baoding. If you learn fast enough, I still have many good things. I'll take them all." This time, it was Xianyuan Qingfeng's turn to feel incredulous. He turned his head and stared at this somewhat abnormal fellow. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "It's one thing for me to ask for a sky-high price, but you're even saving me money by sitting on the ground." Su Fingyan smiled and said, "I'll teach you one by one, but you have to promise me one condition. In the future, when you find one or a few disciples, you have to teach them everything you know, even if it means that you don't want this bit of Jianghu to end." Then, the 4 of them went up the mountain. Han Gui intentionally led the little Taoist child Qing Xian in front, putting a large distance between them. Su Fingyan really did tell Xianyuan Qingfeng everything he knew. He explained the essence of the world's top martial arts to Xianyuan Qingfeng. Xianyuan Qingfeng memorized everything. Occasionally, when there was something he didn't understand, he would get to the bottom of it without hesitation. He would even interrupt Su Fingyan's speech when there was a subtlety, thinking carefully before allowing him to continue. On this section of the mountain road, Su Fingyan was like a knowledgeable teacher, while Xianyuan Qingfeng was a competent disciple who diligently memorized everything. At the back of Big Lotus Peak, on the back of the White Dragon, which was only 1 li away from the peak, Han Gei, who was standing in the distance, turned his head and discovered that the 2 people had stopped. What happened next made this young Taoist, who was very likely to be the next Wudong sect leader, speechless. When Su Fingyan and the woman parted ways, the former kicked the latter's butt, neither lightly nor heavily. The latter was obviously angry from embarrassment, and the entire White Dragon's back was filled with killing intent. However, the young king said something, and the woman was stunned for a moment before giving up and going down mountain. The little Taoist child, Qing Xian, immediately prostrated himself in admiration. He thought that if he could also wander the Jianghu in the future, he must have at least half of the elegance of the king of Bailiang. When the 3 of them went up the mountain again, even Han Gui couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your Highness and that woman are old acquaintances?" Su Fingyan smiled and nodded. He said softly, "She's an enemy we've known for many years, and